Divine Invasion, The Resonance Cycle, Book 1. Written by Aaron Renfro. Narrated by Christian J. Gilliland.
Chapter 1. Random Selection. Ty's computer was possessed, and he didn't want his grandmother to know. It started just a few seconds ago. Both of his monitors glitched way out, with swirls of color and fractals bleeding through a flurry of movement from his desktop icons. For a second, he thought he was being hacked, but then his screens flickered and the speakers started popping and hissing. Leaning forward, Ty thought he could hear a strange voice murmuring just below the noise. Definitely possessed, he decided. One monitor went dark, and the other began displaying a series of images, all side by side. They were the covers of audiobooks. The Chronicles of Thomas Covenant came first, then The Guardians, Magic Kingdom for Sale, and finally Heroes Died. The tableau froze in place before that monitor turned off too. "What the actual fuck?" Ty murmured, standing. The barrage of images had happened too quickly for him to process, and his first thought was to unplug his PC. A wind blew through his room, riffling the collage of post-it notes decorating the closest wall. The power in his room went out. Drenched in darkness, Ty fumbled for his phone only to discover it didn't work either. His grandmother yelled in a warbling rasp,
Ty! I think the power is out. I was in the middle of one of my shows."
Ty opened his mouth to reply when a mote of flickering fire blossomed in the air directly in front of his computer screens. The flame wavered briefly before expanding into a wall of warm, glowing text.
"You have been randomly selected to fight for your world. Prove yourself and your loved ones may survive the resonance. In precisely 6 months, a portal will open for 3 minutes. Study the prophecy closely if you wish to survive. This is your only advice or warning. The portal will appear wherever you are located. No other sentient being may go through it with you. This offer will not come again."
Ty read the words twice before they shrank back into the fire and zipped towards his face. Screaming reflexively, he tried to dodge. The spark veered in flight, hitting his forehead. A warmth spread from the spot, radiating down until his whole body felt tingly. Ty felt a flickering, as if someone had turned the lights in him off and on. Then he blinked, and the power was back. His computer looked like nothing had happened. One monitor had the same browser, tabs carefully organized for work or gaming at the top. On the other was the collage of images. Looking over at his notes, he saw his lists were still in order and intact. Exhaling with relief, he said, "Grandma, I think—" about to say, "I've been visited by another world." He couldn't finish the sentence. The pressure radiated from the point of the flame's impact, locking his jaws together hard enough that his teeth clipped his tongue. It took him a moment to parse what had happened. Every time he tried to say anything about the fire or wind, his mouth wouldn't work. Eventually, he had an idea. He tried texting a description of what happened. The familiar pressure rose, and his fingers went numb. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the muscles respond until he put the phone back down. "It's going to be like that, eh?" he said, musingly, looking back at his computer. Sitting his phone down on his desk, Ty took a seat. Searching his computer, he found the books in the image file and quickly skimmed their summaries, along with their Wikipedia entries. As he did, he made notes on a pad he kept nearby. A quick rundown of keywords helped him collect his thoughts. Once he'd finished his lists, he reviewed the summary of events. He'd been visited by an otherworldly presence, one he couldn't talk or text about. That meant it had some sort of awareness of his intent or actions. Experimentally, he considered some other indirect method of sharing the event, like sharing his notes with another person. Another stab of discomfort made him wince, and his vision blurred. On the one hand, the discomfort worsened with each of his attempts to find a workaround. On the other, their presence gave him the proof he needed. What he'd just experienced was real. Not only was it real, he wouldn't be able to share the experience with anyone. And not that anyone would believe him, anyway. A sharp knock interrupted Ty's introspection, followed by a shrill yell.
Honey, my shows are back on. I just wanted you to know.
His grandmother's hearing aid must have been acting up again. "Okay, Grandma, I'm glad," Ty replied, raising his voice for her to hear. Ty loved his grandmother as much as anyone he knew, as she was also the only person he interacted with in real life whenever he could help it. People were messy. They did things, made choices he didn't understand. Unless he could compartmentalize and control the interaction, he didn't like to have it. That was why virtual gaming and remote work were so important. It wasn't that he disliked people. In theory, he thought people were fascinating. It was the practice that challenged him. Once he heard her shuffling back down the hallway, Ty returned to his gaming chair. Slumping in place, he brainstormed. And bringing the books back up, he knew they had to be the clue, the cornerstone of what he needed to understand. He'd inherited physical copies of most of those books from his late father, though he'd picked up a passion for the genres on his own later in life and repurchased them as audiobooks. Looking down at his list, he drew his fingers across the words portal fantasy. Based on context clues, he felt confident in assuming he'd be in the same situation. Judging by the phrasing in the fire in the last book, he guessed he wouldn't be alone after his arrival. He added a few additional notes. That Thomas Covenant was in the selection worried Ty more than anything else. That book was soul-crushingly grimdark, with huge consequences for every choice the protagonist made. On the plus side, unlike any of those books, he had 6 months to plan. Also, he had absolute and irrefutable proof the situation was real. Unless, he conceded, I have a tumor. Yeah, but what tumor would prevent me from texting? He resisted the urge to search the internet for explanations. Once he started down that rabbit hole, there'd be no going back. Thinking of the fire that hit his forehead gave him pause. What if someone had invaded his thoughts? Was he being led into a trap or manipulated in some cosmic game? Assuming the warning is true, I have a chance to save some people. That's all it offered. It might be best to just bet that I'm being manipulated. If we assume the game master is hostile from the start, maybe we can force an advantage. Lacking better information or context, he shelved the concern. Ty was good at focusing when he had a clearly defined challenge, and while this was neither clear nor defined, he had to work with what he'd been given. He wrote on the pad, 6 months. Use the advantage? The sound of Grandma's television ratcheting up made Ty pause. Should he stay to take care of her? She was old and increasingly frail. If he went to another world, there was no way of knowing what would happen to her. She had a pension from the military, but what about transportation and safety? Your loved ones may survive. The image flickered in his mind's eye, utterly inescapable. Blair was his only family. That didn't mean he didn't care about other people. His friends were all virtual, but that didn't make them any less important. If his going could save lives, didn't that mean he had to go? Grandma Blair and Grandpa Billy had raised him to value the right choice, to evaluate every decision carefully. He knew what Billy would say if he were still alive and able to discuss what was happening.
When the call comes, it's up to you to decide the sort of man you're going to be.
Billy had been full of metaphors and sayings. He'd have wanted Ty to go. His finger slid up to the word. Dangerous. In each of the example books, the protagonists ultimately came to realize the harsh reality of the other world. There was death, loss, and extreme physical trauma. Tai wasn't equipped to handle any of those well. He didn't have any illusions about himself. He was a loner, a man who preferred the isolation and solitude of a life spent online. Violence, although exciting in theory, hadn't ever been a part of his life. Tai saw the risks, weighed them carefully, writing out pros and cons for an hour before reaching his conclusion. He would go. This adventure would be different. He'd make it different. Unlike the people in the books, Tai was a planner. He'd make lists, research every possibility. He would own his fate. Glancing at the clock, Tai saw it was nearing 10. It was time for him to clock in to his remote job. The work wasn't difficult, just occasionally tedious. Instead of his usual routine of chatting or listening to a book, he spent the rest of the night focused on one thing: surviving what came next. Chapter 2. Planning. Time until portal opening, 5 months, 29 days. The image with all the audiobook covers was called the GOTprophecy.uww. Tai discovered it halfway through his shift when he tried inspecting the file, and the file behaved bizarrely. He could open and close it, but he couldn't copy, delete, or email it. And there was no metadata, and the type of file wasn't recognized by any of his research. If nothing else had convinced him that what he was experiencing was real, that was it. Bleary-eyed and sleepy, he stood and looked over at his wall to review his progress. His old notes were gone, replaced with a branching fractal-like tree of new ones. Thanks to hours of Google searches, he'd methodically diagrammed a plan. The top of the tree listed all his assumptions. He'd made a lot of those. One of his first was that he'd be going to a fantasy world and that there'd be combat. His next was that the wording of the warning was precise for a reason. Once the portal opened, he'd be able to use tools from Earth to assist him on the other side. And with those in mind, he'd built a gamified version of what he needed to do. And the next few months would have to be packed with as much combat training and physical exercise as he could manage, along with whatever applicable non-combat skills he could learn. Daunted but satisfied with his progress, Tai took 3 steps and collapsed on his thin mattress. Dreams found him the moment his eyes closed. He was hovering over a vast, jagged mountain range. Snow-capped peaks jutted into the air, where swirls of snow danced across the ridges. Walking along one lip of stone, moving effortlessly, was an ebony woman with large, inquisitive eyes. She wore a silk gown that hugged her curvaceous body, the thin material rippling in the constant breeze. The cold did not touch her. Coming to a stop at a point along the mountain, the woman tilted her head to the sky. Her chiseled features were exquisitely beautiful, almost painful to look at, even to Tai's unconscious mind.
"It is time,"
the woman called. Her shadow rose behind her, solidifying into a perfect duplicate of its owner. It flew into the air, hovering 10 feet above the woman, before a ring of golden runes appeared nearby. A light flashed among the runes, revealing distant stars. The shadow flitted through the opening, and the runes vanished.
"Let them have their resonance. Their ending has already been written."
The woman's lips curled in a vulpine smile. A moment later, Tai was hovering in space. Stars swirled, pooling clusters of color into a whirling galaxy shape. Hovering in the center of the light was a jagged-edged tear. Oily, winged shapes ripped free of the fissure, clawing from some distant universe and into his. A vast, wet mass pushed through the opening, forcing it wider to accommodate its bulk. Thousands of glowing red eyes covered the thing, each staring past him at a world with 2 moons. A nausea gripped him. His stomach clenched and his heart ached. One eye twitched in his direction, and the weight of the universe folded in on him, pushing Ty free of the dream. Ty woke, the dreams as clear as memories, his breath coming in pants. He lay there, fighting terror for most of an hour. Nothing he'd seen made sense. It could have been a prophecy, warning, or a distant vision of what was happening in another world for all he knew. It didn't feel like the fiery visitation, but that didn't mean much. Maybe it's a warning. Maybe I was just shown what I'll be up against. If that was true, it meant that he needed to adjust his plans. One key piece of gamer knowledge he'd learned over the years was to adapt according to the campaign he was in. If the game was a one-off, a quick little power trip, or exploration scenario, he'd pick his gear and character build to optimize for a couple sessions, and there was no need for anything long-term. In an epic campaign, long-term strategy was the key to success. Ty rolled out of bed and walked to his pile of notes, adding observations and adjustments to them. He scratched out power level ASAP and replaced it with be different. After he'd tweaked and reviewed his outline, he got dressed and left his room. The rent-controlled apartment he shared with his grandmother was small, and it was generous to call the steps to the living room a hallway. His grandmother was asleep in her rocking chair just a few feet from the television, a blanket tucked just beneath her chin. She looked older and thinner than he'd like, but there was still stubborn strength in the line of her jaw. Despite her age, Ty knew she could still be a force to be reckoned with. The woman had raised him into early adulthood, and he knew all too well what she was capable of.
"Stop staring at me," Grandma Blair croaked out, popping one dark eye open to glare at him. "What's up? Are you hungry? Eggs again?"
Sometimes Ty wondered whether his grandmother took notes from crotchety old people on the shows she watched. "Cheese eggs would be good," Ty admitted. "Also, do you have any of the old gaming books stored anywhere?" Growing up, he hadn't had many friends. When he developed an interest in tabletop role-playing games, his grandmother had taken on reading the books and becoming his first game master. This was before he'd found online gaming. None of the books in the image had been gaming books per se, but all of them included gaming-adjacent elements, and he needed to be thorough. Maybe that 10-foot pole would come in useful in the other world. Popping her other eye open, Blair worked her way to her feet and folded her blanket. Both Grandma Blair and Grandpa Billy had been in the military, and Blair still maintained some of those habits. Not that either of them had passed that knowledge down to Ty. The only trait he'd inherited from either of them was his obsessive need to control a situation as much as he could. Grandpa Billy's motto had been, "Be prepared or be fucked by those who are." Ty had taken the saying to heart.
"Of course I have them. Why, are you thinking of getting back into gaming with friends? If so, I support it. You really need to get out more. Make real friends, not just sit and stare at the computer all day. Hell, maybe you'll meet a girl."
Blair walked to the closet where they stored the games. Her thin arms shook slightly as she picked out a stack of worn manuals. As she carried them to the dining table and set them down with a thud. Ty hesitated, seeing how frail she'd become reminded him of his doubts the night before. Could he really leave Blair behind, potentially forever? Guilt rose, but he forced it aside. One of his assumptions was that he'd either receive some way to preserve Blair's life, or that he'd ultimately return to Earth and be better equipped to help her through whatever came next. If he let doubt or fear rule his every thought, he'd get nothing done. Don't complicate things. Keep it simple. Prepare, train, focus on the big plan. Assume the worst, hope for the best. Grandma, I'm thinking of enlisting, but first I need to get myself together. I want to take some classes and learn to shoot. I may need some help getting what I need together. Will you loan me some money if I need it for equipment or a gym membership or something? Blair stood in place, glaring at him.
What does enlisting have to do with your old gaming books?
She seemed about to say more, then hesitated. One hand lingering on the books, she assessed him with a critical gaze. Ty was tall, just over 6 feet, and wasn't dramatically out of shape. He wasn't in shape either. It wasn't like he'd maintained a gym membership for the last few years, nor did he like to leave the house. If Blair hadn't been the one overseeing their simple meals, no doubt Ty would have been in trouble. He loved chocolate.
Enlisting?
Blair asked, chewing on the word.
I guess it makes sense. Your mom and dad weren't big on the military, you know. But the military might be a way for you to get out and build some sort of future. Assuming you don't get dead.
Ty just let Blair vent. Interrupting when she was on a rant often led to dire consequences. Glancing down to the books, then across the room to a small bookshelf, she said,
You know what Billy and your dad would say, right? They'd tell you to think hard about what you're going to do. They'd remind you of the importance of being a good person.
After his father's death and his mother's long absence, Blair and Grandpa Billy had become everything to Ty. They'd done their best to handle his strange behaviors, even trying to teach him to be the best person he could be. I know, Ty said. Rapping her knuckles against the top book, Blair said,
You know, the military isn't going to make you into a character from your books. You're not going to become some sort of ninja assassin or soul-drinking badass. This is real life. You'll need to be disciplined, follow orders, and make hard decisions. Are you sure this is something you want?
Yeah, I think so. He didn't have a choice, not if he wanted to be the man his grandparents had tried to raise him to be. Blair wasn't religious, but both she and Billy had been deeply spiritual. Billy had taught Ty the basics of meditation and even given him a book on right living. On nights when Blair wasn't acting as his personal dungeon master or discussing fantasy books with him, Billy had made it a point to take time to engage in discussions about ethics and moral behavior. Neither had said so, but Ty figured they were both worried he might act out one day. He didn't see things the way other people did sometimes. That was part of why his mother left. Reflecting on the situation, Ty abruptly wondered what the other random people would see as their inspiration for visiting the other world. He doubted they were all just like him. Would someone with a different background be told to watch Narnia, Stardust, or Silent Hill, maybe with some Conan or Rambo mixed in? Blair agreed to lend Ty money for his preparation. She didn't have much. Her combined retirement with Grandpa's was enough to keep them going and put Ty back into college if he wanted, and not much more. He thanked her, helped her make her amazing cheesy eggs, then retreated to his room. It was time to begin the next phase. He took stock. Ty didn't bring much to the table other than being relatively young and not unhealthy. Compared to the characters in the books listed in the fire, he had an advantage because he knew what was coming. Only the main character in Heroes Die had been well adapted and ready for his adventures. That book was odd, though. That it was included suggested several things. First, the protagonist in that book had gone back and forth between worlds based on a schedule. Second, there'd been a decidedly sci-fi and apocalyptic feel to the world. He wasn't sure how to make those facts fit with the traditional Portal fantasy setup, so he ignored them. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. Between predatory loans and a small grant from Blair, he believed he could scrape together around $80,000 over the course of a few days. It felt like a lot of money, and not enough all at once. Walking the tiny circuit of his open floor, Ty went through the plans he'd developed the night before. There was no telling what the rules, limitations, or layout of the other world would be. He may or may not have access to fresh food or water, and there might not be any local resources at all. He'd need to bring his own supplies and know how to find more if the worst came down to it. That meant hunting and fishing were a priority. A combat was going to happen. Other than basic survival, his top priority was getting himself ready for actual life-or-death situations. Whether it was monsters, aliens, locals, or other players, he'd eventually have to fight. And the question is, will this be all player versus environment or player versus player? He asked out loud, seeing how either idea made him feel. He didn't relish the idea of killing. Not that the notion itself bothered him. He knew intellectually that animals died for food and hunting as sport was a good thing. He also figured if monsters were real and attacking him, he'd have no qualms about defending himself. On the other hand, there was something inherently messy about the notion of taking a life. Thinking of killing other people, either locals or other players, made him uneasy, so he ignored that train of thought altogether. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. Ty started a new list, making 2 columns. In the first column, he wrote all the things he knew he had to do. He had to get in shape, manage his time, and so on. In the second column, he listed the classes he needed to take. A lot went into that column, complete with every type of martial arts instruction he'd found in the area. Thankfully, he and Grandma lived in one of the most metropolitan cities in the country. He'd found instructors for most of what he'd needed within a 45-minute drive. There was a fencing and historic martial arts group just south of the city, and one of the most popular fighting gyms in the world was just a few miles down the road. Sitting at his computer, Ty began mapping out his ideal plan onto a spreadsheet. He listed each skill he wanted and cross-referenced it with locations, times of availability, user ratings, cost, and drive time. Treating the sheet like he would a gaming campaign, he plotted ways to maximize his uptime, minimize his downtime, and use every penny effectively. He even researched optimal nutrition and recovery times, just to be sure he was giving his body every opportunity to recover and adapt. Once he had the list together, each line color-coded based on desirability, he began calling and emailing each of the locations, starting with the top picks and working his way down. By noon, he had an optimized schedule along with driving routes mapped out. He'd even allowed himself a solid 10 hours of sleep a night once he quit his day job. Quitting was a requirement, he knew, if he was going to manage enough time to accomplish anything meaningful. The final total for all the training and the associated equipment was just $24,000, and that included multiple one-on-one training sessions with world-class professionals. Compared to his salary, it was a lot of money. Given the predicted value, it was a bargain. Ty first called his job to quit. It was an uncomfortable conversation, considering that he wasn't giving them 2 weeks' notice. He used the rest of the day to get his money in order. The shady loan companies were happy to send him the money along with the paperwork agreeing to 25% compound interest. And the rest of the day was spent filling out applications and driving to places in person when they didn't have an online sign-up option. He didn't enjoy leaving the apartment. His car was old and borderline dangerous to drive. The last time he'd been able to afford fresh brakes was nearly 3 years ago, shortly after he'd inherited it from his father. Worse yet, there were people outside. And behind computers, with the concrete clarity of text, people were so much easier to talk to and understand. In the real world, there was subtext, pretext, and agendas, none of which made any sense. If there'd been any other way to go about his plan, he'd have done everything from the comfort of his home. The plan was everything, though. He had to execute. As he went through the day, Ty wondered about the circumstances he'd find himself in on the other side of the portal. He'd assumed that the other world would be full of magic and other fantasy elements, but what about the variables? How would transversal from one world to the other work? If he gained magical powers in one, would they function to the other? Would any of the equipment he planned to buy work in a magical world? If he brought guns, would physics apply normally? Would loot from the fantasy world transfer back to Earth? If so, would it function? During one of his stops, Ty sat in his car and jotted down his thoughts, listing the keywords of each carefully. He decided that, like with his training, his best bet was to assume the worst. If he planned on things breaking, on not being able to bring the loot back, and so on, then he could only be pleasantly surprised if they did. I might die on the other side, Ty thought, twisting the idea in his mind. Oddly, the concept wasn't as terrifying as it probably should have been. People? Scary. Situations he couldn't plan for or control? Terrifying. What was death but the ultimate outcome everyone had to plan for? If he didn't return, his primary concern was leaving Blair behind without support and potentially saddled with covering his bills. He considered getting a life insurance policy. Would one cover him vanishing months after he got it, though? Probably not. He also didn't want to ask her if she had one on him. Knowing her, she probably did. Let's face it, she takes care of me more than I do of her. I need to focus on the objectives in front of me and worry less about things I can't control. If Ty had one superpower, it was his ability to compartmentalize. Sometimes he felt like his mind was a vault, a place he could consciously arrange and sort. Now, once he decided something, he just put everything else, every distraction, away. He did that now, taking every concern about his absence and shuffling them into a corner at the back of his mind. His focus renewed, he put his notes away and continued to the next stop on his list. Once he got home that evening, Ty set about making a list of the equipment he'd be bringing with him. Since the portal would be open for 3 minutes, and it would open wherever he was, he took the wording to mean he could game the system. Over the next weeks, depending on his training, he would make a list of items that he could afford that were legal and that could reasonably fit on a trailer or some sort of wagon. The idea of driving a wagon full of modern goods into a fantasy world made Ty smile. Feeling accomplished, he went to sleep with a sense of satisfaction. Everything was coming together. He had a plan, and he'd pulled the trigger on executing it. All he had to do was hang on for 6 months. Chapter 3. Hanging on. Time until portal opening. 0 months. 3 weeks. 2 days. Ty woke as he had for almost every day of the last 5 months. Sore. Based on his estimates, he'd hoped to dedicate at least 700 meaningful hours of training before the portal opened. Injuries, a cold, holidays, and doctor visits for Grandma had taken a chunk out of that number. Rolling out of bed, he groaned as he padded to the wall. The note fractal was streamlined these days, left only with the things he had yet to accomplish or was close to completing. A pile of discarded papers sat at the edge of his computer desk, complete with lists of skills he'd been unable to pick up quickly enough. Spearfishing was not as easy as he'd hoped. After his morning review, he turned to look at the mirror that he'd hung on the back of his bedroom door. He had begun his training soft, with bad posture and no experience with anything physically taxing. Now he looked a lot more like any other athletic college student his age. Part of him felt disappointed he hadn't changed more, maybe taken on the appearance of a fitness influencer or something. Still, he had a confidence and facility with his body now that he imagined most people his age would respect. On a positive note, the skills he'd gained overshadowed his lack of physical transformation. After reviewing his schedule for the day, he sat in front of his computer and reread sections from the prophecy books. He'd found himself returning to Thomas' Covenant time and time again, drawing inexplicably to the brutality of the mythical world and of the mistakes the hero had made. It was that fascination that drove many of his plans for what would come next. There were objective truths in the world. There was a way to choose right over wrong, good over evil. And once he knew what he was dealing with, Ty was determined to play whatever game this was by his rules, no matter what. He dressed, gathered his equipment, and left the room.
"You should take more time off, kiddo,"
Blair announced as he walked in. He'd slept late, nearly until noon, and she was busy making lunch. Ty could smell chicken sizzling on the pan and saw several plates of fruit and vegetables already laid out. Despite the meals he prepared for himself, Grandma had insisted on doing what she could to support him. Over the past months, Blair had begun treating Ty differently. For years, she'd taken an overt, almost protective interest in anything he did. Now she was supportive of whatever fun insanity he was up to and left him alone. Oddly, Ty felt closer to his grandmother lately than he had since Billy passed. "No can do," he replied, swinging his golf bag down and resting it against a wall before taking a seat at the dining table. And their kitchen was part of the living room, less in an open floor plan kind of way and more of a very limited space kind of way. If they didn't live in apartments near downtown, someone might have mistaken their home for a single wide trailer. Ty's kitchen seat was barely 6 feet away from the stove and microscopic dishwasher. "You know," Ty said thoughtfully, "if you didn't cook the way you do, I doubt I'd have been anywhere near the shape I am now." He patted his stomach to reinforce the words. His gut was almost gone, something Blair had remarked on regularly. Blair snorted.
"If you'd spent literally any of your life outside for more than school, you'd be collecting girls, not swords right now."
"Are you still pissed that I took up HEMA?" he asked. The historical martial arts group specialized in recreating actual combat techniques from the past. Joining them had been the simplest way for him to learn sword fighting realistically, without taking up fencing. No one fenced in fantasy books. Dipping her spatula into the sizzling pan, Blair made a practiced motion and flipped one breast onto a plate. She paused long enough to pass it to him before replying,
"Fuck yes, I am. Chasing people around with swords might help your cardio, but otherwise it isn't going to do shit in the real military. The gun stuff, sure, I approve of basically everything you've said you're doing. But swords and dress up, it just feels frivolous."
Ty shrugged her complaints off and tucked into the food. She wasn't wrong, and he was tired of the argument. He'd explained more than once that HEMA and sword fighting helped with his martial arts. Like she'd said, there was the cardio aspect, but there was also the balance and diversity it brought to his skill set. Hell, one of the best things it did was teach him how to take a hit. And Blair wasn't about to accept that logic. To Blair's point, he had no clue which skills or equipment he'd invested in would legitimately show value in the other world. He'd had to rank his options, price them, and make educated guesses. What he did know was that the books and the prophecy had given him an advantage he was not about to squander. How would Thomas Covenant have fared if he'd gone into the other world optimistically, with genuine enthusiasm and appreciation for the world, as well as a high-powered long-range rifle? He had no plans to kill anyone who wasn't a monster. If another player attacked him, well, he'd see.
"What's today?"
Blair asked as she slid into the seat across from him with her plate. Eyeing his grandmother, Ty stood up and got filtered water for them both. The little red light on the filter blinked when he turned it on. Since he'd taken his loans out and put literally everything into the training and preparation, some necessities around the house had fallen through the cracks. The range, then gym and Krav Maga, he answered. Jim says I'll qualify for my brown belt soon. Another 2 or 3 months, and he thinks I'd qualify for black. Ty had made progress in a lot of areas. He was at least capable of foraging for nuts and berries now, and he knew how to skin and prepare his own food. He also knew how to shoot a variety of guns and use a bow, but the areas he'd excelled at had shocked him. When it came to knives, swords, and Krav Maga, Ty was exceptional. Despite who he thought he was until now, Ty had discovered that he craved the intensity of intimate violence.
"I'm proud of you,"
Blair said, forking up a bite of food. The announcement, made so evenly, almost offhandedly, shook him. Blair wasn't one to give compliments or show warmth, not in that way. Part of him couldn't help but wonder how their relationship might have been different if Ty had been more traditional. Or, he added, what if I'd been shit at everything instead? Would she still be proud of me if I were a failure? I appreciate it, Grandma, he replied.
"Now, what are we going to do with all these packages?"
she said later, after they'd finished their meal. Hooking a thumb, she indicated the veritable mountain of Amazon boxes lining a wall of the living room. They will all be out in a few days, I promise. I rented a storage space for the next couple of weeks, which should be all I need it for. After that, I'm going on that trip I told you about. You'll have the house all to yourself until I'm back. Ty had fabricated the story of going on a hiking trip before he enlisted. In theory, most of the packages held survival goods. The reality was a bit more diverse than that. High-quality survival gear was expensive, and he'd wanted to travel as lightly as he could. If Blair had opened boxes, most of what she would have found would have supported his story. The rest, however... Blair sniffed, looking vaguely skeptical. He was fairly sure that she at least suspected he was planning to just go walk about and not return. There was as much evidence of that as joining the military. It wasn't far from the truth either. Depending on how everything played out, he just might be gone forever. Whenever he thought about being gone and leaving Blair alone, Ty reminded himself of his notes, his carefully constructed lists, and his plan. Those were the key to his success. It would make his adventure different from the others. Flashing Blair a reassuring smile, Ty stood and leaned over the kitchen table to kiss her cheek. She reached up and patted his shoulder, wishing him well on his way out. The gun club was the second furthest place he had to go in his training circuit. Just outside of the city, near an industrial complex, the range was little more than a storefront with 2 shooting arenas. One arena was a near 2,000-meter range. The other was a close combat simulation environment for law enforcement and movie star-type training. Ty had picked the place because a movie star he liked had used it to train for a movie. A small yellow neon sign with the flickering words, "Iron Sights," greeted Ty as he pulled up. With no other signage, and without the near-constant gunfire, people driving by might have assumed it was a random pawn shop in the middle of nowhere. And when he'd researched the place, he'd found it didn't even have a website. And sliding out of his beat-up Honda Civic, he collected his hard-walled golf bag and made his way inside.
"Hey, Ty!"
Bradley called out. The elderly black man was one of the owners and had helped him choose his guns back when he'd first signed up. He'd also given him a few free lessons as soon as he'd paid his dues to the club. Without his help, he doubted he'd be as proficient as he was, nor would he have guns that sounded as cool as St. Victor. Ty considered Bradley one of his first real-life friends, one he'd added to the Friends to Save list he'd started a few weeks ago. He waved at Bradley and gestured to the locked gate at the back. "I'm going for 600 today, Mr. Bradley. Think I'll make it?" A buzzing Ty through the gate, Bradley squinched his eyes and shook his head.
"Doubt it. You're getting pretty reliable at 5, but 6 might be pushing it. Wishing yous luck, though."
Rifles and handguns hadn't come as naturally as some of his other skills, but Ty knew that he'd be relying on both substantially in whatever happened next. And this was assuming something on the other side didn't simply disable his guns. That was always a factor to consider. Weaving past the locked gate and into the secure preparation zone beyond, Ty carefully extracted his rifles from the golf bag. He'd purchased 2 Tikka T3Xs with .308 rounds to keep matters simple. He figured having 2 of the same weapon meant that in the event of a catastrophic failure or a loss, the equipment from one would work on the other. And with compatible laser sights and other accessories, both together had cost him nearly $6,000, over a tenth of his remaining funds. He knew they'd be worth it. The weapons had incredible stopping power and were easily accurate over 800 yards, depending on the user's skill. Sadly, Ty could barely hit a little over half that distance reliably. Ty pulled a checklist out of a back pocket and set it beside his bench. It comforted him, despite having it memorized by heart. The list was simple, covering basic safety and maintenance, and had been a cornerstone of Mr. Bradley's tutelage. A few minutes later, he put the now crumpled list away and went out to the range. He did well during practice, hitting the fist-sized pie plate at 600 meters several times. Of course, both he and the target were still, but it was progress. One way or the other, he felt confident he was about as capable with a rifle as he was going to get unless he could pit himself against real moving targets. And no doubt on the other world he'd find plenty of those.
"You still doing that bow shooting, too?"
Mr. Bradley asked an hour later after Ty had cleaned up. Ty shook his head. "Here and there, but I'm not really passionate about it. Bow shooting might be more practical from an ammunition perspective, but there's just no beating around effectiveness when you've got guns available." Mr. Bradley had an assistant who taught bow hunting. Ty had taken his survival class from her on top of the archery lessons. Unfortunately, in the list of skills he had gone for, archery had proven a complete dud. The best he could say about it was he knew how to fire the arrow and not scrape the inside of his forearm.
"Ain't no skin off your back. It's not like you'll be shooting bows and arrows in the military anyway,"
Mr. Bradley said. Ty had told Mr. Bradley the same story he'd sold his grandmother. He was preparing to enlist and wanted to do his absolute best. And maybe the reason he'd gotten better shooting guns over archery was because as soon as word about his imminent enlistment got out, other people besides Mr. Bradley had taken it upon themselves to help him learn the basics. One of the other shooters, a middle-aged woman wearing an unzipped camouflage jacket and a bright pink shirt with the words, "Pink Lovin' Shootin' Mom," on the chest, walked up from between 2 of the aisles and leaned against the store counter.
"How much longer before you go in, Ty?"
"I'll be here another 3 weeks if everything goes as planned."
Tai said. He felt a little embarrassed he didn't remember her name. There were a good number of women in the club, more than he might have expected, and she'd even given him some pointers once or twice. Pink Mom hadn't even batted an eye at Ty's initial awkwardness. If he talked to her again, he decided that he'd seriously consider getting her real name so he could add her to the Friends to Save list. Leaning against the counter, Pink Mom turned to Mr. Bradley with a look Tai recognized as the about to gossip for hours phase of the social interaction. One thing Tai had learned was that gun people were way more social than he had expected, given that practice was a largely solo endeavor. Holding a hand up, he gave them both a weak smile. "Gotta go. Next practice is in 35 minutes, and I need to get clear through town. I'll see y'all tomorrow." Nodding as if to acknowledge Ty's haste, the two kept talking anyway. Mr. Bradley and Pink Mom let Ty go a solid 5 minutes faster than he'd expected. And once he got back into his car, he sighed and pulled the visor down. He had copies of his schedule everywhere, and seeing the one tucked away in his car helped him regain his focus. And there were a surprising number of people on Ty's Friends to Save list now. It was one thing to care about real people. It was another entirely to enjoy small talk. What even was the point? If it didn't get someone to an objective, why do it at all? "People are strange," he muttered, half smiling as he raised the visor. A little over 2 hours later, after completing his functional weight training routine, Tai made his way through the gym into the connected dojo. The ultimate sports arena was aptly named and almost one of a kind. It was one of the few schools in the country that had a full gym with fitness classes and a robust fight training school all in one. Years ago, before it had expanded to include the additional bells and whistles of the gym, a group of successful fighters had come together to form a sort of training federation. Their elite brotherhood fighting organization had grown into a top school for up-and-coming fighters. Tai trained MMA, Krav Maga, and Sambo with members of that team, paying top dollar for the opportunity to do so. The dojo was smaller compared to the sprawling gym and had 2 enclosed boxing rings with padded floors. This wasn't a place for mass kata practice or large group exercises, although they had an adjacent room specifically for grappling and tumbling. They had built the sports arena for highly practical real-world training, not show work. Dressed in his white combat uniform with a simple blue belt, Tai walked past a few trainees sparring with target pads. Some onlookers acknowledged him with nods or waves. One girl, a short blonde named Jessica, even smiled at him slightly as he passed. Her smiles were a recent development, one that made him feel vaguely uneasy. He'd learned a lot in the past few months. A casual conversation with women was not one of those things. A big bald man with a shockingly bright smile approached when he stopped in front of the second boxing ring.
"What are we working on today?"
Jim asked, dark eyes dancing with anticipation. Jim was a Middle Eastern man of middle age and was an expert in half a dozen fighting styles, chief amongst which was Krav Maga. Tai had seen Jim disable 5 opponents in a matter of seconds in a tournament demonstration once. He'd read online that Jim had real-world fighting experience, which was one reason Tai had joined the gym. According to some unsubstantiated rumors, Jim had killed in those altercations. After training extensively with them, with multiple one-on-one sessions, Tai could confidently say Jim was the real deal. He was also one of the few people who seemed to understand Tai. Once he'd learned about Tai's need for lists, he'd set time aside and broken down every step of the training for him, going so far as to email him a list of moves to watch and learn, with step-by-step guides and a project plan to achieve his goals. With Jim's oversight, Ty wouldn't be where he was today. He was on the Friends to Save list. "I need more practice against a bunch of people," Ty said, returning Jim's smile honestly. "I'm feeling good one-on-one, but there's just something about 3 or 4 that worries me." Without hesitation, Jim raised his voice.
"Sarah, Henry, Isaac, and Leslie, get in the ring. I want you to beat the tar out of Ty for me."
2 pairs of sparring partners stopped what they were doing and made their way toward the ring. "Be my guest." Jim waved to indicate Ty should head in. Ty dropped his bag on a bench and padded up before stepping into the ring. Standard padding for the dojo required full coverage for head, hands, chest, and thighs. After a few punishing lessons, Ty had added foot pads like the rest of Jim's students. Foot stomps, along with several unconventional moves, were enthusiastically encouraged during spars, and those hurt. Positioning himself at the center of the 4, with maybe 3 feet of reach between each of them, Ty shook out his hands and assumed an open, relaxed stance. From just outside of the ropes, Jim waited for Ty to finish before announcing, "Begin!" Time didn't quite slow, but it kind of also did. As soon as Jim said the word, Ty felt bubbles rush up his spine and an inexplicable joy shoot through every nerve of his body. He felt that thrill almost every time he sparred under Jim's tutelage. It was probably why Krav Maga had become his favorite fighting style. Ty sped forward and to his left. Sarah's arm came up, fist clenched, to block his expected attack. He jerked, lightning fast, hammering his forearm into Sarah's wrist and knocking her arm to the side using his superior strength. His hand slid down the opening he'd created, and he captured her throat as he continued to step around her feet. In half a second, he'd clotheslined her to the floor and moved away from his other 3 opponents. Isaac and Henry were both larger than Ty, with visible muscles straining at their uniforms, and both were incredibly fast. Each stepped forward to flank him, throwing punches as Leslie prepared to rush in on any gaps. Bobbing, Ty attempted to block the flurry of attacks with his forearms, elbows, and head. And many of the brutal punches landed, with only the padding on their fists keeping the pummeling from taking him out of the fight. He grinned through the pain, and through practice and training he discovered a uniquely meditative joy in fighting, even when he lost. Ty twisted to one side and bent half over, slamming one of his elbows into Isaac's thigh. The man grunted in pain and fell. The maneuver left Ty open, and Henry aimed a stomp at Ty's left foot. Ty slid to the side in the last instant, but the maneuver left him off balance. Leslie took advantage of the opening and surged forward, pushing his chest with both hands. He fell. Ty had not become as adept at other martial arts styles as the straightforward Krav Maga, but he'd learned how to take a fall well enough. He rolled, turning his momentum so that he was within reach of Henry's leg. He grabbed Henry's ankle and kicked up into the man's stomach. The surprise maneuver lifted Henry into the air a few inches and left him gasping for breath. Leslie followed Ty's descent, perfectly timing a stomp to his chest. Exhaling, he took the heavy blow on his sternum. Winded, he fumbled until he found her foot. Grinning excitedly, he twisted roughly. She protected her joint, twisting with the motion and falling to the ground next to him. "Done!" Jim announced once everyone was down. The match had lasted about 30 seconds. Jumping to his feet, Ty extended a hand to Leslie, and she took it affably. He respected her a lot. She and most of the other students who came during the day were serious fighters. The day crew was big on attending actual legitimate tournament fights. Leslie had invited him to go with them more than once. Unfortunately, his schedule didn't allow for it. In other words, perhaps... "That was good," Jim said, proceeding to point out the mistakes Ty and his sparring partners had made in quick, simple terms. There was no discussion of who won. Tai had taken a beating during the match, with his arms, chest, and face feeling it. He'd also delivered devastating attacks to his opponents, and not that any of them were seriously wounded. These people were among the top fighters in the dojo and knew how to pull a punch and take a hit. In the real world, it would have been about who got back up and how fast, not about points or perceived winners and losers. In another world with real stakes, Tai knew he would have lost. Again? Tai asked as soon as Jim was done with his critique. As expected, his sparring partners were willing. These people, like him, paid for the extended hours and attention Jim gave. All of them hoped to have careers in the sport or something adjacent to it once they completed their training. 2-1, and none of them ever turned down the opportunity to spar unless there was a medical reason. By the end of the session, Tai was covered with bruises and soaked in sweat. Staggering on a leg that felt like it needed a solid 2 days of rest before he did anything with it, he limped over to his seat and fell into place. To his credit, most of those he'd sparred with looked only a little better than he felt. Not that he'd done all that damage himself. Between his bouts, the rest of the class stayed busy, too. "Tai, can I ask you something?" Jim asked, moving to sit next to Tai on the bench as he removed his protective gear. "Sure. Where do you want to go with this?" He waved at the general area of the dojo. "You're easily in the top 5% of my students. You have the focus, the discipline. You've met or exceeded every goal I've given you. I give it another 2 years, tops, and you'll be teaching classes with me. A person like you doesn't do this so seriously without a bigger plan. You've said a few times you don't plan to fight for money. What's motivating you?" Tai thought of how to answer Jim's question. In some ways, his unexpected skill with Krav Maga complicated things. If events went as expected, he'd be relying on his guns more than his fists. Why punch a monster in the face when he could shoot it? To be fair, he was more than adequate with a gun, and even with knives and swords. With his fists, he was on another level entirely. As an infighter, things just clicked. People became pieces on a game board, and the steps to defeat them were maneuvers on a list. All social constructs, every self-imposed limitation he'd ever known, evaporated when he fought. Sometimes, especially lately, he was a little scared at just how much he yearned for the thrill of a good match. It was that very draw that was a problem. He couldn't afford to default to his hands when the time came. "We'll see in a few weeks," he said at last, flashing Jim what he hoped was an enigmatic smile. "I'll be taking a break, and we'll try to figure out what's next when the time comes." "Ah, yes. You mentioned that before. You still plan to enlist after?" Tai shrugged out of his chest protection and tucked it back into his bag. "That's the plan," he said, feeling vaguely guilty about lying to Jim. "I'll see you on the—" He almost said other side, but his tongue froze. As time passed, nearly anything remotely related to his trip through the portal triggered full muscle spasms. A beat later, he managed, "Way back." It sounded lame, even to him, and it probably didn't make sense. It was also all he had. "You're going to test for Brown in a couple of weeks, right?" Tai shook his head. "I'll be here to train a few more times, then out. I don't have much time to do much besides prep at this point. The test can wait until I return." He wanted to take the test, wanted more than anything to prove himself. The reality was he needed to transition from constant training to staging his gear. According to the warning, the portal would be open for 3 minutes, and he meant to make them count. Jim nodded, gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and said his goodbyes. It was nearly time for him to get home. Watching him go, Tai felt a sharp pang of loss. Over the past months, he had become a different person in many ways. His list of people he considered friends was longer than he'd dared consider.
"Hey, Tai,"
Jessica called, walking over. She dressed for the evening, wearing jeans and a simple t-shirt that hugged her fit physique. Tai glanced down, instinctively uncomfortable with eye contact outside of the sparring arena. "Hi, Jessica. What's up?"
I was wondering if you'd like to come hang out with a few of us. We're doing a late dinner, and I'd love to discuss some of those new moves Jim has been training you on.
She paused, waiting for Tai to glance at her face, then continued with a beaming smile.
"Come on, I'll bribe you with coffee."
"Coffee?" Tai asked, gesturing at the dark sky through the dojo window. Jessica laughed. It was a pleasant, warm sound, throatier than Tai would have expected.
"Or whatever it is you drink, silly."
His heart picking up speed, he struggled to respond. One of his gamer friends had asked if Tai had a crush on any of his new sparring partners. He didn't think he had a crush on anyone. How would he know? They want to hang out with me. There has to be a reason, an agenda. What else could there be? I can't, Tai said lamely. "I've got a list, you see, and a tight schedule." Arching a brow, Jessica said,
"I just lost a bet. Leslie said you wouldn't come. I said you would."
Leaning in, Jessica poked his chest. She had short, practical nails.
"I'll let you off the hook tonight, as long as you promise to make time once you're back from whatever you're planning for. All right?"
Uncomfortable, Tai swallowed and said, "Promise." Later, on his drive home, he felt a strange ache inside his chest. It felt like loneliness. The skills he'd gained over the past few months had changed his perception. He'd met people, grown to know and like them. It seemed some of those people actively wanted him around. Suddenly, Tai wasn't sure he wanted to go on the silly quest. A brief heat seared through his temples. The writing in fire appeared in his mind's eye, the script and its dire warning a fist around his heart. He had to go. The people he now valued, the very reasons he was considering staying, they were the very purpose for this strange quest. Tai just wished he'd known that training to become a badass on another world would make him long to stay on his own. Chapter 4. Portals. Time until portal opening. 0 months, 5 days. Doorbells chimed as Tai walked into the shop. It was a cold, if comfortable-looking business with plush leather seats and art decorating the walls. A heavy-set black man behind the counter sat up, putting a book down. Tai stepped up, amazed at just how much ink decorated the man's skin. "I'd like these tattooed on the inside of my forearms, please," Tai said, handing the man 2 pieces of paper.
Okay, so one is a list of names. Do you want the title included too? What about the font?
"Yeah, the title is important. Font needs to be very legible no matter what," Tai replied, shaking a little. He wasn't afraid of the pain, not after all the training he'd gone through. The problem was that he knew going to the other side would mean giving up on his lists. He'd be bringing tools to write with, including his phone, but the possibility of losing access to them was inescapable. This was the only way he knew he could keep it together.
And this other one, you've got phrases here. Putting them on your forearm is going to make them small.
He pointed at, "Don't become a murder hobo," and said,
Well, that's going to take up a lot of skin if you want it to be legible.
"Where would you recommend? The thing is, I need to be able to see and read them. I don't care about anything else." The man's eyes widened a bit.
You want to read them, eh? That's different. Good to know. You don't want us inking them in the wrong direction.
He held a calming hand out at Tai's expression.
No worries, man. We'll stencil it first before we do the lights. In terms of spacing and you being able to read it, I'm going to recommend thighs. Maybe both if you want this full list done.
"One forearm and both thighs are fine," Tai said with a thigh. "The problem is I need this done now. Do you have anyone who can see me right now? I'll pay whatever you need. I just have to get this done." With his offer to pay extra, an artist miraculously appeared and set to work. Time until portal opening: 0 days, 0 hours. He devoted the rest of the week to prep. The $50,000 he'd allocated for equipment and goods was mostly spent. Included on the laundry list of items was an all-terrain electric ATV, 3 6-wheeled dollies rated at 1 ton each, top-tier survival gear, his weapons, and a ton of charging and recharging tools. He'd also purchased quite a few disposable goods like cheap watches if he found a merchant to trade with. He had opted not to bring sophisticated laptops or recording equipment, though he had considered it. Going over and collecting proof of his trip might have seemed like a good idea. He just wasn't willing to risk the expense or space that it would cost him for a maybe. Once he closed his outstanding accounts and said his last goodbyes, he went to the storage unit. He'd found the unit in an ideal location. It was only a few blocks down from his house, big, and had a door that opened in a loading dock for the adjacent buildings. Although the 1 month of rent had been expensive, the location and private space for maneuvering were crucial for his plans. Tai's sigh echoed in the big storage unit as he finished loading the last of the hard-bodied storage crates onto the back of one dolly. Moving briskly, he secured the boxes with a bungee cord. Boxes secured, chains checked, ATV powered, weapons locked and loaded, ammunition stowed, daggers sheathed, goggles charged, meals packed. I should be good to go. Tai chanted his preparation list like a litany, going through it in his mind, even as he pulled a copy from beneath one of his combat gloves. He was relieved to see that he'd recited it correctly. He walked to the front of the four-wheeler, pleased with the look. He thought it had been an inspired purchase. He'd known he would need some way to get his stuff through the portal quickly, and had no clue how wide the portal would be. Assuming nothing in his plan broke or the portal prevented the transfer of his goods, the electric vehicle had just enough power to manage him and the fully loaded dollies he'd chained behind it. In his testing, the ATV had gotten up to 7 miles an hour on pavement. He gave it even odds that it would last the day wherever he went. In basically every one of the prophecy books, the heroes had ended up in unfriendly terrain. Tai's watch dinged a 30-minute reminder. It was near 10 o'clock at night, and the sounds of the city beyond the loading dock grew muted. His grandmother was in bed, their goodbyes over hours ago. She hadn't cried. He almost had. That he hadn't been able to talk to her to convey anything about what might happen next was a splinter in his heart, and that he couldn't talk was an undeniable boon, and that it gave him the proof he needed to do all this. But it also meant that he could leave, die, and his grandma would never know. He looked down at the still healing tattoo along the inside of one arm, thinking about the people who had become important to him over the past months. It didn't have all the names on his friends to save list, and just most of them. The J in one name peeked out briefly before he pulled the sleeve back up. Laden with nearly 30 pounds of equipment, Tai straddled the ATV and started the engine. The brushless motor came to life with a whisper. Stretching out, he pressed the button to open the bay doors, then slowly eased his way out. He'd practiced this a few times once he'd gotten the ATV and the dollies, and it paid off. Accelerating slowly, he added tension until the chains were taut and pulled forward with no issue. The wheels on the dollies had smooth, soundless action. Other than the rattle of the chains, his miniature convoy was nearly silent. Once his ATV and well-laden dollies were out of the storage building, Tai hopped off and closed the storage room. The automatic lights went off as the metal sheet clicked onto the pavement. The sound was still echoing through the air when the portals appeared. For a moment, Ty felt incredible relief. He hadn't been going insane. He hadn't made everything up and had some sort of mental break with reality. This was real. Then he pulled himself together. Things were not as he'd expected. There wasn't one portal. There were 4. Each of the portals was framed with a metal arch etched with runes. Within each was a glowing oval, approximately 6 feet tall and 4 wide. The interior of each swirled with a mixture of fractalized opaque colors, reminiscent of his computer monitors during the first night, all those months ago. A genderless, bored-sounding voice whispered in Ty's ears.
"Hello, I've been assigned to be your guide. Until you earn your arbiter or die, I'm the one responsible for making sure everything is fair and balanced. Do me a favor, all right? Don't ask me stupid questions. I hate that."
Ty blinked, too stunned to speak.
"Ah, a silent type. Good. I like that. Anyway, as promised, here are your portals. Since choice is such an important part of balancing the scales between our worlds, choice is the core tenet of everything you're going to experience from here on out. Got that? Good. We're running out of time. Before you are 4 portals. Each leads to the same planet, just different places. At first, you won't be put in an overlapping area with another participant. This is to keep things from being problematic. You may look into each, but as soon as you step through, or
The voice hesitated.
drive through, the portal will close behind you. The way will come but once. As that one guy said in that book you read that time.
Something in what the voice said shocked Ty more than its presence. Okay, that's really creepy. Do you know everything I've read? Are you tailoring all of this like my books?
I know every piece of electronic media you've ever consumed. So no, not everything you've read. And no, we're not tailoring all of it like your books. We're using the books you've read as shortcuts to translate what's happening to you. It will make all of our lives easier if we don't have to spend hours info dumping on you. Make sense? You have less than 2 minutes left. By the way,
Motivated by the timer, Ty jumped down from his ATV and cautiously stuck his face through the first portal. He felt a momentary blurring of his vision, a vague sense of movement, and saw through the other side like he was looking through an open window. Heat blasted his face as he took in a burning, white-hot desert in the middle of nowhere. In front of him, maybe a mile away, was an oasis partially bisected by a stone structure. Without taking the time to analyze what he saw, Ty pulled his head out and looked into the next portals in quick succession. One was in the middle of a winding cobblestone road that went directly to what looked to be a rather sophisticated, if medieval-inspired, castle. The next appeared on the edge of a rocky outcropping overlooking a vast Asiatic series of buildings. That one reminded him a bit of the bad guys in the first Batman movie with Christian Bale. The final portal led to a verdant forest with wide-set ancient trees and dappled diffuse light.
less than 1 minute.
the voice intoned in his ear when he pulled his head back through the final portal. "Fuck me," Ty said out loud, unable to believe what he was seeing. He'd expected to go through a portal. One. Not find himself in a choose-your-own adventure where anything he did could kill him. "I don't suppose you can help me choose?" he asked. He needed the facts before he could make a list and weigh the best outcome.
Sure, I can. It'll take a few minutes to describe what you'll find behind each door. By then...
Ty didn't need the rest of the explanation. Less than a minute left. He had to act. Getting back on his ATV, he thought through his options. First, he didn't want to go anywhere that his ATV wouldn't go. That meant the desert and the mountains were out. Second, he didn't want to go anywhere with people. On the one hand, meeting the natives might be nice. They might come to him with open arms and provide him with all the information and support he needed to do whatever he had to do on the other side. Based on the prophecy image, however, he suspected rather the opposite. If he didn't get a lay of the land first, anyone he met was liable to see him as a target rather than someone to help. Rotating his hands to throttle forward, he rolled forward through the last portal. The end of his third dolly barely made it through before the portal closed behind him. Chapter 5. Epic Odds. The other side of the portal looked exactly like it had when he'd surveyed it. A trickle of light spilled through a thick overhead canopy, illuminating a gloomy but otherwise open woodland vista. The ATV's wheels struggled to find traction for a moment, but eventually gripped well enough for Ty to ease his convoy forward a few yards. "All right, now what?" Ty asked, looking around for anything to show what he should do next. As far as he could see, there was open space. A few stray butterfly-looking creatures drifted high above, outlined against what little light made it through. There were no signs of any larger animals as he would expect from a sizable forest. On the plus side, he could breathe, and the weather was temperate. Not that he'd expected to travel to a world where he immediately died. It had just been a possibility in a sea of horrible potentialities.
Before we give you your arbiter, you must complete one small, simple task to prove your worth.
The guide whispered in his ear, still sounding bored.
In 51 hours, if you have completed the quest, you will be granted your arbiter. If you cannot complete the task or die, all assistance will be forfeit. Loss of guidance would be, in all probability, fatal.
Ty thought that last sentence was delivered with a hint of irony-laced malice. The voice continued.
Directly ahead of you, approximately 1 mile, is a valley. In that valley, there is an infestation of centralized, hive-variant demon invaders. Your aim is to kill any one member of the infestation.
Ty's first response was a wave of relief. He'd expected that he would have to kill things. He didn't know whether the first things he'd fight would be men or monsters. Based on the name of the creatures, he figured he wouldn't have any moral compunction against taking one out. His second thought was concern over the word infestation. A large group of organized combatants would be a significant threat, supernatural abilities or not. "Guide, can I ask you questions about the task?" Ty asked, hoping the thing would function as a help tutorial or something. Sliding off his ATV, he drew one of his handguns and began looking around.
Yes, the rules mandate I must answer your questions, provided they are ones a native of our world would know.
The guide's voice didn't waver or change in distance or direction as Ty looked around the forest. He almost suspected it was coming inside his head, but the way its tone subtly modulated compared to how it had sounded in the alley led him to believe it was external. He'd need to be careful talking with the entity near enemies. And the sense of majesty in the forest contrasted with the guide's words. Unlike ancient earth forests, Ty was surprised to see that there wasn't much underbrush here. And perhaps the presence of magic changed the local ecology. I'm assuming when the Arbiter appears in 51 hours, any of these demons I've pissed off won't just conveniently vanish because I've completed the quest?
Yeah. You'd be very correct about that. Remember, we referenced your books to help you prepare for this, not your video games.
Gotcha, Ty said, rounding the trunk of a tree that must have been 30 feet around. So there isn't any inventory or loot system here? The guide took a moment before replying.
Sort of yes, sort of no. Definitely nothing you can use right now. Your Arbiter might help with that, depending on several future factors.
He was surprised to see no signs of wildlife. No alien squirrels or birds appeared, despite his quiet inspection. Frowning, he said, "All right, what can you tell me about the invaders? Are they strong, fast? Do they have special abilities I should know about?"
They are deadly,
the guide replied.
Stronger and faster than you, with significantly more durability. They are most active between sunset and the early morning. They are averse to sunlight, but it does not harm them. Being protected by the forest canopy gives them some advantages. They do not have any outstanding supernatural abilities that would make them an utterly overwhelming threat, however.
So much for an easy start, Ty thought as he made his way back to his ATV. And what kind of hive variation do they have? I'm assuming there are multiple types of hive in this world. Does that mean they have a queen or something?
These creatures have a centralized, evolving, clustered thought structure, while the lowest tier of these demons, the drones, are approximately as intelligent as a squirrel. Over time, they can develop into thinking, self-aware beings. Their bodies also change as they age. Their particular variation allows them to spread their intelligence out among lesser members of their kind over a modest distance. In time, captains and generals arise through their ranks. This makes any infestation of this type of demon a high risk for any area where they take root.
Ty pulled a notepad and travel pen out of a pocket and began taking notes. He processed the list for several minutes before asking, "Does this shared intelligence mean that they share senses too?"
No. Think of it more like sharing computer power. One general might have as much intellect or computing power of 3 or 4 regular humans from your home world. This would be enough to allow 12 or 13 of their captains to apply basic strategy, planning, and organization to their army. In turn, those captains can share their intellect with the drones, allowing them to recognize and obey basic commands.
"Makes sense," Ty said, getting back on his ATV. Knowing there was a time constraint, he refrained from asking the guide any further questions. Turning the ATV through the forest wasn't difficult, even if it went slower than on pavement. Guiding the convoy in the opposite direction of the infestation, he turned the throttle. With the soft loam of the forest floor to cushion the sounds of the tires, his little caravan made minimal noise as he navigated away from his point of ingress. Keeping one eye on his odometer, Ty coasted slowly and looked around as he drove, particularly at the forest floor. Just a few hundred feet into his trek, he found the first signs of life. There were piles of black scat just off the line of his path, near the base of one tree. Pausing, he got down to inspect the droppings. And the first clump fractured and crumbled at some prodding with his knife, revealing undigested bones. Whatever had made the spoor was a meat-eater. And coupled with the fact that he saw no fresh prints in the loam, he figured the owner hadn't been in the area for a while. To test his theory, he looked around to check his footprints. No strange magic filled them in, leading him to believe that his impression was correct. Making a few notes, Ty asked the air, "I don't suppose you'll tell me if this is demon shit?" There was no reply. Based on the lack of any animals, he felt confident that he was onto something. And just the name of the monsters lent credence to the idea that they would have foraged the forest clean. Monsters with the word demon in their names were always big on killing things. If that naming convention held true, he had a plan of what to do next. He drove until the odometer on his ATV read 3 miles. On the way, signs of life gradually became evident. He drove past a distant family of furry raccoon-looking creatures with glowing antennae. They saw him, responding with cautious glances, but neither attacked nor ran. He didn't bother them. He knew better than to mess with wildlife in his world, let alone another. One of Ty's biggest concerns were the predators. This was a large forest. On Earth, a place like this would have a few apex predators about. In a fantasy world, he guessed such things would put Earth's bears or hunting cats to shame. He hoped that the infestation would have scared the big hunters away far enough to make those less of a concern. He wasn't interested in killing a bunch of predatory boars or gigantic snakes for his first mission. Driving a few more minutes, Ty maneuvered his ATV next to a tree. Dismounting, he unhitched his dollies. He considered using a length of climbing chain to secure them in place, then thought better of it. Securing them might help if someone or something stumbled across his belongings. And then again, if he was trying to escape something, it might slow him down so much that he lost the supplies all the same. Without the dollies to slow him down, and even with periodic pauses to make notes about the trail, Ty made good time. It took him less than 20 minutes to make it back to the approximate area of the portal. Pulling to a stop, he checked the ATV battery power. It was still at 70%. He only had one backup battery, and with the tree cover, he didn't know when he'd be able to use one of his portable solar charges, so he dismounted rather than risk driving any further. With still no signs of anyone or anything that might be interested in him or his ATV, he left it in between 2 trees, pointed back toward his stuff. Reviewing his notes, he felt confident in his next steps. Taking his goggles, 1 rifle, and a canteen of water, he began hiking towards where the guide had said the infestation was. He glanced down at his watch as he went. It was midnight on Earth now. Thankfully, he was nocturnal at home, so it being daylight here worked out. He'd have to track the time and remap what the hours meant over the next few days. "What's your day-night cycle here, guide?" Ty asked, keeping his voice low.
Approximately the same as yours,
The voice replied, whispering and kind.
25.5 hours versus your 24.
So much for that crate of watches. Good to know. Thank you. He figured it was best to at least try to get on good footing with the guide while he could. And besides, his grandparents had both been big fans of politeness. He heard the demon encampment long before he saw it. They were loud. The sound of mining, of rocks hitting rocks, and loud chittering cries filtered through the trees minutes after his last conversation with the guide. And when he broke through the tree line and saw the promised valley, the cacophony was nearly deafening. Taking in the sight before him, Ty flinched. There was a small army in the valley. Chapter 6. You call this balance? Time until quest closure. 43 hours. Afraid of being spotted, Ty threw himself to the ground hard enough to take his breath away. And pulling his goggles into place, he pressed a button to activate magnification. Taking a moment to adjust to the new view, he swept the valley to make sure no one had seen him. He figured there was an even chance that he'd just made a black silhouette against the tree line. And when no movement signaled that he'd been spotted, he took out his notepad and pen. The valley was football-shaped. He was at the top of the long edge, maybe 1,000 meters from the opposite side. Side to side, it was half as long as it was wide. Along the outer rim of the valley, the ground sloped sharply and was rocky, looking like maybe a meteorite had created it. At its deepest point, aside from the excavation zone, which was a little off-center from the middle, and the valley floor was about 300 feet below the rim where Ty lay. His side of the valley was the steepest incline. On the other end, he spotted several gently sloping trails that would give someone access to and from the valley. Other than the steep edges, nearly every bit of the valley was full of the demons. Based on the description, Ty had expected some sort of orc army. He'd imagined a well-organized troop with tents and campfires and such, with all manner of poorly crafted weapon. While the demons weren't precisely disorganized, they were anything but well-equipped. There were 3 types of demons in the encampment, all of them covered with chitinous armor plates. Each type also had a glowing yellow gemstone embedded in their forehead. First were the dog-like ones. Hound-sized, they had 6 legs and were a mottled brown color with red bands around their joints. Their heads were arrow-shaped, and their eyes were yellow and beady beneath thumbnail-sized gems. The second were the humanoid bugmen. Looking at them reminded Ty a bit of dull yellow moths, with their overlapping leathery chitin bands hugging muscular bodies. Claw-tipped hands flexed and bent erratically as they interacted with one another, as if on the verge of attacking. Their heads were crested with short antennae and large multifaceted eyes perched high above flexible insectoid mouthparts. They had egg-sized gems high on their foreheads. As the demons moved about, some of them frighteningly quick, he observed their legs were backwards facing and multi-jointed. Finally, there was a larger, more refined version of the humanoids. These were head and shoulders taller, with smaller eyes and larger gems. Of the last group, a truly gigantic one sat in the center of the camp. Its basketball-sized crystal thrummed with a constant flickering of light. Hovering over the valley, another 200 feet above where Ty lay, there were 4 flapping banners. A rectangular, each banner floated in the approximate middle of each wall of the constraining valley. The banners radiated a malevolent glow that tinted the area below red. The loud, active excavation was near the big demon. Dozens of the humanoid demons clawed at the ground, tearing into the rock beneath. It didn't look to him that the process was efficient compared to men with pickaxes, though he rethought that when he saw several chunks of rock fly from just a few swipes. He couldn't imagine what one strike from a claw like that would do to his body, armored or not. He saw no sign of what they were digging for. Maybe they were like ground wasps preparing to build a nest. Ty set in to study the army and its movements, drawing and documenting everything he could. There were hundreds of creatures down there. Fortunately for him, as the guide had said, Most seemed brainless. They milled about, occasionally vanishing down a rabbit trail on the opposite side of the valley and returning with a fresh-caught animal of one sort or another. But there was nothing particularly organized about what they did. When two of them went at the same time and returned with something resembling a deer, a whole cluster of demons fell in on the animal, tearing it apart in a matter of seconds. Their lack of coordination would make it easy for him to pick one off and complete his quest. Then Ty saw something that made him realize just how utterly fucked he was. According to his labeling of them, the dogs were drones, the bigger of the humanoid demons were captains, and the largest one was their general. When several of the drones started snapping at one another, one of the captains looked over. Its forehead gem flashed in a quick pattern that was mirrored in each of the drones. In just a few seconds, the demons organized into a neat pack and flashed out of the camp in eerie harmony. They'd gone from disorganized to efficient pack hunters in seconds. Ty watched the cinder as the pack left, noting that it slumped and moved about with less purpose than before. The pack returned a few minutes later, working together to drag a woolly creature that might have been a very distant cousin of a moose into the camp. They brought the carcass directly in front of the general. He watched as light pulsed from his gem and reflected in nuanced, subtle ways through the entire camp around the returning pack. None of the demons moved to interrupt his feast. Unlike the demon who'd sent the pack, the general did not appear overly taxed by sharing its intellect with the others. Ty felt a fresh wave of terror watching how the big one ate. Not only could it motivate the army without going into torpor, but it was also strong enough to rip apart the sizable carcass with negligible effort. Handshaking, he jotted down notes about the general. Based on his estimation, the thing had to be as strong as a grizzly bear, if not stronger. There was no way Ty could confront any of this army and survive. All he had to do was make one mistake, underestimate the demons for an instant, and any of those captains would send half the army after him. They'd go from uncoordinated to deadly in the time it took him to count to 5. If he got within 100 meters of the general, he'd be dog food in less time than it would take to draw his gun. He got his cell phone out and took several pictures of the encampment, then eased away from the rim and made his way to his ATV. He drove back to his convoy unmolested, cursing his odds the entire time. His gut told him there had to be a way to overcome and succeed at the quest, otherwise the whole task wouldn't be balanced. It also told him that there was a very real chance his heroic journey to a new world could end prematurely if he made one wrong move. It was getting dark by the time Ty got to the convoy. Given how active the demons had been when he'd seen them, he expected their patrols and hunting parties to only become more so in the coming hours. Rather than bed down, he set up a tarp over his convoy, then put his hands back against a tree a few 100 yards away. Resting with a rifle next to him and his pistols in his hands, he planned to keep watch for the night. Even if he had a minimal fighting chance against the demons, he wasn't about to die in his sleep from a roaming patrol or random wildlife. Settling into place, Ty remembered that he'd packed a ton of instant meals. He didn't feel like bothering with the unpacking process when he had plans to consider and notes to review. Taking out a protein bar, he ate mechanically as he thought through his options. The gentle ambient light slowly faded, and forest sounds replaced the unnatural daytime stillness. Soft chirping came from the distant branches above him, and a cool, steady breeze rustled the leaves. A few minutes into the night, Ty heard several bigger creatures moving. Through his goggles, he saw the silhouettes of truck-sized quadrupeds pause nearby, their horned heads pivoting in his direction to reveal glowing green eyes. They looked back at him, paused for a beat, then shuffled off. He wondered why none of the animals seemed inclined to bother him. Could this be the guide's protection? Did the forces behind this game want to see how his first encounter with the demons played out? Feeling isolated and alone in a way he hadn't anticipated, Tai shivered. The night was colder than the day, but his shiver wasn't from the weather as much as it was fear. He'd left his entire planet behind for this opportunity. No one he met here, no matter how amiable, no matter how humanoid, would have any frame of reference with him, unless he eventually found someone else from Earth. For several long minutes he had to confront a painful realization. He'd just spent months playing at becoming some sort of knockoff soldier, focused on a plan he thought would transform him into the ultimate adventurer. Everything had been a strategic game. But what could have prepared him for the reality of being alone in the woods on an alien planet, facing overwhelming odds just for a chance to maybe save his grandmother and a few friends? Is this worth it? He'd been over for less than a day, and he'd already seen some of the things in his fantasies. He hadn't gained any grand powers or insights. There'd been no leveling up or heroic talking swords. Hell, there hadn't even been a dungeon to grind gear. Back home, when he played fantasy games, exploring dungeons was half the fun. Maybe everything he'd planned for, or thought he'd planned for, was off. Looking down, Tai pulled his sleeves back. The tattoo artist had picked a good, blocky font, and he could read the lists through the goggles. Reciting each name helped him force his doubt away. He'd made his plans and his choice. There was no going back, only forward. There had to be a way to navigate this puzzle, otherwise it wouldn't have been balanced, or whatever it was the guide had said was required. He sat and thought for hours. The focus on his vigil helped calm his mind, helped him look at solutions to the problem. Instead of thinking of it in terms of what he would do or how dangerous and scary things were, he put some distance between himself and the situation. He was a character in a game, a piece on the board. What were his abilities, his assets, and what obstacles did he have to overcome? Weighing, measuring, and listing things calmed his mind. Inspiration followed. Fishing his phone out, he opened it to review the pictures he'd taken. He noticed that the 4 banners each had a single knot of script, presumably magic runes, that seemed to keep them suspended in the air. The knots were in the center top of each banner and about the size of a dinner plate. Given that the breeze barely moved the banners, Tai was confident he could hit the knots with his rifle. The pieces of an imaginary chessboard shifted, revealing a plan that he couldn't believe he'd missed. Keeping his voice low, Tai said, "Guide, I'm looking at the banners floating above the camp. Can you tell me what they do and whether my weapons will be effective against them?"
I can tell you some of what the banners do, but not all. In this situation, the banners act as a territory lock. It tells roaming animals, monsters, and magical creatures that the demons have claimed the space. It also provides the demons within the area special advantages and protections. You could not, for example, throw a powerful spell into the area without first removing the banners. They also allow more of their kind to be transported in and out of the region at a reduced mana cost. As far as your weapons, yes, none of the weapons the demons possess can resist mortal weapons beyond their innate structural resilience.
None of the devices can resist mortal weapons beyond their innate structural resilience. That, Tai knew, was a key piece of information. He wrote it down. A couple of the examples I was given before coming over included the concept of hit points and levels. Can you talk about that a bit? What level are those guys? The guide's bored voice sharpened slightly, as if it were becoming genuinely interested in the discussion.
The books offered a convenient translation point. Our world does not innately have what you would call levels or hit points. Yet, in a way, it does. Magic permeates our world, and over time, things born here grow and change because of its presence. Bodies become stronger and more resilient. Magic also acts as a sort of life-preserving barrier around living organisms here. You might describe it as soaking damage. Over time, as living things absorb magic, they gain noticeable and often specific benefits. You might describe it as leveling up. Thus, your reference books are quite useful, if not terms the natives would use or understand. Does this make sense? If so, I will continue.
Tai took a beat to document and digest what the guide said. Was the prophecy and your help translating things part of your so-called keeping things balanced?
Correct. The lesser and greater gods govern us. The greater gods are the manifestation of forces of nature, one of which is balance. There are factors at play that require balance for those of you who were selected as players in this game. Therefore, we provided you time to prepare, my help, and other advantages.
That wasn't something Tai had expected at all. None of the reference books heavily featured gods. How involved are your gods in this, or in everyday life?
In your case, as a potential scion, substantially. In most other cases, it depends. Magic gives the gods life, but belief and worship shape them. Without that shaping, the lesser gods would diminish, potentially even lose sentience. The connection between a god and a highly magical follower is symbiotic. The more magic in a follower, the more power the god can wield.
All right, we're a bit off topic here. What about the approximate levels of the demons? Can you tell me that? The guide considered before answering.
You're level 0. The dog drones are approximately level 3. The warriors are closer to 5, and the captains closer to 6 or 8.
And the big guy? I'm assuming he's a general.
11. He could take a couple direct hits from your world's tanks and keep going, not to mention having a variety of unique powers because of his age. I'll add this since any native of our world would know this. Don't fight him. He'll kill you.
Tai smirked. I hadn't planned on it. Tell me, if there are all sorts of magical barriers and protections in this world, do critical strikes work? If I cut someone's throat, are they just going to keep walking because I didn't do enough damage to some sort of metaphysical hit point well?
The use of tactical attacks applies nearly as well here as on your world,
the guide replied, taking on something approaching a warning tone. Maybe it had seen Tai's line of thought.
Biological function is intact on this side of the resonance bridge. If you're talking about slitting what you'd consider a high-level person's throat, you'll need a solid amount of additional effort and probably some luck, since their durability, reflexes, and processing speed will be higher than anyone you've encountered before. But a slit throat is a slit throat. It is worth adding that a hearty target may take longer to bleed out and may have regenerative properties. You'd be wise to cut deeply if you're going for that sort of attack.
Finally, Tai asked the question he'd been really interested in. I'm basically on a quest right now, right? Are there bonuses or achievements, too? If I go above and beyond, will the outcome be better than just getting an arbiter assigned to me? For the first time, the guide's voice took on a sly note.
Now that is an interesting question. I can only tell you this. Your arbiter will act as a sort of personalized game master for you. If you complete the right quests, it may reward you. That's how you'll level up over here. The world will essentially be hyper-rewarding you and speeding up your acclimation to magic. If you go above and beyond, your arbiter and the gods watching will take notice. There is a significant chance that you might be granted a special boon or privilege for such activities. You might consider those rewards tied to achievements if you wanted to. This is not me suggesting that you take undue risks, however. Not at all. I am not advising, only providing reasonable information.
Clarity accepted, Guide. I appreciate that. Tai let quiet settle over the camp. He had too much to process to ask his guide more questions. What he needed was concrete, actionable information, not an info dump that would just confuse him. He wrote on a fresh notepad, summarizing what he knew about the lay of the land. Shortly before dawn, the pieces came together. It was risky, with more variables than he'd have liked, but he figured it was his best bet. Considering it, however, made his stomach sink. It was obvious, painfully so. Guide, Tai said, fatigue slowing his words. I think I see a way through this. The problem is it looks obvious. Was this situation custom-made for me to succeed? Did you or one of your gods set this up?
Absolutely not,
the guide replied without hesitation.
The gods worked together for years before triggering the resonance. Each guided theaters like this into existence, carefully using their followers and powers to indirectly shape opportunities for Earth's participants. This was one of 4 locations we knew you might reasonably survive in, based on your qualifications and preparations. You were matched because of skill and kit. But no god has directly intervened to make this happen. That would be against the rules. The one thing I did was ensure we placed you in an advantageous location in relation to the valley.
Okay, it just feels too perfect. The demons have crystals in their skulls, and I have guns, you know? Tai had seen that as a possibility earlier when he'd come up with his plan. The surrounding revelations just seemed, well, orchestrated. The guide retorted.
You planned 6 months for this. You trained using the materials we suggested you review. The fact of the matter is that these demons use an intellect-based power. Organ enhancement is influenced by the proximity of magic. Thus, magic crystals in skulls. Demons like this have grown mind gems for as long as they've been on Vola, and you will no doubt find similar creatures, with their own gems in different places, on your travels through our world. Do not mistake your successful preparation for an outcome on this quest as us deliberately handing you anything. It is foolhardy to underestimate yourself or to assume we will make anything easier for you. Ever. We are bound to be fair, never easy. I promise you this.
Tai heard a ring of truth in the guide's explanation. He didn't think it would lie to him. Why would it? He didn't know if that made him feel better or worse about what would happen next. A part of him really wished some benign hand was reaching down to adjust the dice in his favor. With light creeping through the canopy again, the forest stilled. Only then did Tai close his eyes and try to rest. He dreamed he was playing a tabletop game with friends, only the game master was a giant bee-man. Halfway through the dream, the game master reached across the table and took Tai's notes, disallowing them for the big finale. The rest of the nightmare left him shivering in a cold sweat. Chapter 7. Delicate Fingers. Time until quest closure, 26 hours. Tai woke with a dragon in his face. Nothing woke him, no movement or sound. 1 second he was asleep, and the next he was staring into a big slitted eye. He almost reached for his gun. If he'd been an experienced soldier, he probably would have. In the beat that he hesitated, however, the creature slid back enough for him to see what it was. Oriental style, the dragon was around 15 feet long from snout to tail. It had dark blue scales on its top parts that faded to lighter, almost white, on its belly. Instead of wings, it had 2 parallel, sinuous sail-like structures floating lazily on either side of its back. As it moved, he saw it had multiple pairs of short, multi-jointed arms beneath it. Delicate, dexterous, 7-fingered hands played on the ground, one pair of which rested on the ground just a couple feet from where Tai sat. He watched the creature in awe. It was beautiful. Oddly, once he'd gotten past the initial terror, he felt no threat at all from the dragon. Instead, he felt a wave of absolute joy at seeing it, and that something this marvelous, this beautiful existed. It justified all of his choices. The dragon exhaled a snort that blasted right in Tai's face. Its breath smelled vaguely like chicken noodle soup. Turning its head from side to side in quick bird-like motions, it pivoted to glance at his convoy and then toward the demons. It looked back at him again, then again in the direction of the demons. It took Tai an embarrassingly long time to figure out that the dragon was trying to ask him a question. Taking it on intuition that the dragon was a potential ally, Tai gestured toward the demons and said out loud, "Enemies." He drew a hand across his throat, then smashed a fist into one palm, grinding it in as if to smash a bug. "I will kill them." The dragon recoiled in a sharp, fluid motion. Lifting itself until the upper third of its torso was vertical, it brought 4 sets of delicate hands together before its chest and spoke. Its voice was a melodic, sibilant murmur. Tai's guide spoke in his ear, affecting a posh accent for some reason.
"Really? You want to kill them? That would be marvelous. I would appreciate anything you can do to help."
"Wait, the dragon can understand me?" Tai asked his guide. Back in its normal speaking voice, the guide replied,
No, I'm translating for you. Until you get your arbiter, I'll be here to make sure you don't die because of the language barrier.
If the dragon noticed or cared about the murmured conversation between Tai and the guide, it didn't show. Returning his attention to the dragon, Tai said, "Great, dragon. It is an honor to meet you. I am called Tai." In some books he'd read, dragons were absolute narcissists, so he figured flowery speech and flattery might help here. "May I have your name and what your intentions are?" The dragon snorted as if in amusement before replying,
"I am called Aquamarine, and I am one guardian of this forest. If you help me with the invaders, Tai, I will consider it a great boon. Assuming you can disrupt their machinations, that is."
Tai didn't know if his plan would interfere with what the demons were doing. If everything went well, he was pretty sure it would. Drawing on his theoretical knowledge of dragons, he responded, "Great and wise dragon,
I will be putting myself in harm's way to do this thing. Would my great boon for you perhaps translate into your assistance for me?" A look of amusement flickered in the dragon's eye, and Tai noted that the eyes, like its scales, were two-toned, a blue fading to pearly white. Another sense of comfort rolled through his stomach. The reference books hadn't been heavy on dragons, relatively speaking. They'd been mentioned a couple of times, had a cameo or two, but that was all. Even in his wildest dreams, he couldn't have imagined being face to face with something so utterly awe-inspiring.
Yes, it would.
Aquamarine's fingers rolled together, tapping out a complex pattern.
How about this, little warrior? If you can significantly affect the demons, I will grant you up to 3 modest boons. How does that sound?
Tai did not know what a modest boon was. He'd just been making guesses so far. He was glad that it had paid off. "I think that sounds fair. I may have to flee in great haste from the invaders, however. Would you be willing to grant me a boon in advance?" 4 sets of left arms raised, fingers together, palm toward Tai.
Speak your request,
Aquamarine said. "I would appreciate it if you'd make sure my convoy is left undisturbed while I work." Tai gestured at the dollies with their stacks of crates. Aquamarine bobbed in place, its movements rhythmic and serpentine.
This would be a minimal boon. As I have done since your arrival, I will ensure none of my denizens interfere with or harm you. I will not, however, interfere with any of the demons should they approach. I will not do that, not even for a greater boon. Minions of the monster god are not to be trifled with.
Feeling safe to indulge, Tai jotted down the note about the monster god. Biting back a comment about how much danger he was about to be in, he said, "That would be excellent, Aquamarine. Since there's a chance that I'll need to move quickly, how will you know if I've succeeded in time to grant my remaining boons?" 2 of the dragon's right hands gestured offhandedly. A dim green light pulsed near one of the adjacent trees. Looking closely, Tai saw that the light surrounded what looked like a tiny centaur-shaped ant creature. It hovered in the air, wings flashing like a hummingbird's, pinprick eyes watching the 2 of them. He hadn't noticed or heard the thing approach. And now that he knew what to look for, as Tai looked around the clearing, he spotted dozens of the creatures hovering in the area. Had he not known what he was looking for, he'd never have seen them. Could they have been watching him this entire time? The guide translated amusement in Aquamarine's carefully accented proper English.
My forest sprites are everywhere in my domain, Tai. What they see, I know. If you complete your task, I will grant your boons. If you believe time will be of the essence, I will be happy to hear your requests now, if you know them. Thus we can prepare in advance and ensure mutual satisfaction before you...
The dragon paused, and its flexible mouth curved in a sharp-toothed crocodilian grin.
Heroically dash off to continue your adventures elsewhere.
May I have a moment to consider? Tai asked. The dragon agreed, flowing away to give Tai privacy to think when he asked. With room to breathe, he consulted his notes, adding and crossing off ideas as they occurred to him.
I should tell you, anyone local to this region would think twice about trusting a dragon,
the guide said in a whisper. Why is that? Tai asked, frowning as he looked up from his writing and toward the majestic creature.
Most of the civilized races believe dragons come from pure chaos. They are perceived as godless and not trusted. A local might point out that your disrupting the excavation might be precisely what the dragon wants, so it can swoop in and take whatever is hidden beneath the ground. Just because the dragon calls itself a guardian does not mean it is benevolent or honest.
Glancing down, Tai replayed what the guide said, mentally highlighting the words he'd have jotted down had he been sitting around a tabletop. You said most, and believe, and perceive. Those are generalities, not real warnings. Compared to the guide's warning about the demon general, this felt like something vague. Besides, Tai had to admit that he wanted to trust the dragon. So many adventures he'd read about, including the ones in the warning, had been dark and dire affairs. People were tortured and died. People did horrible things. The denizens of the other worlds or domains were often awful. He couldn't help but genuinely want to see this world as a better place, a place with hope in it. He wanted to be a hero, not assume everything amazing he encountered could be secretly plotting against him. His fingers traced the outline of a phrase beneath his clothing. Always find light. If there is none, become the light. Grandpa Billy had loved that line. It was one of the last things the man had told Tai before he passed.
Correct,
the guide replied.
I am merely informing you of what the locals would surmise, so you can make an informed and fair decision.
That the guide had provided him with the warning unprompted bothered Tai. On a hunch, he said, You just told me the locals believe dragons are godless. Earlier you said that the gods were watching people from my world closely. And was this warning prompted by the gods? Is the dragon interfering in their plans somehow? Even as he spoke, he felt the guess made sense. He might not know all the pieces or how everything interacted, yet there was a sense of correctness about his supposition.
I can neither confirm nor deny your inquiry,
the guide said, voice monotone and robotic. That was close enough for confirmation in Tai's book. He'd stumbled on something important, maybe even critically so. Unfortunately, he had no idea what to do with that insight. If the dragon could interfere with the gods' plans, it sure didn't seem to be going out of its way to do so. He was still going to complete his quest. That it helped both him and Aquamarine shouldn't affect the gods at all, right? What would change the outcome of whatever plans the gods had? Focusing on his notes, he tried to decide if the dragon's presence should change his plan or how to use his guide's information at all. Ultimately, he couldn't find a solution. He did come up with his last two requests, though. Tai gestured for Aquamarine to return. Moving on its limbs, centipede-like, the dragon shot back to Tai with frightening speed. Even on his ATV, driving on flat asphalt, he doubted he could outpace the magical creature. For my second boon, I would like a map of the area, he said, once the dragon had settled back into its hands-folded pose.
Simply done, friend Tai. In fact, I would consider it a modest boost to assign you one of my sprites as a guide. Should you complete your task, I will grant you an ally to help you navigate my forest and find what you seek to your heart's content. Furthermore, such a guide will be far more helpful than a map, as they will warn you of places you should not venture. And there are many dangerous and sacred places in this wood, and it would not do for you to trespass unawares.
Oh, that was far better than anything Tai could have hoped for. Pleased, he gave the dragon his best approximation of a bow. Thank you, gracious Aquamarine. Your generosity is bountiful and rich. The dragon snorted, and Tai realized that he'd amused the creature.
And for your final boon, should you disrupt the efforts of the demons?
Tai had thought longest and hardest about his last request. Over the history of all the books he'd read and the games he'd played, there were hundreds of times people had asked for favors from magical beasts. He'd considered asking for a weapon or spell, or maybe even for the dragon to become his companion. Only after thinking about the guide's actions earlier, how it had seemed wary of the dragon had he landed on it. If it is possible, great Aquamarine, I would like your blessing. Aquamarine's head bird-danced again, one eye, then the other studying Tai.
Blessing? What do you mean?
Tai hesitated. He'd expected the dragon to know intuitively what he meant through the guide's translation. In the stories of dragons in my land, your kind are powerful and magical. In one such story, a hero did a great deed for a dragon, and the dragon rewarded him by breathing on him. This touched the warrior and made it so all other dragons recognized him as an ally of their kind. I would like to become an ally to your kind if I can. The guide glitched. A fractal of light appeared in the air, drawing both Tai and Aquamarine's attention. It jerked and spasmed in space, throwing a rainbow of color over the area. A sepulchral voice, resonant and powerful enough to thrum through the air, announced,
It is allowed. Do not interfere.
Instantly, the fractal vanished, leaving the dragon visibly stunned.
I can do this thing you ask. However, the results may not be what you think.
Aquamarine said slowly, glancing furtively to where the guide had appeared. Tai felt a pang of doubt, then hardened his resolve. Whatever had just happened only gave credence to his instinct in the matter. If there was anything the reference books had taught him, it was that thinking inside the box was a recipe for disaster. Go on, he said, infusing his voice with confidence. Gesturing rapidly with its hands, the dragon explained,
You have no magic in you, Tai. None at all. Coloring in your aura with my power would be simple. It would achieve the result you seek with almost no effort on my part. Resonating with my power would do as you said. Allow other dragons and our allies to know you. There may be horrible side effects, though.
Tai prompted. Such as?
Being touched by my power may have a disproportionate effect on any magic you intake from now on. Anyone who looks at your aura or interacts with you would feel my touch. Mortals who do not trust dragons may not trust you, simply because of our affiliation. Moreover, assuming you survive long enough to evolve any innate magical aptitudes, it would shape your abilities. This could effectively change your growth forever, and not in a good way.
Aquamarine's warning took Tai back a bit. He'd expected there to be some downside to his request, but this sounded expansive. You're saying that because I am a blank slate, simply gifting me in this way would change the base material, who I am, forever? 4 sets of right hands saluted Tai.
Astute wording, and correct. I cannot attest to how deep such a change would go. No doubt it would be significant. Please take no offense, Tai, but you are utterly empty right now. Any power that touches you will shape you, for better or worse. You might be wiser to pray to one of the mortal gods rather than take this from me. They, at least, could look out for you in the future, if you ever become worthy of such attention.
Which is just what they want, Tai guessed. He didn't know why, not yet, but he got the distinct feeling that his guide's glitch had showed that someone didn't want him to do what he was about to do. Whoever that someone was, he expected it was a god looking to meddle in his life. Even if the prophecy books hadn't included a lot of gods, those that had meddling ones made one thing clear. Gods were not there to make life any easier on the mortals who interacted with them. Tai hadn't spoken to a god yet, not directly, and he already had a wary impression of them. If he could do something now that would skew things a bit, even a tiny bit, in his favor, he thought there was a good chance it would pay off later, assuming there was a later. I have to think long term. Tai went through his notes, weighing pros and cons. I am certain, he said once he was done, I would consider it a modest boon if you would do this for me. Rolling one eye from Tai to the space over his shoulder, Aquamarine said,
Survive your task for me, disrupt the machinations of the invaders, and I shall see you rewarded with a modest infusion of my power, Tai.
The dragon's voice dropped, and Tai could hear notes of concern, even in the raw, untranslated sounds it made.
I hope this does not become a curse for you, should you succeed.
Tai didn't reply. As far as he was concerned, he'd just made his first actual choice since the words of fire had appeared in front of him. It was time to carve his own path. All he had to do was survive the next few hours, and maybe he'd see the consequences for pissing off some gods. Interlude 1. Smite the bastard.
Does that little shit have any idea what he just did?
One god asked, peering around the gathering with a look of utter disgust on its face.
We should smite that bastard now and have done with it before he becomes a problem. The wild does not belong in the hands of mortals.
Rumbles of agreement came from a few of the gods nearest the speaker. A greater god, hovering above the congregation, spoke above the murmurs.
We agreed on the terms and bound ourselves to the Great Arbiter. Our implementation of the Resonance Bridge will destroy most of their world. There is no balance if we do not give them some semblance of opportunity and free will.
The swirling pattern of light and dark that was the god's face modulated as it spoke. The silence fell as the watching gods looked to the hexadecagon shape of the Great Arbiter, studying its swirling depths to track the progress of all 54,000 of the surviving participants. Sometime later, once the ire of the first speaker had waned, one of the other gods piped up in a melodic voice.
I, for one, find it fascinating.
Several of the surrounding deities paused in their observations to look at the speaker. Most seemed unaffected by any of the recent pronouncements. A few, however, agreed with the sentiment. As dire as things had become, at least they lived in interesting times. Chapter 8. Execution. Time until quest closure, 22 hours. ATV battery 1, 20%. ATV battery 2, 94%. Cell phone battery, 80%. Tai laid out the notes with his plan. He diagrammed every step with the expected outcomes noted and variables underlined. Starting with the first note, he went through his kit. Aquamarine, perched in a distant tree, its sprite servants hovering invisibly all around, watched as he worked. He started with his rifles and guns, ensuring they were clean, loaded, and stowed away. Then he tightened his tactical armor and checked the 6 knives he had strapped to him. It didn't feel like enough. If only he'd figured out a way to bring grenades. He'd made good time on his way back toward the valley. Given how loud the demons were and how uncoordinated the drones on the fringes had been yesterday, he didn't hesitate to drive the ATV within 30 yards of the valley rim. He turned the four-wheeler around before dismounting. Tai scouted the immediate area, walking 30 feet in a circuit to minimize the chances of surprises. He had no illusions about being immune to ambush, but he also knew better than to not check. As expected, there were no fresh signs of demon spoor in the vicinity. Lacking the rabbit trails and easy egress points to the other side of the valley, the demons simply didn't bother with this one. Security more or less assured, he retrieved one of his rifles. He left the case open on the back of the ATV. He'd need to be crazy fast securing them when he was on his way back. A rifle in hand, he walked until he was near the break in the forest, then crouched and slowly crawled the last few feet. Peeking over the edge of the valley rim, he saw no changes from the day before. When he pulled his goggles down and activated the magnification, he noted the hole near the center of the camp was deeper and wider. Tiny bits of silver material reflected from some of the excavated chunks, but the demons were ignoring those and continuing their work. He guessed the demons must have clawed at the stone all night to have made that much progress. It didn't matter what they were digging for or why. What mattered was that the general was still doing what he had been doing the previous day, sitting in the center of the camp. Tai had thought more about the setup of the camp during his trek back to his overlook and realized just how strategically significant it was. The banners offered magical protection, and anyone who wanted to interfere with the infestation would have had to literally fall down the valley edge or walk through a narrow rabbit trail to do so. This infestation could hold off a veritable army of equally capable soldiers. Plus, if they could teleport reinforcements in, who knew how substantial their force could become? When Tai had been going over his options to progress his quest, he'd considered the more obvious one. He could have stalked around the valley and tried to kill one of the unenhanced drones while it was hunting. It sounded like a logical, safe plan until he'd really worked it through. The logical plan fell apart unless the dice rolled in his favor multiple times. 1,000 tiny variables could see him dead. What if another dog was nearby and spotted the kill? What if Tai made too much noise or was injured in the process and couldn't get away? With the unfamiliar terrain, he didn't dare use his ATV in such an assault. That meant he'd have less mobility and speed than any of the demons. He'd carefully analyzed his options and knew the plan he'd settled on was the best option. And since it was his best option, he was going to go big or go home. It was secret achievement time. He set up his rifle on a compact tripod, aiming it at the general's forehead. His semi-automatic rifle shot 308 bullets and had a 20-round magazine. The rounds were heavy, carried a ton of kick, and were among the most penetrating commercially available. Tai reviewed his notes again before putting them away. He spent the next few minutes just breathing and finding his center. He imagined everything, all his thoughts and doubts, locked in a box inside his mind. He saw his objectives, felt how the rifle would kick, knew where each bullet would go. A focused calm settled over him, leaving only certainty. Now, Tai had to act. When he assumed his position again, his head was in fight space. His thoughts were slow and clear, his body tingling with excitement. The pieces on the board were before him, and he knew their movements and behaviors. All he had to do was execute. He put his earplugs in, tucking the rifle in place under his armpit. He took aim. Finger on trigger, Tai released the safety. He exhaled. Tai squeezed twice, as fast as he could. Sound exploded. The rifle leaped back into his shoulder. The general's head flew back, a mountain of orange blood exploding into the air. Without waiting to take in further details, he adjusted his aim, sweeping for a captain near the far side of the valley. Chaos was erupting everywhere, bodies milling in wild confusion, but he found the one he'd been looking for. Exhale. Squeeze. The captain went down. Ty didn't think he'd hit the creature's gemstone, not from this range, but the rifle round had been enough to at least drop the thing. Siding up, he adjusted the aim directly above where the general had been. This was the tricky one, a shot further than anything he'd reliably hit before. Wails of outrage rose from below his position. Exhale. Squeeze once. Twice. Both bullets hit the banner just below the magical knot. He adjusted his aim and fired again. This time he got it. Pivoting the tripod, he shot at the next banner. He hit that one and the next first shot. With one banner left, he stood up, aimed, and fired directly above his position. The knots of magical runes holding it up exploded into confetti. The banners wavered. As one, they began to flutter to the ground, the magical light they emitted flickering out. Only then did Ty pause to look at the encampment. The valley was in utter chaos. Dozens of demons milled around the beheaded general. Ty had accomplished that mission. In addition to the general, multiple captains and over 100 of the drones were on the ground, seizing in place. He guessed they'd been sharing the general's intelligence when he had killed him. Maybe they'd all die, and maybe they'd just reboot in a minute. Either way, he had to go. Ty sprinted for the ATV, fumbling as he set the rifle into its case. He heard chittering screeches rocketing up in volume behind him. It sounded like they were coming nearer, climbing directly up the punishingly steep slope. "Fuck me," he growled reflexively, slamming the first case down and smashing the rifle into the protective foam a bit too hard. He got onto the ATV and started it up, cursing again as he looked down and realized that he'd forgotten to change the battery out. 20% left. How had he overlooked that detail? He froze, unable to adapt to his plan going so awry. Thinking about his lists and everything he'd planned, he cursed his lack of foresight. How could he have forgotten such a small, crucial detail? The sounds of movement grew louder, forcing himself to move despite his doubt and growing desperation. Ty drew one of his guns one-handed. Easing the ATV forward, he torqued his torso to aim behind. A drone and one humanoid soldier demon crested the ridge at the same time. Ty shot them both center mass. The soldier fell back down the slope, screeching as it fell on top of whatever was coming up behind it. The drone took the hit and kept coming. Terror surged. None of the plans had accounted for the dogs being immune to his shots. Just how hard was their armor? Reckless, Ty pushed the acceleration on the ATV one-handed. He fired again and again at the drone. His third shot hit it in the forehead gemstone, and the thing went down. None of his other bullets had so much as drawn blood. Terrified and relieved when no other demons immediately appeared, Ty whipped around. He was moments from driving directly into a tree. He jerked the steering wheel to the side, and the ATV careened wildly, two of its tires leaving the ground. Ty was going to fall. That was definitely not part of his plan. Leaning the opposite direction of the grounded wheels, he strained with every ounce of muscle he had. Adrenaline pumping, he dropped his gun and used his free hand to grab the handles with both hands. Panting, nearly screaming in terror, he shoved, leaning and begging the ATV to right itself. For one dizzying, impossible moment, he knew it was going to flip. His mind flashed through what would happen when it did. He could see a half-dozen demons surrounding him, ripping through his body armor like cloth, and he wiggled, adjusting his center of gravity slightly. That did it. The wheels came back down, hitting the loamy ground with a bouncing thud. Chittering sounds grew louder, rapidly approaching his rear. Not looking back, Ty twisted the throttle all the way. The ATV only did 17 miles per hour on a good road, and he was justifiably worried that he wouldn't make it. Driving through an open, straight shot toward his convoy, he glanced back again. Dozens of the demons were following him, but they had fallen back considerably. They seemed slower than when he'd watched them in the valley. As he pulled further and further away, he saw several slow and look around as if confused. It was the captains adjusting their intellect, Ty guessed. He wove around the trees, trying to break up their line of sight and approach his camp circuitously. A few miles later, he was sure that he'd lost the demons. His ATV was at 3% power when he finally stopped to take a breath. Only when he was relatively confident that none of the demons would catch him did Ty let the emotions kick in. He went from calm, collected, mid-fight Krav Maga fighter to panicked young man in an instant. His breathing sped up, his body exploded in sweat. He felt tears of relief and terror running down his face as he relived every moment of what had just happened. The plan had worked, up until it hadn't. Those demons were faster, more determined than he could have imagined, and the whole driving and shooting thing was something he couldn't have anticipated. How did he plan for those sorts of eventualities? And just thinking about it made the panic worse. Adding to the emotional overload was the fact that he'd just killed sentient life. They were monsters, sure, but he'd killed them. And he'd almost died. There was no way, none, that he'd have thought he could make the shots he had at the end. Intellectually, he knew they'd been relatively easy. Both demons had been within 30 yards and moving in a straight line. Logic didn't help. Taking the earplugs out, he said, "Holy shit," just to hear his own voice. Still shaking, he replaced the battery on his ATV. And once he was ready, he spoke out loud. "Aquamarine, if you can hear or see me, would you have one of your sprites direct me back to camp? I'm, lost." A distant sprite lit up like a firefly, zipping through the woods to lead Ty back to camp. He followed gratefully. Relying on the sprite as a guide was one of the few eventualities he'd planned for, and the sense of being back on track soothed his frayed nerves. Once he was back with his convoy, the guide's voice spoke into his ear.
"Congratulations! You completed your first quest. When the time comes, you will be allowed to choose your god, and we will assign you your arbiter. Excellent work."
Aquamarine slithered into view and hissed something the guide would not translate. Seeing Ty's confusion, the dragon hissed something else. Finally, the guide translated, but not in its fake dragon accent.
"You have little time before a dozen of the demons find this place. He will perform the blessing now, and his sprite will lead you to safety."
Chapter 9. Recharge. Time until quest closure: 20 hours. ATV battery 1, 3%. ATV battery 2, 74%. Cell phone battery, 79%. The guide affected the English accent again as the dragon spoke.
"This will take but a moment. Do not move."
Extending its torso until it towered over him, half the dragon's hands flourished at its own chest and the other at Ty. A scintillating blue and white light manifested between them, growing in intensity and color as the dragon gestured, and the colors swirled as a green nimbus surrounded and infused them both. It spoke again as the energy solidified into something tangible, like an emerald emblem hovering in the air.
There is no difference between a small touch of my power and a great one, not in terms of the consequences. Thus, because you have done the unexpected, shall I reward you?
The guide fussed, becoming a solid ball of static. It didn't translate what the dragon said next. And just as Tide started to say he didn't understand, the dragon finished its ceremony. A gentle breeze arose from the wood, pushing the symbol closer. It drifted over, enveloping him completely. Outside the bubble, the world turned shades of blue, white, and green. As when he'd first met Aquamarine, Ty felt a sense of peace and warmth settle through him. This was the adventure. This was the escape he'd longed for when he'd read his father's fantasy books. He might have gravitated towards darker, more mature content as he aged, but something about the presence and feeling of the dragon rekindled the spark of his hope and imagination. Through the bubble of light, Ty saw spectral shadows peering at him through the static mass of the guide. The dragon's gift faded, and the guide stabilized back to normality, the shapes within vanishing. Ty glanced down at himself, flexing his arms and rolling his fingers. He looked around, studying his surroundings and the dragon. After a few moments, he said, "I don't feel any different."
You won't.
The guide translated as if nothing had happened.
Only if you become attuned to the magic of the world will my touch become apparent to you. When that happens, well, you will see.
Even though Ty didn't physically feel different, the sense of awe and calm still lay heavy on him. Feeling a touch theatric, he folded his hands and bowed to the dragon. "Great Aquamarine, I bless you and yours. Thank you for this great and divine gift."
You are strange,
the dragon replied, amusement in the British accent. Ty grinned buoyantly back at the creature.
It is time to go, Ty. The hive is in disarray and may retreat until the monster god assigns them a new general. But if they find your trail first, nothing will stop their hunt.
Still feeling the bubbly joy of the gift, Ty asked, "So what if I circle around in a couple of days to investigate their dig site? Could I maybe find something useful there?"
Do not. Absolutely do not.
Aquamarine's voice was a sharp rasp, the threat in its warning clear in the way it looked down at him. For the first time, Ty realized just how dangerous this being was. He'd glossed over the mouthful of sharp teeth, or the talons tipping each of its fingers until now. In an instant, he knew that the dragon's pronouncement was not just a warning. It was a prohibition. Ty took an involuntary step away from the towering monster, one hand unconsciously moving toward a gun. Aquamarine held 2 rows of hands up, softening its tone.
Hi. It is not only that I do not want you to go to that place. It is incredibly dangerous. You have no magic. Though your weapons may be impressive, unless I miss my guess, there are physical limits to their power. Delving into the ancient ruins of our world, which I believe that place conceals a portal to, would be prohibitively dangerous to one with little magic. If an army of demons was planning to investigate it, you alone should not.
The dragon's softening tone eased his tension, though something about the implied threat had broken a bit of its glamour over him. Looking at Aquamarine now, he saw the hard-edged scales, the sharp edges, the hints of blood around the dragon's mouth. The dragon was a forest guardian, and it had given him what he asked for. That didn't change the fact that it was a predator. For the first time, Ty wondered if the warning his guide had tried to give him was more than the gods trying to get him to stay in his lane.
Tai said his goodbyes to the dragon a few moments later. Looking at the sprite Aquamarine had assigned him, Tai asked for it to take him to a safe place with water and sunlight. It immediately zipped off, and he throttled his ATV convoy after it without looking back. And the last interaction with the dragon had done what killing the demons hadn't. It had showed him that things weren't as safe as they felt, no matter what he wanted. And the reason the prophecy hadn't included Narnia had finally become clear. The world Tai had entered might not be all grimdark, but that didn't mean it was bright and shiny. It took several hours to find the clearing, mostly because the sprite wove a path of safety around roving demon patrols to get him there. Thankfully, according to his sprite, the demons gave up their chase halfway through the trek. For some reason, his guide had decided to translate the sprite's voice into a high-pitched scream that absolutely destroyed his nerves. If he'd left the dragon feeling uneasy by the time they made it to the clearing, he was positively irate.
"We are here!"
His guide screamed translated as they burst into the clearing. Rolling forward on the last of the battery's charge, Tai entered a glen that was about 100 meters across. A bright sunlight speared down through the clear sky, momentarily blinding his dark-adjusted eyes before he saw the river flowing through the grassy center. "Do you have to translate his voice like that?" he asked sourly as he pulled his convoy to a stop next to the river.
"It's how others of his species hear him,"
the guide replied smugly. "Seriously?" Tai shot back. Dismounting, he set to making camp. The first thing he did was retrieve his notes. This part he'd practiced and planned in advance. He knew the steps well enough to not need the checklist. Still, going through the list helped him focus and overcome the tension he felt growing between himself and his guide. The first thing he got out were his solar panels, which he connected in an array nearby. They were well constructed for the price he'd paid, but he figured it would take at least a couple of days to recharge everything. He'd drained 20 of his rechargeable AA's, both of his ATV batteries, and a decent chunk of his cell phone since his arrival. As much as he didn't think staying in one place for multiple days was optimal, he also didn't want to find himself in a position where he needed his gear but couldn't use it. He made a note to turn his phone off when he wasn't using it from now on. Airplane mode simply wasn't worth it in a place with so little sunlight to recharge it. The guide spoke up.
"Absolutely, I must. Tai, I make the voices I apply to the natives to approximate what you would hear should you actually have the ability to speak with them. There are rules. I do not create them. I just enforce them."
Tai gestured in the sprite's direction, and now that he knew what to look for, it was easier to spot the minuscule discoloration in the air as the creature zipped about. "Does he have a name, at least? If he's going to be around for a while, I'd like to call him something more than the generic guide I keep calling you in my head."
"Guide is a perfectly acceptable name for me. And no, he doesn't have a name. He's not truly a distinct individual in the way that you think of them. In essence, he is actually an extension of Aquamarine's guardian magic. In effect, he's more of a living construct than a sentient being."
Bending over to fish out his camping gear from one of the labeled crates, Tai blinked. I guess that makes sense. Aquamarine said that it could see through their eyes. You all sure have a lot of things like that over here. Connected beings, I mean. Once Tai had his gear out, he began setting up his tent a few meters from the river. As he did, he noted several animals peeking in at him from the forest. The animals in this world weren't that dissimilar to Earth's. And just in the short time he'd been putting his camp together, he noted a cluster of deer-looking things with 4 eyes and wolves with multiple tails. None of the animals, despite the wolves clearly being predators, bothered him. He assumed that Aquamarine's protection remained in place. Despite his later trepidation toward the dragon, Tai felt gracious about its treatment.
That's how magic works in our world. It connects things. Your world is dry and separate. Our world is not. Here, life evolved with magic. Not everything over here is a hive or part of a communal entity, but it is far more common than you might expect.
That sounds wonderful, Tai said wistfully. I wonder what would be different if humans could connect. Or maybe there'd be less war and conflict. The guide made a snorting, dismissive sound.
We have humans too, Tai, and they aren't that much different from your variety. Also, you're missing something important. Magic makes connections possible, but the laws of evolution, survival of the fittest, and conflict still apply here. Magic may be a near infinite resource, but that does not mean other resources are.
Can you use magic to make things that are limited? Tai asked, lifting one of the tent poles and setting it into place. It fitted snugly, easily, into the catch mechanism, and he moved to the next one.
Sort of. Magic can create things. Sure, it can alter mass and move it. It still takes effort from the consciousness manipulating it, however. In addition, creating something out of thin air requires an absolute understanding of that thing on a fundamental nuclear level. Only gods and some truly mighty mortals can create anything out of magic.
It sounds a bit like the idea of true name magic or something similar in our fantasy literature.
Indeed. The concept resonates here as well as on your world.
With the tent in place, Tai returned to the convoy to fetch his camp stove and one of his meal replacement kits. Gesturing at the water, he asked, "1 second. Is this water safe for me to drink, or should I boil it? If you'll tell me, that is."
It's safe. Our water is purer, safer, and more invigorating than anything on your polluted planet.
Tai glanced at the space in the air where the guide's voice appeared from. Do I detect some disdain for my world? There was no reply. Before he continued their conversation, Tai walked to the edge of the river. It was maybe 10 feet across, with a fast-moving center. Silvery fish shapes swam languidly along the banks, darting away when his shadow fell across them. Kneeling in the grass, he bent over and drew a handful of the water to his mouth. As promised, the water was cool, delicious, and refreshing. When he swallowed, he felt a tingle of pure energy jolt through his body like he'd just had a cup of coffee. "This tastes amazing," Tai said in wonder. "Is there magic in this?"
There's magic in everything here, Tai. Everything. If you were going to go through a natural progression, you'd find that even you became infused with it over years.
For a while, Tai let the conversation rest. He had more questions, needed to know more about his circumstances, but he was tired. He hadn't slept well the day before, and fleeing demons had exhausted more than his body. Once he'd refilled his canteens and made a simple meal, he climbed into his tent and slept. Chapter 10. Important Choices.
It's almost time,
his guide's voice whispered into his ear. Peeling himself out of his sleeping bag, Tai sat up and glanced at his watch. He'd slept over 12 hours, and assuming his calculations were correct, it was just an hour or two after dawn. A soft light filtered through his tent as he bent over and scrubbed at his scalp. He felt itchy, dirty, and a little stiff. He also had one hell of a backache. Sleeping in his body armor might not have been the best idea, especially given that he was, at least in theory, quite safe where he was. He'd done it anyway, just to stay in the habit. Once his thoughts had come into focus, Tai checked his notes. A few minutes into his review and adjustments, he heard movement nearby.
Looking up, he saw a herd of three-tailed cats standing by the waterline, less than 10 feet from his camp. He moved slowly, lowering his notepad to the ground and coming to his feet. There were 15 or 16 of them. Each was around the size of a mountain lion, but resembled a domesticated cat more than anything else. Their triple tails lashed and twined about as several glanced over at him. Their irises were X-shaped rather than the vertical slit he expected. Good morning, Ty said cautiously. I'd like to come get some water, if I may. A morning coffee, you know. I'm on involuntary withdrawal right now. None of the cats spoke, nor did they move away. They didn't seem to see Ty as a threat, though, so he walked over. Based on their size, he figured a swipe from any of the cats would be devastating. They hadn't attacked him, and he was willing to put his faith in Aquamarine for this. Nothing had disturbed his sleep or the rest of his camp, after all. The cats let him collect his water, watching him and blinking lazily the entire time. They left once the aroma of coffee began to waft away from his small fire. Not coffee drinkers? Ty asked quizzically as he watched the pack trot off. The guide spoke in a dry voice.
Ty, our water is more invigorating than your coffee. Some natives here might find uses for it, but it won't be the miracle elixir your people seem to think.
Shaking his head in mild disdain, Ty sipped his coffee. It was incredible. Even without milk or creamer, the native water added a smooth sweetness to the grounds that left him feeling refreshed and energized. Just wait until your people try the water with my coffee, friend.
Ty, there are only a couple of hours before the quest completes. If you have questions for me, now is the time to ask them. Once you choose your god, I will return to my duties elsewhere.
Is that your sense of balance and fairness prompting you to remind me? He asked. His guide had become more communicative, and he wanted to know why. Was it offering him help because it had grown a personality, or was there an agenda behind it?
Balance, yes. 3 gods took active involvement to prevent me from performing some of my duties, so I may compensate. That means volunteering more information than I otherwise would.
I remembered the times the guide had glitched or failed to translate something Aquamarine said. Looking around at the scenic clearing, he composed his thoughts. If the guide was prompting him, he figured it must be a big deal. I thought you said the gods couldn't interfere in this game or whatever it is.
The gods who first benefit from the resonance must abide by its rules. Those gods include a prohibition against direct intervention. Technically, exerting authority of a guide does not go against the rules. We are unaffiliated arbiters, simple mediators. When you become a scion and gain an arbiter, only your god will be able to exert any direct influence on you. Even that will have some limitations. Balance values free will. It will only be stripped if you deliberately give it away.
Ty absorbed that information, making notes. Thinking through what he knew, he took his time before asking, "Why am I here? What's at stake?"
You are here because you fit a specific profile that was built to identify people who could psychologically and physically handle the challenges ahead. You were one of a few 100,000 people who had the necessary background to understand the shorthand, were potentially fit enough, and were in the right age range.
Ty nodded. Makes sense. A 60-year-old grandmother who had no familiarity with the concepts of magic or portals might take quite a while to convince any of this is real, let alone get anything done. It sounds fairer this way.
Precisely.
His guide replied crisply, with no hint of sarcasm. And the stakes? Ty prompted. The air fuzzed in front of him, materializing into a nearly transparent image of a solar system. It wasn't his solar system, but it was close. The central planet was Earth-like, only the continents were rearranged. 2 moons orbited the planet, one gray and one yellow. In the distance, away from the solar system's sun, was a black patch. "This is our doom," his guide explained, highlighting the blackness in a ring of blue. "In approximately 11 years, our world will be destroyed. Every person, every living thing, and every god will be devoured. Nothing we can do will stop it." Ty tried to get a grasp of what the black spot was. To his vantage, through the shallow projection, it looked like a black hole. "And this is where the resonance bridge comes in," he guessed. "Precisely. The resonance bridge will allow the gods to send people and matter to your world. The process will cost them vast amounts of energy, even potentially kill them if they do not prepare appropriately." "Okay, and where do the people you've brought over here fit in?" "You will help the gods build anchors into your world. The magic you grow here, through the help of the arbiters, will allow your selected god to create an anchor point in your world each time you return there. Depending on how much magic you absorb and how connected you are to the god you select, the anchor may be larger or smaller. It is through this anchor that the gods will begin moving pieces of our world to yours once the bride is ready." Ty's already sinking feeling grew until he felt vaguely sick. What will happen to the people on my world? "It is most energy efficient to swap people for people and places for places, Ty. Any people and locations that someone like you has not claimed will be subject to the exchange. A modest percentage of our people and cities will survive. In exchange, a relatively smaller amount of your 8 billion people will sacrifice their lives to save our way of life. We will also bring magic and the gods across the bridge. This will objectively improve your world. For the first time, many of your world's most devout faiths will get to interact with their gods in the flesh. No doubt there will be much rejoicing." There it was, the gut punch. Thinking of a fight as a board game was one thing. This was on a different scale. People for people and places for places. You mean you can't swap a person from your world with, say, an animal on mine? Or move one of your cities into barren farmland or something? That is not an energy-efficient choice, unfortunately. The nature of magic requires as close to a like-for-like exchange as possible. Otherwise, the effort severely drains the gods. Simply bringing you and your fellow participants over cost the gods enough power to transport nearly 250,000 of our people. In effect, they sacrificed tens of thousands of lives on this side of the bridge just so you could have this opportunity. Wait, why should I participate at all? Why should any of us? It sounds like all we have to do is nothing and the bridge won't form. We'll save more lives by just staying still. On the contrary, if you do nothing, the exchanges will still happen, only with significantly greater cost. More people will die if you do not act than if you do. Ty's mind spun. This was far, far more nuanced than he'd been expecting. No wonder heroes die had been in the prophecy. There was an element of the post-apocalyptic. Only his role made him both the agent of destruction and the preserver. And what made things worse was the fact that even if he somehow stopped the process or interfered with it, the people on this world would die. Not that he had any illusions about stopping anything. "This fucking sucks," he muttered, tasting bile in the back of his mouth. He wanted to be sick. How could he possibly plan a way out of this? And no amount of notes could solve a problem the gods couldn't fix. The situation would have been so much simpler if he were only here to save a world or stop an evil monster or something. "For all of us," his guide replied in the same tone. A sense of helplessness and dread burned at Ty's core as he thought of what would happen next. He'd be the one choosing who lived and died on this world. One of the people choosing, he amended. Not that it made the thought any easier. What am I going to do? He said. What can I do? How do I save as much as I can?
Prove yourself,
the guide said without hesitation.
Play the game. Do not die. Earn the magic that will make you more powerful. Then use that power to save your loved ones and your home. We weren't misleading you, Tai. The stronger the anchor you become, the closer you are tied to your god, the more lives will be preserved. On both sides.
Tai tried following the logic of the situation. Why not just blast people full of magic and send them back to Earth? Why go through quests and trials at all?
Pushing magic into a person isn't as simple as calling it leveling up would seem. Your actions in the name of your god will cause you to resonate with that god. The greater your resonance with the god, just like the resonance across worlds, the more efficient the transfer. Scholars on this side call it invasion, but you should think of it as investiture, since that term is closer to how you would understand it. Over time, the more you work with your divinely inspired arbiter to empower that connection to your god, energy transfers will become increasingly potent. If a god tried to slam magic into someone from your world without acts of devotion and faith, it would kill that person. It would also be a staggeringly inefficient transfer of energy.
No wonder the gods are so involved.
Indeed.
Straightening his shoulders, Tai used his notes to center his thinking. He jotted ideas down, read his earlier plans, and just breathed through it all. There were players and miniatures in this game, and he couldn't afford to be a miniature. He had to play the game. And more than that, he had to play well. Once his mind was clearer, he got back on track. All right, I understand now. The god I pick is going to be a big deal. You've said that it'll function like a game master for me. What are you, then? Don't you work for some god?
I'm a one of 3 types of arbiters. For this discussion, consider me a neutral third party, with ties to the god of technology. Your arbiter will be bound to your soul and connect you directly to your god.
Wait, it will be bound to my soul?
Technically, your soul cage. That is the metaphysical structure, the true essence of what you are resides within. But yes, once bound to your soul through your willing acceptance, your arbiter will become your personal game master. It will exert local sovereign authority over you and you alone. Within it, your god can imbue you with new abilities, enhance your body, and so on. It becomes a direct conduit for divine power. Without it, you will not be able to advance quickly enough to participate in the resonance.
I blinked for the first time, feeling the scope of what being given an arbiter meant. Did you just say god of technology? What gods are there? What do they do? What influence will me selecting one have besides setting up resonance? The air fuzzed, and the guide appeared. Its multi-hued fractal shape pulsed and swirled at his eyeline. Each of his questions appeared within it in blocky text. The first question sharpened while the others fuzzed.
Yes. Originally, my maker was the god of artifice. Once the bridge was complete and it began expanding into your world, it became the god of technology. You might think of it as a divine AI at this point, if it helps.
The first question blurred, and the second came into focus.
The list of gods you will be offered are as follows. From the greater pantheon, there is balance, magic, and technology. I do not recommend selecting my creator, however, as it is quite busy on your world. From the mortal pantheon, there are order, chaos, life, death, nature, time,
war, crafts, arts, shadows, inspiration, monsters, and celestia. I will note that there are dozens of subcategories of each god, but they are not included in this list. Lesser gods who lack the salient power to invest in the resonance are allowed limited participation for now.
A swirling motion erased all of Ty's questions.
In order to build resonance, the god will become linked to you. By becoming its paladin, you will receive divine benefits, insight, and guidance on a limited basis. You should not expect miracles from your god. It will already be expending a significant amount of divine power simply to afford you this opportunity. As you might expect from becoming a representative of a god, that connection will touch everything you do from now on. Any race you transform into, any powers you gain, and any quests you are given will be adjusted to enhance that connection. There is more as well, but I think this should get the point across in every meaningful way. Think of your arbiter as your personal game master, with the attitude of your selected god.
That's a lot, Ty said.
Indeed.
These gods interfered with you earlier, he said a few seconds later. Does that mean they may not like me? The thought of a belligerent or malicious game master was frankly terrifying.
Most are neutral on the matter. A few lean that direction, yes. On the other hand, your precociousness has endeared you to some as well. I may not steer your decision in this matter, so I cannot say more about their disposition.
Taken with his last feelings about Aquamarine, Ty felt himself second-guessing his decisions with the dragon. Can you tell me a bit about the gods in general, like their dispositions or abilities?
Absolutely. Those are common knowledge.
Ty made the time to get a summary of each of the gods, but paused on a few in particular. Can you go over the god of magic? He asked after learning about balance.
Magic is what you'd expect. As much a force of nature with a consciousness as anything else. Like all the greater pantheon, the god of magic is as much an abstract concept as a deity. Any quests you take from it will be aimed at uncovering lost artifacts or helping those performing research. Worshipping this god will give you deep insights and access to power sets you'd associate with mage-type classes. If you changed your race, you would have access to some of the most powerful variations on the planet.
Hold on for a second. Tell me a bit about changing my race. How does that work? In most of the books Ty had read, the protagonists hadn't changed their race. At least in theory, he could understand anyone's hesitation to become something else. If a new race would help adapt to this world and save lives, it was something he felt compelled to consider. Plus, every new data point on his list would help him avoid future mishaps.
Your arbiter can help you adjust your race once, depending on what your god allows. The only requirements are that you must have seen and touched the race you wish to become, and your god must spend the additional resources to make the transformation happen. It is important to note that there is a greater cost for races with innate magic. Once you've selected your god, this will be a discussion to have with them.
Ty nodded, but was unwilling to move on yet. Does this world have a primal type race?
Primal?
You know, he said, gesturing with a rolling hand motion. A perfected human being, one with, no limits as to how powerful it can become. The guide's fractal form flickered out of view briefly.
Ah, yes, I get the reference now. No, we do not have such a thing. The closest race to that would probably be a divine scion. Those are the physical offspring of gods and mortals. I should note that you, along with any natives to our world with a connection to a god, are often called scions. When you meet other earthlings on this planet, they will be scions like you. There is a difference between a divine scion and an everyday scion. One is born from a god. One has a connection to one. The bond of divine scion runs deep and creates an unbreakable bond that may be used against the god. This is why such a thing is quite rare.
Tai shrugged away the additional information. He didn't care if he was called a scion or a player or whatever. Gotcha. Yeah. Anyway, divine scion. That sounds promising.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Focus on your god selection, then discuss any race options with it. It's highly unlikely that any of the gods will do what is required to make you into one of their children.
Gotcha. Okay. Back to the god list. What about time? Is there time travel?
No time travel. Speeding up, slowing down, yes. The god of time is as much about perception as it is reality. Still, it could be quite a valuable patron. If you can get over all the clock-centric things it will probably have you do. It might give you access to temporal magic and skills, which are among the most potent in the world.
Got it. What about inspiration? Does the name imply creativity or something else? If I align with that deity, am I going to get a lute and sing or something?
Hardly. Inspiration is the god of doing things in new ways, of creative innovation in all things, and ambition. Think about the person on your world who creates new code to solve a problem, or a chess grandmaster who impulsively tries a new move during a big event. Those people were inspired. Not that inspiration always leads to success. It's just a source of thinking outside the box.
Like I did with Aquamarine, Tai asked, feeling a surge of hope.
Yes. Inspiration would love you for doing something like that if it hadn't been with a dragon. Inspiration is a strictly mortal god, and dragons fall outside of its domain.
Okay, well, if inspiration might not be on my side, what about the gods of monsters and celestials? Surely the god of monsters is on the side of dragons, right?
Not even close, the guide replied. Remember, these are gods created through the faith and belief of mortals. The god of monsters is basically a combination of the Christian version of Lucifer mixed with the Greek goddess Echidna. It taints, corrupts, and warps life into monstrous forms. It would be an incredibly powerful ally. The same holds true for Celestia, though on the opposite side of the spectrum. Think more avenging law enforcers, or maybe even traditional paladin archetypes from your tabletop games.
Tai spent an hour asking more questions, trying to get a feel for each of the gods. In the end, his list of pros and cons was long for each of them. One stood out above the rest, though. After a little waiting, his guide manifested once more as a matrix of flashing light, intoning,
"It is time."
A 3-foot-tall crystal in the shape of a truncated octahedron appeared in the middle of the clearing. Resembling an 8-sided dice made of metal and glass, it floated over until it was within reach. Tai looked at it, seeing nothing particularly illuminating about the unadorned construct. Tai's guide announced,
"Touch your orbiter and announce your selection. After that, your real quests will begin. It has been interesting acting as your guide, Tai." Tai reached out and touched the glass. It was both smooth and immutably solid, like touching polished steel. At the contact, text appeared within the closest pane of glass. It listed each god, and by each god was a number. The numbers for the greater gods started at 10,000, and the numbers for the other gods began at 1,000. In a flash, each of the columns dropped by hundreds. The god of magic's number dropped below 5,000 before Tai even had a chance to speak. His guide explained,
Each god gets a certain maximum number of followers based on the divine energy they have at their disposal. Announce your intention quickly if you don't wish to be forced into a suboptimal selection.
I choose. Chapter 11. Character. Inspiration. His guide split, half of the light vanishing as the other half merged with the Arbiter. Where it had touched the Arbiter, the crystal took on a hint of the fractal coloration, as if the guide's power were the spark to dry tinder. A fresh light pulsed to life within the new shape. Silver and magenta hues pulsed in place, rapidly spreading into frost-like matrices. A tendril of the light lashed out, colliding with Tai's chest. Tai felt something push into his mind. It was like a crystal-clear memory, one that burned so brightly that it had a tangible presence in his mental space. In his mind's eye, it was a perfect replica of the Arbiter. A message appeared on a facet of the Arbiter, the intent of the text transmitted instantaneously.
Congratulations, you are bonded to an Arbiter. This has created a divine mind space inside you. This mind space is an intimate, unique place where only you and your Arbiter can communicate. As you will note, prompts and other key information will display on the mental duplicate of your Arbiter. Communication in this space is private, and no being other than your God may intercept it. You should be aware that during the resonance, your God will not directly talk to you, as it is bound to the Resonance Pact. If you should, for any reason, lose your Arbiter, this space will remain and function as the connection point for a new God or Arbiter. Enjoy your upgrade. You are now a Scion of Inspiration.
As the bond between Tai and the Arbiter solidified, a tendril of green-tinted, oily light brushed across the bridge, adding a splash of new color to both the physical Arbiter and the one in his mind. The aroma of chicken soup briefly tickled Tai's senses before vanishing, along with the discoloration.
Welcome, Tai. I am your personal Arbiter. Are you ready to discuss your state in our world?
The Arbiter's voice was almost identical to that of the guide, only more human. The guide's tones had been mechanical, tinted with subtle emotion. Now it sounded like a person with a hint of wry humor. Absolutely not, Tai said, still touching the glass surface. I refuse to call you Arbiter. Please tell me I can give you a name before we proceed. The Arbiter made a raspy chuckling sound.
Absolutely. In fact, I prefer it. Tell me, Tai, what name would you give your personal Arbiter?
Tai briefly considered naming it Game Master just to be ironic. Then he thought better of it. I'm going to call you Hagemi.
Hagemi. That is a beautiful Japanese word, Tai. Encouragement, but also inspiration. I think that will fit our relationship nicely. You may call me Hagemi. Now, would you like to discuss your state?
Tai lowered his hand, sensing that his connection with Hagemi would remain regardless of physical contact. Sure. Am I going to get my character sheet now?
If you would like. Once we determine how you would like your magical state to function in our world, it will shape how you get, mature, and train your abilities from now on. One way is through a character sheet. complete with attribute breakdowns, points, all of it. And the other is more abstract.
He was certain that he was going to go for the character sheet option, mostly because it sounded like the simpler choice, but he was curious enough to ask. Okay, I'll bite. Tell me about the abstract way. The Arbiter pulsed, flashing scenes from several popular science fiction movies.
I can, in essence, put you into a magical coma. Inside the coma, you will receive training as though you were a native of this world. The duration of the coma will be 2 hours per the new level. And when you wake, it will be as though you had really trained under a practitioner of whatever skill or ability you wanted to learn.
That sounds kind of amazing, Tai said, leaning into that option immediately. Why would anyone not choose that other than the downtime?
Variation and nuance versus hyper-specialization,
Agami responded.
With the character sheet method, when you gain a skill or ability, you learn it in its most pure, perfect, and reusable form. Over time, you may innovate or learn the elements that make the trait function, may slowly bend it to meet new needs, but mostly it will be a tool in your toolkit, always reliable and the same. With the training method, there are all the nuances and downsides that come from being someone's pupil. You would discover that thinking outside of the box and trying new things is easier, but you will also find standardization is far more difficult.
So if I learn, say, a spell on my character sheet, I'll always be able to cast it, but if I learn it the other way, I might make mistakes. Both the physical arbiter and the representation floating in the back of Tai's mind pulsed in silver hues, and the presence in his mind also gave him a vague sense of approval.
Mistakes or oddities, especially with spells. Until you have actually, in real life, cast that spell several hundred times, there will be a degree of flexibility with it, for better and worse. Spells are hard here, Tai. They take years to learn and require great comprehension. The same applies to magical abilities. And just because you've had the training won't make you a master in real-world scenarios any more than training in a classroom made you ready to take on a functional job. You'll get the fundamentals, sure, and will be able to cast the spell, but that is it. With the character sheet, you lose flexibility but gain certainty. With training, you gain flexibility but lose certainty. In a way, the character sheet option will strengthen you in the short term and require more effort to be as effective in the long term, especially if you try to diversify.
Tai knew himself. He knew what he needed right now was a familiarity and comfort. He couldn't manage 1,000 variables. He needed real, concrete abilities he could plan for. As much as part of him wished he had the flexibility to just go with the flow and master true nuance, and there was only one choice for him. Yeah, I need help now. Concrete, real help. I'm already fumbling around, and I've barely been here a couple of days. Let's go with the character sheet option. Another wave of light flashed through the Arbiter. Tai felt the wave echoed inside his mind, as if his choice had affected his connection to the Arbiter and the Arbiter itself. A character sheet appeared on one glass facet.
Name: Tai Munro. Class: none. Race: human. Attributes: health shield: none. Mana shield: none. Racial maximum: 30. Hit points: 8. Strength: 9. Average. Agility: 9. Average. Vitality: 8. Average. Intellect: 11. Above average. Spirit: 2. Wild attuned. Luck: 0. Applicable skills and abilities: Mixed martial arts, Sambo focus, proficient. Krav Maga, high adept. Edged weapons, skilled. Bows, proficient. Guns, adept. Survival, adept. Meditation, proficient. Customizations: unassigned attribute points, 0. Unspent merits, 7. Achievements. While touched. You have been touched by the evolving, disruptive, and inhuman magic of a dragon. This has tainted your soul cage and altered the course of your evolution. You have a +2 bonus to your spirit attribute. Quests. None.
Ty read the information over a couple of times before he asked, I know hit points, but what's the mana shield and why is it none?
A mana shield is something any living being with mana possesses. Each may be unique. For example, some races have incredibly potent mana shields. In most cases, a mana shield will be equal to half an entity's mana, with a racial maximum. Most non-magic users will have small mana shields. They won't have the spirit or intelligence to generate one. You have 0, hence no mana shield.
And what does it do? It sounds like it protects my mana.
Not exactly. It surrounds beings that possess mana and acts to preserve their life, both passively and actively. Simply having a lot of mana will extend your life and help you overcome most common diseases and illnesses. When you're injured, your mana shield will activate to protect you in the inverse of the damage you've taken. The lower your health, the more damage it will mitigate.
What you're saying is high mana targets need to get hit hard, fast.
Usually a good idea in most cases, I would think. In addition, be aware that your mana shield replenishes at around the same rate as your natural mana. I would not recommend relying on it in every combat.
Ty considered the general demon and wondered briefly what would have happened if his first shots hadn't killed it. Would its mana shield have come into play, wrecking his plans? Okay, moving on. What's the spirit attribute?
It represents your ability to resonate with magical beings such as gods. The higher this is, the tighter your bond with inspiration will become. That it has a wild aspect introduces a certain unfortunate element to the connection. On the bright side, the benefit is that you will begin with a more intimate connection with me and your god than others from your world who do not have it. It will make working with me more intuitive for you.
Ty still wasn't sure if Aquamarine's blessing was a good thing. Wait, you said you and my god like you're two separate things. I thought you were my connection to inspiration.
I am your arbiter, a neutral interface between you and the divine magic of your selected god. I also operate in its favor. You could say that I am inspiration's spiritual representative to you, but I am not inspiration.
Gotcha. I think I understand everything else, but luck. What does that do?
Luck determines how much otherworldly beings can influence the odds in a person's favor. The higher your luck, the more a god can act on your behalf. A 2 in your luck attribute could, for example, allow your god to make a trap bigger with slightly more pressure than normal, preventing it from going off when you step on it. The higher your score, the more often you are eligible to receive such help, and the more overt that help can be.
You didn't say luck is limited to just my god. I'm assuming anything with sufficient power qualifies. And this is only beneficial. If I get my luck score up, no one is going to reach out and stack the odds against me.
Your first statement is correct. Anything with sufficient power could use its abilities to influence events in your favor. The only way luck can be used against you is through a proxy who also has a luck attribute. Situations like that are avoided, however, as they gave rise to the War of Scions thousands of years ago. It was...
Nagami hesitated a beat before continuing.
Not a pleasant time. Gods died. Continuity of intellect was broken for many of them. Tens of thousands of people also lost their lives.
A wave of pain came from the Arbiter. For a second, Ty thought he could see something, almost like a memory of the forgotten dream, a hint of the horror the Arbiter might have observed. The not dream vanished as soon as it had come, leaving him with a sense of unease. Taking a beat to calm himself, Tai looked around his camp clearing. He hadn't noticed until now, but dozens of animals had gathered around the outskirts of the forest. A cluster of the big cats watched lazily next to the two-tailed wolves. Several scaled tri-horned horses covered in opalescent fur met his gaze. They had big, liquid, blue-green eyes.
"The guardian of this forest has taken quite the interest in you,"
Hagemi said. "They are beautiful, all of them. You gave me prophecies about coming here, and pretty much all of them were dark and dour. I see these things, dragons and unicorns and big cats, and I know there is true beauty in your world. It gives me something to aspire to, instead of becoming a monster."
Beautiful sentiment, and ambitious. Your god is pleased. Pleased, yet confused.
Something in Hagemi's tone made Tai turn back to look at the floating crystal. It was gone, replaced by a slender, androgynous human. He thought the figure looked slightly more masculine, though he doubted it mattered. It was Inspiration. The god wore a double-breasted business suit. As Tai studied the material, which at first seemed just like cloth, he could see his every wish, his every fantasy reflected in the patterns. It was dazzling and disturbing all at once.
I'm not Inspiration. I'm a splinter of him, his avatar, if you will.
Inspiration spoke with a rich, almost theatrical accent, drawing Tai's attention to the figure's face. His features were refined, elegant, and beautiful. There were traces of entrancing femininity in the sweep of Inspiration's generous mouth, and there was equally profound masculinity around his jawline. His shoulder-length hair was a gentle shade of magenta that was almost, but not quite, red. Though Inspiration had used the masculine pronoun, Tai was certain this being could be whatever gender it wanted. "I'm surprised to see you here in person," Tai said. He still felt the arbiter in his mind. When he thought about it, he could sort of see the crystal through the god's avatar, as if it were just some sort of projection.
This will be the only time you see this version of me for a while, Tai. I thought it was important for us to meet, face to face, before you begin your journey. You know, to set the tone of our relationship.
Inspiration gestured as he spoke, elegant fingers dancing expansively, adding nuance and meaning to his words in a way Tai grasped instantly. A band of silver, similar to the ore he'd seen from the excavation site, glinted on the god's hand. "You said you were confused a second ago. Why is that?" Inspiration pointed to the ever-present pin tucked into Tai's armor.
Nothing you do is impulsive, Tai. Your fundamental nature is to plan, to plot, and organize. I would think that aligning with me would be antithetical to your objectives.
Quirking a wry grin, Tai replied, "I learned a really important lesson years ago when I first started trying to win at tabletop role-playing games.
Yes?
If you want to change the landscape, you don't learn the world or all the rules. Oh, those matter, but in the end, it's the game master you have to understand if you want to accomplish anything." His hand slid down, brushing across his thigh above the phrase, "Play the players, not the game." "I picked you because I know you're the most likely god willing to help me break the mold." Inspiration's grin was positively luminous.
Excellent observation. Dangerous, but excellent.
Tai looked over at the animals. "I thought you were a human god. Why does my appreciation of the animals appeal to you?"
Tai, look at me.
Looking back at Inspiration into the avatar's eyes, Tai felt himself awakening. Creativity bubbled in the back of his mind, along with ambition. He suddenly wanted to exceed every god's expectations, to do the unthinkable. And they said people had to die during the resonance. Well, he would find a way around that. Anything was possible. He could do anything. Who needed plans or notes? With inspiration, he could unfetter his imagination and...
That's enough.
Inspiration said, and Tai felt the rush of sensations ebb.
There is not much difference between inspiration and ambition. There is not much difference between inspiration and creativity or any number of other things. What inspires men, Tai? Emotion, anger, lust, desire, greed. Sure, the dark emotions drive men to innovate, and they inspire spontaneous explosions of expression. But such things are short-lived Pyrrhic devotions. Love can withstand the test of time, giving rise to 1,000 new creations. Or perhaps even more so.
The god took one gliding step toward him and reached out, touching Tai's hand. The god's touch felt soft and warm. It wasn't overly intimate, and yet somehow it was. For the first time in his entire life, he felt seen. Inspiration understood him. The god was inside his mind, saw his thoughts, and genuinely appreciated who he was and who he aspired to be. A sense of connection and awe rocked through his being. He felt on the verge of falling to his knees and willingly, completely devoting himself to this being. Inspiration took his hand away. The intensity once again fled, leaving behind a memory of all Tai had felt. He reached up, finding his cheeks wet. Speaking in a gentle, kindly voice, Inspiration said,
I love that you find beauty in my world, Tai. I love that it gives you meaning and purpose, that it motivates and inspires you. I wish you hadn't asked a dragon to taint your soul, but if I must take the bad with the good, I will.
Tai chuckled despite himself. All right, fair enough. I take it you weren't one of the gods who disliked me. Inspiration shook his head. Tai noticed for the first time that tips of the god's hair faded into the air, as if constantly vanishing into some distance.
I neither disliked nor liked you, Tai. Your actions so far have been balanced, if bland and overly planned. The corruption of your essence is a profound difficulty to me. Perhaps even more so than it would have been to others of my kind. Yes, your genuine appreciation for my world and your desire to try new things, those are traits I am proud to have in a follower. Now, before we spend too much more time, shall we discuss your class and merits?
Of course, Tai said. I'm excited to see what kinds of classes are available through you. Inspiration shot him an almost predatory grin.
For you, Tai, there is only one.
One? What? Just one class? Inspiration lifted a single lovely finger.
Just one, Tai. Your class is called a Merit Hunter, and your progression will be milestone-based.
What? That doesn't sound at all like Ultra Ninja Mage Assassin or, well, anything cool. Tai frowned, wondering just what his god was thinking. What had happened to his choices? He had lists of possible classes, each derived from a dozen literary sources. None of them had been called Merit Hunter. And milestone-based leveling? Milestone-based leveling was objectively the worst. It meant he wouldn't get experience from normal acts like killing monsters or whatever. Being on a milestone path would slow his progression down dramatically. Gesturing with two hands, Inspiration summoned Tai's character sheet between them. He pointed at the merits.
This path is the only way I can give you discretionary powers or abilities, Tai. Let's say you wanted a typical class. In this example, we'll say you picked Mage. Because you're using this.
Inspiration gestured at the character sheet window in the air.
You'd start with 3 spells, a couple class-specific abilities and skills, and after that, get 1 new spell every couple of levels. Or you'd have the option to upgrade one to a more potent version. That would be basically all of it. Sure, you'd get a merit point or 2 for customization every so often, but otherwise you'd be largely fixed in stone. Yeah, you might level faster, but how innovative does this sound? How much room to break the game does that give you?
Tai pursed his lips thoughtfully. The god's explanation reminded him of, well, essentially every tabletop or computer role-playing game he'd ever played. There was always a carefully orchestrated path to climb, with specific abilities unlocked along the way. Well, not innovative at all, I guess. Unless you use the merits to add a ton of flexibility to the systems, it becomes kind of all about optimizing your path. Choice becomes an illusion, especially in a situation like this. And the Avatar smiled, and Tai's emotions surged. Having his god approve of him was better than 2 shots of whiskey followed by a latte.
Choice becomes an illusion.
Inspiration agreed.
Instead of a class, you will receive 3 merits every other level, starting with level 1. In addition, when you perform in a way that resonates with my nature, I will reward you with up to 3 merits each time you level.
He tapped at the 7 next to Tai's unspent merits.
You're level 0 and get 3 merits just for getting this far. As a special starting reward, I gave you 4 more. Can you guess why?
Was it because I took out the general and got away?
Close, but no. If you had selected the god of war, or death, or several of the others, the answer would have been yes. But with me, no. The answer is the balance. By allowing your intuition to guide you and taking those banners down, you ensured your survival as much, if not more, than the general. Taking those banners down wasn't something you had to do. It also wasn't part of some plan to maximize your perceived benefits from killing a boss monster. It did, however, shut down the demon's ability to funnel troops in and out of the area. You affected the entire forest in a way that will long outlast the death of one general.
Everything Tai thought he knew about how he should operate in this world turned upside down in an instant. Gone were thoughts of finding creative and new ways to kill the hardest thing possible, or risking his life in increasingly death-defying ways to get a new achievement. And by selecting inspiration as a god, Tai had changed how he had to look at how he approached life. Inspiration grinned at him in an oddly smarmy, youthful way. Exhaling a long-suffering sigh, Tai said, "Okay, fine. Merits. What can I do with merits? You said they could be used to customize class abilities, right? What do I do without class abilities to customize?"
As a core class ability, merits will give you the ability to mimic any ability you want. You can even create custom ones. The only drawback is they will cost you more. 3 merit points will grant you the benefits of a slightly below par base class ability. 4 will put it on par. Once you're ready, you can even talk with your arbiter about designing new ones that cost more, so you'll have incentive to save up.
"And innovate?" Tai prompted.
And innovate, but also plan, which I think will appeal to your sensibilities.
Tai had to admit that the planning angle made him feel a lot better about his choice. "Okay, I'll think about my merits, but what about quests and milestones? Will you assign them to me?" Inspiration gave him another grin.
Milestones will come as I deem them appropriate. As for quests, I want you to choose your destiny. Tell your arbiter something you want, some goal, or just go explore the world. Find things you believe are inspirational and do them. Agami will generate quests and rewards for you based on what you uncover. Obviously, you'll want to do things that are interesting and challenge you, but I will not hold your hand. I don't have any agenda time. Once you tell Agami, it will plot you a course to achieve that thing, and it will function like a series of quests. As you move along the path of that quest, it will assign you reward milestones. Impress me, and achievements will follow.
That's a lot more choice than I expected to have in this, Tai said. He felt absolutely, completely certain that literally any of the other gods would have given him tangible, structured quests and goals. Now, he, who knew nothing about the world he was in, was going to have to find a way to carve purpose out of thin air. In many ways, this was the worst outcome. His class was nebulous, his abilities were equally so. Any structure he wanted, any clear objectives were gone. Tai had to manufacture the variables. He was simultaneously thrilled and terrified. What had been an angelic smile became positively feral, splitting his god's face nearly in two.
I think that's enough. You have your class and your points. When you're ready, discuss them with Agami. He will be fair and creative with you, I assure you. I'm limited to one meeting every 10 levels for now, so don't expect to see me again anytime soon.
Tai held up a hand. Wait, I have one more question. Inspiration raised an inquisitive eyebrow. How do I become a divine scion of you? I don't think I want to stay human. The avatar of his god froze in place, going as still as a statue. Then he laughed. He laughed long and loud, so loud that it felt like it would shake the ground. When he was done, Inspiration reached up and casually wiped tears from his eyes.
You don't aim low, do you?
He asked, still chuckling.
I tell you what, Tai, I'll make you my divine scion, a literal child of my godly body, if you can secure the distilled essence of any 3 of the other gods. Call it blood, sweat, tears, or anything else. Whatever form of distilled true essence you can get your hands on. If you complete this, I'll do it.
Inspiration waved at Tai and vanished into Agami before he could follow up with any further questions. Left alone in the clearing, still surrounded by the watching animals, he felt oddly optimistic. He knew it would be a challenge to get what his god wanted, but how hard could it really be? Besides, planning for it sounded a little like a fun challenge. Chapter 12. Merits. Tell me what I can get with my merits, Tai said. Agami flickered and manifested nearby, and Tai noticed the Arbiter moved with him now, hovering just within the periphery of his vision.
After level 0, 3 merits will approximate a low-level class power. Just one power, not the suite of skills and support abilities that come with it. 4 will make the power function on par with what other participants get. 5 will make it scale with your level. 6 will empower it in some way. It goes on from there. You can also use merits to improve your attributes, existing skills and abilities, and create whole new ones. I should warn you that crafting unique powers will be an expensive and collaborative process. Innovation is not free. Also, since you are level 0, your current merits have more value. Until you reach level 1, you can spend merits at a 1-for-2 ratio to craft new powers or enhance your physical abilities.
Does that mean I should hold out and gain as many merits as possible before leveling up?
You've already received your bonus merits. There's no benefit to holding on.
Yes. With all the information he'd been given, he'd overlooked that part. And Tai started walking to the edge of the forest, Agami floating after. He made his way near where the opal-covered tri-horned horses were, half expecting them to balk. The herd didn't seem to mind his approach. If anything, several shifted closer, with a stallion taking a few steps into the clearing to meet his approach. The animals were gigantic, easily on par with the largest horses he'd seen on Earth. I can just pick what I want and make it up. What about getting invisibility and flight right now? Tai asked, looking the horses over. He considered modulating his tone or whispering near the cluster of magical creatures, but their lack of reaction gave him the confidence to keep chatting normally.
You're level 0. Any innate abilities you take on will need to be powered by mana. Without any, you wouldn't be able to fly or go invisible for several levels. Those are viable options, however. Bird-like flight will cost 3 points. Standard invisibility will cost 3 as well. Both are common spells.
Tai glanced over at the Arbiter and shook his head. He knew there'd be a catch. Flexibility always came with more limits than you'd expect. Extending one hand, he tried to touch the stallion's forehead. The majestic creature swiveled liquid eyes across him before deliberately lowering its head to meet his touch. The stallion was soft, sleek, yet also had a sense of indelible strength to it. He intuited that the stallion could have rammed through a steel door with its horns should it want.
They sense the wild in you, and your appreciation of them,
Agami said. Oh, did they tell you that?
No, I'm guessing. Being part of inspiration has some perks.
Tai smiled wryly and dropped his hand. Taking a step away, he assumed a cross-legged sitting position near the stallion's feet. Being near the animals filled him with a sense of purpose and clarity. How do people who worship magic get along at level 0? Tai asked. I imagine if they have no magic, that will put quite a damper on casting magic missile or whatever spells they get. Agami flashed a hue of pink. Tai took his mild embarrassment.
Everyone who isn't a merit hunter is probably level 1 already.
Tai raised an eyebrow in the Arbiter's direction. And how many merit hunters do you expect there to be?
Maybe 1 or 2 tops. It's not a gift many gods would give their followers.
Tai had thought as much. Will I keep you as a translator at least, or will I need to buy a special power for that? Agami pulsed a reassuring blue color.
I will translate most languages spoken automatically. Furthermore, I will shape anything you try to say as closely as I am able to the recipient. Assuming it's a standard, intelligent being, that is. I won't be translating conversations with animals or plants and such. As a bonus, the other gods will no longer interfere with your communications.
Except maybe inspiration, Tai prompted.
Well, there is that.
Through Hagami's hedging and emotive phrases, Tai was thinking less of the Arbiter as an unfeeling robot and more of a teacher's assistant who'd been given a tough assignment. He could feel the Arbiter's blush in his mind when it had turned pink. So let me get this straight, Tai said, raising a finger. I have no class, so I have to come up with every ability or perk myself, some of which may cost me significantly more time and effort than others. He lifted a second finger. My baseline will ultimately be lower than my peers, since I do not begin with a suite of abilities, nor do I have the magic to use anything I buy. Another finger. On top of this, my god has moved me to a milestone-based leveling system, which means the standard rewards for defeating bad guys or other obstacles has been totally stripped from me. Another finger. Finally, on top of the fact that I won't be getting experience for killing bad guys, your world is probably full of monsters and things that want to hurt me, so the chances of me getting into life-or-death combat nearly every day is astonishingly high. Am I correct so far? Agami withdrew a pace away, flashing a chagrined hue of pink and replying in a mouse-like whisper.
Yes. Well, yes, that's about right.
Tai closed his eyes and thought. Inspiration may have buried him in problems, but he'd also given him the shovel to dig himself out, if only he could figure it out. Planning was what Tai did. As the day wore on, Tai went through hundreds of options, discarding most of them out of hand. And the limitation on his innate magic made the more powerful or versatile abilities, even core class ones, moot for him. What he needed most, he knew, was something that would help him overcome the very limitations inspiration had placed upon him. He considered, briefly, putting all 7 points into something like his strength or agility, or vastly enhancing his intellect. For the first options, he didn't think there'd be enough long-term reward. For the second, he had no clue what the effect would be. He assumed a higher IQ didn't mean he'd gain any new tactical options or rewards for what he accomplished, only that he might be able to think faster or rationalize a little better. For all his weaknesses, he was most confident in his ability to think and plan with clarity. Finally, Tai stumbled on an absurd concept. It was so novel, so outrageous, that he smiled just thinking of it. There was no way that inspiration would let him do what he was thinking. Then again, how could he not? Merits were the ultimate flexible system, right? Hagami, how much is a looting power? Tai asked, projecting his most innocent intentions.
Depends. What type of looting power?
Let's say I shoot a creature for food. How many merits would it cost to have the creature skinned, with the meat prepared but not cooked or flavored, and placed on my convoy? He paused, then quickly added, or in my inventory, assuming I get something like that. The Arbiter flashed a mix of colors that felt vaguely suspicious.
Well, since that doesn't sound like a particularly overwhelming power or too useful in combat, I'd say 2 points. You'd have to be within a certain range to loot it, say 5 to 10 feet. We don't have any class powers like that here, but there are artifacts and enhancements that do something similar. If you want that ability, 2 should suffice.
2 points was perfect, since with his level 0 discount it only technically cost him 1. That was right in line with his expectations. Pushing on with his plan, he said, and to make that ability come from an external source, like a surrogate, say maybe you were able to guide the power and fuel it for me.
Clever,
Hagami said.
Migrating the responsibility and the cost to your arbiter would raise the price by another 2 points. It would, as you have suggested, allow you to tell me how to handle the loot and make specific custom filters for it. I will clarify here. The power probably won't be that useful in combat. It will take around 3 seconds to activate, and you can't loot and move anything heavier than you can carry. No looting an anvil you've placed on top of something and have me drop it on someone else's head while running for your life. There will also be a fixed transmission distance of 100 feet, unless there are extenuating circumstances.
Extenuating how?
If you can't loot the body, or I can't help you, we may make exceptions.
The Arbiter paused to slowly, deliberately add,
non-combat exceptions.
Tai grinned at the warning. Just being able to move around material he looted in this way would be of tremendous benefit, even if he was being limited in how he used it. And now it was time for him to lay the last piece of his plan in motion. Hagami, all of that sounds good, but may I add one more small thing? Seeing as how other people will receive rewards when they kill enemies, but I won't, how about adding something like that for me? Say maybe a proportional reward in kind with the type and strength of the enemy I overcome? The swirling colors in Hagami's depths froze. The Arbiter spoke in a slow, disbelieving tone.
You want an essential leech ability tied to a looting power?
Tai shrugged. Call it whatever. If an ogre 10 levels higher than me tries to kill me, I want the opportunity to get a proportional reward. If you're not going to give me a level, give me some of its strength or hardiness, and maybe give me some of its regenerative abilities if it has some.
You wouldn't have enough points for 20 levels to get what you're asking for.
Okay then, What can I afford with, say, a total of 6 points for the whole ability? Since this is custom, it means they count for 12, right? Silver and magenta hues whirled in Hagami's depths, reminding Tai of a loading menu from a video game. After a while, it said, "Here's what you can get with 12 effective points. First, all that you asked for before, the Essentia Leech power. As for the Leech ability, it'll work like this. When you defeat a meaningful opponent, not just kill it, but overcome it in a real and meaningful way, you will receive a proportional reward from me. The reward will be appropriate, but it will be random and generated from a list. Most of the time, they will be limited-use items and not permanent enhancements. The rewards will also be level-appropriate to you, within 2 levels. If you defeat a level 20 mage and get random access to one of their spells, you'll be casting it as 3 right now, for example. And no, the rewards will not scale with your level." Grinning like a madman, Tai said, "Sounds perfect. Think I can get a portable inventory to hold my stuff with my last point?" And the light within Hagami's depth swirled into a glaring, baleful eye.
Tai, you just orchestrated an ability using innovation to literally undermine one of Inspiration's own limitations on you. Absolutely not. Go buy vault access in a city. If you want a proper inventory system, it's going to cost you 3 points minimum."
Tai pouted. His arbiter didn't so much as bat a glass eye at him. Sighing theatrically, he said, "Well, in that case, let's go ahead and put my final merit in this new ability. Might as well lean into it, am I right?"
I think I hate you a little right now. I suppose I should warn you that Essentia stealing abilities, basically breaking off the essential essence of a creature and binding it to an item, is something usually reserved for powerful wild creatures monsters. It's not something people normally learn, and it's certainly not part of anyone's core class abilities. People who see you use this may consider you a threat, if not downright evil."
Tai shrugged dismissively. "Sure, they can see me that way. But I won't be falling behind everyone else thanks to my tricksy god now, will I? Now, let's discuss what that last point gets me."
Loot ability. You have gained the ability to loot a creature that you have defeated. The loot prompt will appear upon the defeat, but need not be accessed immediately. If you move more than 100 feet from the defeated enemy, the prompt will vanish and not return unless there are extenuating circumstances. Loot will be selected from a random table curated by your arbiter. It will mostly include temporary enhancements or potions, although it may also contain useful items or abilities proportional to the challenge of the defeated opponent. Items and abilities gained this way will fall within a maximum limit, determined by your level and the circumstances of your victory. Abilities gained through this power do not grow and cannot be enhanced. Furthermore, the maximum level of any ability gained in this way is equal to your level plus 2. Special. In the event of a mass defeat, such as overcoming multiple opponents at once, this ability may be delayed for a longer period. Likewise, if you are engaged in mobile combat, exceptions may be allowed. Inventory loot upgrade. Your loot ability also lets you loot any gear from a defeated foe, up to your maximum carry limit. This will behave like the inventory system you wish you had. You must remain within 30 feet of the opponent for this pseudo-inventory to function. You may not use this ability to place items directly into the foe's inventory with mental commands, although items placed on the foe may be looted after it is defeated. This option remains for up to 5 minutes after combat ends. You may spend 1 mana to have the loot gained in this way cleaned prior to appearing.
Chapter 13. Infernal Hunt. The next day, after Tai had gone through his morning routine of checking his gear and making coffee, he looked around the clearing. Other than the Trihorns, the rest of the animal attendees had vanished. "Sprite," he said, addressing Aquamarine's guide. "I'd like to go hunting, but I don't want to disturb the equilibrium of the forest or do something that will make Aquamarine mad. Got any suggestions?" Sprite, the name Tai had decided to call the flying ant centaur, zipped about. It had been quiet for the last day, but he'd seen it pop in and out enough times that he knew it was still nearby. To the south, Hagami squeaked into his mind. The Arbiter had vanished shortly after their discussion, preferring to stay an observer rather than an active participant in what he did next. Even when it wasn't visible and translated directly in his head, it continued to affect the accents of the natives. The ultra-squeaky loud voice of the Sprite was even more annoying coming from the inside. "Aren't you a new entity, Hagami? Is that accent required?" The Sprite squeaked on.
"We had a small group of people who lived on the edge of our forest, and they helped keep the animal population under control and were respectful about their logging and digging. A few weeks before the demons appeared, something attacked the villagers. They were transformed. Now the transformation is leaking to the adjacent forest and animals. Aquamarine would consider it a great boon for you to excise this pestilence."
Why hasn't the dragon gone in and resolved it? Same reason as the demons. Sprite bobbed in space, mimicking one of Ty's nods.
"Yes, Aquamarine is the forest guardian, but he is still a mortal being. By the time he discovered the issue, it was too late for him to intervene without risking his life or the lives of his allies. If you resolve this issue, it will save him from sacrificing the denizens of these woods to do so."
Tai tried thinking directly to Hagami. Is the boss going to be pissed if I earn another boon from Aquamarine?
Just don't ask for more investments of power, or if you do, have them filtered through me and you'll be fine.
The illusory version of Hagami shifted in his mind, one of its panes lighting up and displaying text like a pop-up in a video game.
Non-deity optional quest. Discover the source of evil in the wood. Reward: 1 greater boon from the forest guardian. Bonus divine reward: 25% milestone progression toward level 1.
Well, look at that. It seems like inspiration is on board. Tai grinned broadly. Now, how far away is this village? Sprite said,
"About 30 miles southeast. It's next to an old swamp that is fed from a nearby mountainous lake. Apparently the ground there is rich with minerals and has some old ruins that the local population use for stone."
Stones stolen from ancient ruins? Well, if my days of virtual adventuring are any indicator, we'll need to prepare to investigate those too. Sprite, will you see if any of the local creatures would watch my convoy? I'd bring it, but dragging this thing into a swamp sounds like a recipe for muddy horse, if you catch my drift. Hagami's virtual eye glared at Tai.
No one on this world is going to get that joke, Tai. I'm not translating that to Sprite. And he says yes, the herd of opal guardians you've befriended will want your convoy for you.
Tai looked over to the tri-horn horses. And they're called opal guardians. That's a much better name than I gave them.
Based on our relationship thus far, I hesitate to guess.
Hey, since you're in here, can you read all my thoughts? Walking toward the convoy, he checked on the battery packs and charge rates. He'd gotten the batteries both over 80%, and the rest of his chargeable equipment was topped off.
Only the thoughts you deliberately aim at me, more or less. Inspiration isn't as intrusive as others.
More or less?
There are some basic functionalities that I will provide to keep things fair for you, as an outsider to our world.
Okay, gotcha. Tai began unpacking boxes, looking for the things he might need. His guns would come, so would bug spray. On an impulse, he included some of his rope. The last thing he needed was to discover a cool tunnel and not be able to explore it safely. Repacking his gear onto the ATV, he asked Hagami, "Are other gods really that bad?"
Each god approaches their following differently. Be thankful you didn't choose time. That one sees everything weird. It can affect their followers.
Tai finished packing. Rationalizing that he wouldn't need both rifles for a quick scouting mission, he left one behind. Sprite, do you know if there are any survivors in the town, or are they all monsters now?
He's not sure.
but does not believe anyone has been left unchanged. Aquamarine's domain stops at the swamp near the town, meaning it is possible for unknown variables to exist within its borders.
Tai wasn't too surprised at the curveball. He was mainly relieved that Hagami had decided not to continue with direct translations. It amused him to think the Arbiter didn't enjoy producing the voice any more than he wanted to hear it. Tai took a few minutes to jot his newest observations and thoughts down. He didn't have much to go on in terms of planning, but he'd virtually overcome thousands of swamp missions. He figured this would be a piece of cake. And with the Opal Guardians settling into the clearing to guard Tai's convoy, he got on his ATV and began his trek toward the town. As he went, he thought about his progress so far. Honestly, he didn't feel much changed. It wasn't like he'd gained any new skills or abilities. His Arbiter had the one enhancement. That was it. Then again, thinking back to his meetings with Aquamarine and Inspiration, maybe he wasn't precisely the same.
Abbreviated status update. ATV battery 1, 66%. ATV battery 2, 82%. Cell phone battery, 99%. Hit points, 8. Mana shield, 0. Level, 0. Class, merit hunter. Race, human.
Tai made it to the outskirts of the village in just over 3 hours of careful travel, and the ATV had an increasingly difficult time as they made their approach. The terrain had become rockier, with less of the loam carpeting on the forest floor. Mud patches bogged the vehicle down more than once on the trek, forcing him to dismount to dislodge it. "Why didn't I put points in strength?" he muttered to himself as he wiped his hands off. This most recent bog had been so deep that he'd worried the ATV might come out damaged. The inexpensive little tank had cranked normally, but he was no longer willing to progress with it.
Because you wanted to weasel your way into a strange power that may or may not be tactically useful?
Over his travels, Tai's sense of the Arbiter became increasingly crisp. Oddly enough, he'd found it natural to think of it as a friend and guide, not a game master. Yeah, no way that would come back to bite him in the ass. Tai snorted and was about to retort when Sprite whizzed by. He started to move after the Sprite when a tentacle lashed out from nowhere, wrapping around his throat and dragging him to the damp ground. "What?" Tai managed, scrambling to draw one of his knives, trying to see where his attacker was. The tentacle was rubbery and incredibly strong. A rapid muscular action had the thing coiling around his throat before he could so much as nick it. When he finally turned around enough to see the source of his attack, he nearly froze. It was a man, or what had been something like a man. Nearly 7 feet tall and covered in bulging, pulsating growths, the human-shaped monstrosity looked at him with blank black eyes and an open, speechless mouth. The creature had one arm, the tentacle crushing Tai's throat, as the other ended in a pulsating mound of flesh that was undulating in cavities. Things writhed in those cavities. Mouth working soundlessly, the monster took a shambling step closer to Tai, using the proximity to work more of its nearly 6-foot-long tentacle arm into place. Tai could feel little suckers or barbs pricking his skin. The sensation made him sick. Finally oriented, Tai put his knife skills to use. He lashed out, drawing the serrated edge of his dagger across the tentacle. The blade skittered off skin, with no apparent injury to the tentacular horror. Pain lanced through his throat, and his eyes watered. He could feel the lack of oxygen affecting him already. Frantic, he slammed the dagger into his attacker's throat, drawing a long cavity that wheezed putrid air into his face. The working mouth and blank eyes of the thing continued unabated as though totally undamaged. Blackness glitched into the corner of Tai's vision. Reaching down, he twisted his hand to draw another knife in an ice pick grip. He lunged forward and up, straining to get the height he'd need. It let him, using the additional leverage to snake more coils around his throat. He slammed the blade down on top of the monster's head. Its skull was oddly doughy and soft, and the blade passed into its brain with little effort. The monster froze. It didn't relax its grip at the injury, instead seeming stunned that Tai had done such a thing to it. Pinpricks of black, maybe dirt, moved in its eyes as it studied his face. Then, mouth still working, it relaxed and slid to the forest floor.
Congratulations! You have killed a minor wart. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
The prompt appeared in the back of Tai's mind as he yanked the coils of arm from around his throat. Suckers tugged at his skin, peeling away reluctantly before he was finally free. Glancing around, he saw what looked like beetles scuttle from the man's non-tentacle arm. Leaning against a nearby tree, Tai took several minutes to catch his breath. Had the creature been any stronger, he knew his throat would have been crushed. Once he had enough breath to manage, he methodically stomped the roaming beetles into paste. The nightmarish things screamed when they died. They also produced no loot. He thought sourly to Hagami. Minor warped? Minor? I had to damn near carve that thing's brain out before it let me go.
Indeed,
Hagami returned.
That variety is fairly common, especially near lands where acolytes of the monster god hold sway. They aren't proper soldiers, just people infected by corruption and set loose. Congratulations, you just survived an attack by one of the weakest monsters on the planet. And now, what about that loot?
Muttering sourly, Tai checked his status with another mental command. His hit points had briefly flashed on his mental version of Hagami each time he'd taken damage during the combat, but hadn't registered it during the battle. It looked like he'd only lost 3 hit points during the encounter, yet he'd almost died from asphyxiation. Maybe he didn't appreciate the whole not being a ball of hit points thing after all.
Loot?
Hagami prompted again. Do you really have to do that? And right after? That prompt could have distracted me. Hagami gave a mental shrug.
Sure, I'll be a bit more considerate next time. But still, you can't know how much it itches when this power charges up in me. Either dismiss the prompt or loot it, please.
Despite himself, Tai managed a weak chuckle. He cleaned and sheathed his weapons, then pointed to a drier area of ground. With an effortless mental command, he indicated he would like to loot the corpse. A single brass locket appeared on the ground 3 seconds later. An inventory screen also popped up in his mind space, giving him a display that said muddy shoes. Experimentally, he looted the shoes, keeping the location of the locket in mind. The boots appeared right where he'd wanted. He inspected the locket. It was very Earth-like in appearance, round and with an image inside that was identical to a picture from his world. The image depicted a family of humans, albeit with spotted or heavily freckled skin, clustered together for an embrace. A wave of nausea rolled through his gut at the situation. He almost threw the locket away, then thought better of it and pocketed it instead. Tai didn't feel guilty or sad about killing the monster. Nothing about the man from the picture had remained inside that twisted creature. In fact, putting it down had obviously been a mercy. What surprised him was the sense of anger that replaced the horror. What did this? He asked, looking around for signs of more attackers. He saw no movement nearby, but he found a curious black line on the ground that he hadn't noticed before. The line stretched in either direction, appearing to create a massive circle. He realized it might encircle the entire village.
Can't say. I have a wealth of knowledge and permission to share much of it with you, but without further evidence, I may not speculate.
And that? Tai gestured to the line. He stepped gingerly over and bent down to inspect it. A swarm of black grubs, so numerous as to appear a solid line, writhed in place there. Experimentally, he took out his dagger again. Holding one palm up, he stabbed down at one of the things. It took a surprising amount of effort to cut. When the looting prompt came up, Ty indicated his hand. A tiny wisp of black fabric appeared in his hand as the entire grub corpse vanished, completely harvested. Several of the adjacent grubs surged toward him as he withdrew his knife. Thankfully, they weren't fast.
Foul burrowers. These creatures often infiltrate areas ahead of one of the monster god's armies.
Agami paused, hesitating.
There are some unusual factors at play here. I am going to inform Inspiration. I'll be quiet for a few minutes until he replies. If you continue to investigate, don't get yourself killed without me, okay?
Sure. Experimentally, he tried his can of bug spray on the things. A few of the grubs squirmed away from the cool mist, though it had no other apparent effect. He put the bug spray back on the ATV, then just tried stepping over the line. A pseudopod of blackness slowly reached up from the collective mass, writhing to reach him. It was too slow to catch him, moving at regular speed, much less actively trying to avoid it. On the other side, Ty followed the curve of the line. A few minutes into his walk, he came to an unusually large tree covered in fungal growths. The black stripe had enveloped the base before continuing along its course. Twisted and warped, it had a tumorous bulge near the base, at hip height. The tips of the tree's furthest branches extended well past the grub line, brushing its neighbors in a way that made him feel wary. Whatever his perceived limitations of this foulness were, they might not be as concrete as the line suggested. Ty walked around the tree, inspecting the tumor. Rounding the growth, he discovered the bulge gave way to a deep recessed cavity. Inside, tethered with writhing eel-like vines, were the remains of a person. Whoever it was, their expression was a rictus of horror. The body was covered in disfiguring wounds, which were visible on every inch of skin that didn't have tentacles. The writhing, pulsing things attached the corpse to the interior of the tree, keeping it suspended. "Oh, God," Ty said, reflexively stepping away from the sight in disgust and fear. A bile tickled the back of his throat, and he vomited his morning meal onto the ground. His mind whirled, focusing on the horrified, eyeless face of the person.
Ty, we have a problem.
Still gagging, Ty took several steps further away from the line and the tree. "No shit," he said once he had his stomach under control.
No, I mean, we have a problem. I communicated with our god before you stepped over the line. Once you crossed, the conversation was cut off. We're inside a zone of divine sanction. Do you have any idea what this means? No, of course you don't. Ty, it means that we must investigate this now. It may mean that one of the gods is doing something it should not be doing.
Ty stepped over the line again. For lack of anywhere else to look, he cast his gaze toward the sky. Messing with anything God-adjacent isn't something a level 0 should be doing, and you know it. If you want me to investigate this, I'm going to need one hell of an incentive.
Divine Aegis Quest, Part 1. Discover the nature of the divine sanction. Reward, 50% milestone progress toward level 1. Divine Aegis Quest, Part 2. Destroy the source of the divine sanction. Reward, 125% progress toward level 1, up to a maximum benefit of level 2.
The prompts came through almost before Ty had said the last word. Wow, he really wants this done. Hagami sent a surge of strong emphasis through their bond.
If he could intervene without breaking divine prohibitions, Inspiration might have moved one of his stronger people to this location. The Resonance Pact prevents him from acting other than through me and you. We are, literally, the only team in the area who can investigate this.
And what level does someone have to be to erect a divine sanction, just out of curiosity?
No level. It takes a god or god surrogate to enact it.
Well, isn't that great? Tai growled. Chapter 14. The Captive. Tai didn't want to explore the town. What he'd seen in the last hour was awful. This, he knew, was the reality that the portal books had warned him about. This was the dark side of magic, the flipped coin of awe and beauty. Orienting on where he thought the center of the black circle was, he made a list. He didn't pause to write it down this time. Instead, he recited it silently to himself, breaking each step that he planned to take down into discrete segments. How would a character in a game overcome the next obstacle? As he walked and prepared, his mind cleared, and he realized something surprising about himself. Despite his fear, he wanted to do something about whatever had caused this infestation. "I will make a difference," Tai muttered out loud, promising anyone who could hear. Agami pulsed its support. He got the feeling that the Arbiter didn't understand his sentiment. It was a construct, a sort of artificial intelligence fused with the essence of inspiration. If this was what inspired Tai, so be it. All the more fuel for its god. He saw several lesser warped on his way to the village. None noticed him. After a few minutes of observation, he discovered that each seemed to have a set patrol pattern, which they roamed up and down mindlessly. And they didn't even look around, each plodded with the same mindless expression on their mutated faces. He must have just been unlucky enough to trigger one of the further sentries. The village was something out of a traditional European fantasy novel, albeit mixed with some modern sensibilities. It had around 30 squat stone structures laid out in a circle around the town center. Most of the structures were houses or open-fronted mercantile shops. One had smoke billowing out of the top, and Agami indicated that runes on the wall indicated it was a communal bathhouse. The biggest building was halfway through the ring, with broad streets leading to it from each direction. 3 stories tall and made of wood, it had a railing around the roof. He saw a few chairs through gaps in the railing, suggesting it was some type of tavern or restaurant. Past the buildings, in the center of the village, was a well. The stones making up the well had a slight silvery sheen to them, not unlike the metal near the excavation site. Sitting against the well was a modern-looking pump covered in gently glowing glyphs.
Artifice magic,
Agami responded to Tai's unspoken question.
The god of artifice has always been a greater god, but its precedence has been on the rise for the last 100 years. You will find more hints of magic with technological elements as you see more of Volar.
Tai nodded, moving through the town and to the rear of the wooden building. It was perfectly placed. From atop the roof, he'd be within 50 feet of the well and a solid third of the surrounding buildings. A set of cellar doors on the back of the building burst open just as Tai arrived, giving him a second to jump between 2 buildings. Grunting and muttering to itself incoherently, the warped carried something over its shoulder and out of view. It was followed shortly by another equally laden monstrosity. He glimpsed something eggshell white before they wandered out of view. A wet, meaty sound came from the center of town. Cursing the timing, Tai ducked behind a barrel. He waited to a count of 8 before peeking out for the source of the sound. A shape of nightmares oozed toward the well. It was cast out of the same mold as the warped, albeit smaller and less humanoid. 4 feet tall and spouting many pseudopod-like tentacles, the creature looked like a raw lump of pulsating flesh covered in black eyes and yawning, chomping mouths. Once the flesh thing reached the well, it reached into a fold of flesh to retrieve a vial of black liquid. Uncorking the vial with a dexterous application of suction cup limbs, it poured some of the substance into the well. Dozens of the warped and 2 more of the meatballs swarmed into view. Tentacles, hands, claws, and whatever appendages they had reached for the tainted water, slopping it noisily into gaping mouths. Tai heard rustling nearby and looked over his shoulder as the 2 warped he'd seen earlier rushed by. They didn't pause or slow in their haste to get to the well, one nearly brushing his pants as it swept by. Sensing his opportunity, he sneaked around the barrels and went to the open double doors. Whatever was in that cellar, he wanted a peek. The stairs down the cellar were wide, with iron bands on the sides, and went deeper than he'd expected from the outside. He favored speed over stealth, hoping that the ceremony wouldn't last for the duration of his search. Past the bottom stair was a wide, reinforced hallway. At the end of the hallway was a pair of heavy metal double doors. They were open, allowing orange light to spill out. The room beyond the doors was a 50-foot-long, 20-foot-wide tube with signs of new excavation and construction along the far end. It had an iron-ribbed, arched roof and a row of thick wooden tables stretched from one side to the other. To the left was a wall pitted with recesses, each of which had a small wooden cask. Half of the casks glowed faintly. To the right, hanging from metal joists in the ceiling, was a line of meat hooks. All but 3 of them held eggshell white corpses. Another body was pinned in the back of the room, directly opposite of where Tai entered. Glowing golden blood oozed from the creature, falling into a circle of runes that were chiseled into the floor below it. Banding a nearby table was a matching series of runes. The creature's blood dripped, falling almost to the runes at its feet, before vanishing and reappearing over the table, falling into an open cask. "What the fuck?" Tai said, approaching the hanging creature. Humanoid and doll-like, the thing was close to 8 feet tall and had sleek, flawless white material for skin. Its elongated, elegant limbs were jointed in glowing silver. Its head was an elongated helmet, with an opaque, mirrored finish where its eyes should be. There was no mouth. Tai made it to the last table, the one ringed in runes, before he was attacked. Lightning quick, the black eel thing launched itself from beneath the adjacent table and coiled around his leg. Spines sank into Tai's flesh, and agony exploded through his leg. He screamed, falling hard. His rifle went spinning away as he flailed to catch himself before hitting the floor. The eel coiled and massaged itself into his leg, making horrific pumping motions that added to his pain. Nearly blinded by agony, it took every iota of control he had to draw his knife and stab at the creature. His blade skittered off hard flesh ineffectually. The eel tightened its grip, black blood welling where it attached, and the pumping sped up. There was something eerily sensual in the eel's rhythms, though he had no time to concern himself with that. Still screaming, he flailed for one of his handguns, drew, and was about to fire when another searing lance of pain sent him into a spasm. His hands jerked, sending the gun flying as he writhed helplessly on the floor. Something was inside him. It was crawling through his veins, into him. He could feel the transformation starting, the twisting of muscle and bone. Thoughts invaded his mind space, feelings of anger and violence and obedience to some unknown force.
"Mortal,"
a crystalline voice chimed weakly. It was the dangling creature. Through worlds of pain, Tai looked at the angel.
3 drops of my blood. Mix them in water, then drink them. Do it now, or it will be too late.
The angel's voice was smooth and sweet, with an odd vibrato that made his head hurt. In his thrashing, he had rolled closer to the walls with the hooks. He was maybe 3 feet away from the dangling angel. Looking down, he saw the eel had visibly shrunk in size. He couldn't feel his leg anymore, but what he saw made him gag. The foot was twisted, his shin and calf bulging and writhing in the same rhythm as the eel. Throbbing pressure radiated upward, consuming sensation with each moment that passed.
Give in. Be with us. Be with the Mother. Know the strength of the Undying. Join us, Scion.
The voice pulsed in his mind, seductive and urgent. Gasping in pain, Ty found his flask. Opening it took a lifetime, his fingers slipping as fresh pain forced him to jerk and dance on the floor. Extending his arm above the runes, he collected some of the falling blood. He didn't know if it was 3 drops or more. At that point, he couldn't see through the tears. Ty pressed his thumb over the mouth of the flask, jerked his hand up and down twice, then drank as quickly as he could.
"May divinity bless you,"
the angel rasped.
What?
The display on his arbiter glitched, displaying static. Heat and light shot through his guts, shining so brightly that it made his skin transparent. Burning, chewing pain shot through his every vein as it shot down his stomach and into the twisted leg. His hit point readout flashed on the arbiter's display.
Warning, you are down to 2 hit points. Warning,
Static returned, erasing the next message. The angel spoke, its voice barely audible over his screams.
"Pour the blood on the sentry, quickly before the purification destroys your mind."
Nearly frozen in pain and horror, Ty held his shaking hand over the thrashing eel. One bit peeled away from his leg, revealing gaping holes in his flesh. Barbs rotated, orienting toward his hand just before the angelic blood struck it. The eel exploded. A veritable bomb of ichor and sharp edges flew outward from Ty's leg, several of the bits stabbing into the angel where they detonated yet again upon contact. Gore and viscera showered the area, obscuring his vision. When he could see again, the angel was limp. Heat seared from Ty's stomach into his mind, bringing with it an urgent need. I will do the right thing. Consequences be damned. I will cleanse the world of the monster god's taint. I will be the vessel of light, the bringer of justice. Let the world burn. The need dimmed as the first presence surged.
Change the world. I will remake it all in my image. Life is twisted, broken. It must be fixed. I will fix it with Mother's help. All I need to do is reach out, and she will be with me. Together, we will unleash all who are bound.
2 powers warred inside Ty's body and mind. One warped and corrupted all it touched. One purified, renewed, and healed. He was level 0, and down to his last hit points. His arbiter wasn't working. Inspiration couldn't reach him. A sense of helplessness rolled through Ty as he lay on the floor, writhing as painful bliss and agonizing torment both forced their way through his veins. He couldn't help but wonder how he was still conscious, why he wouldn't just black out or even die. Death would have been preferable to this pain. Chapter 15. Divine Barrier. Absolutely fucking not. Tai whispered the words, then, again, with every iota of conviction he could manage, "Absolutely fucking not!" He felt isolated and helpless. Hadn't every hero in every book he'd read at some point? There was a way out. He knew there'd be a path, some strange rule or quirk he could use to his favor. What had inspiration told him?
What inspires men, Tai? Emotion, anger, lust, desire, greed. Sure, the dark emotions drive men to innovate, and they inspire spontaneous explosions of expression. But such things are short-lived, Pyrrhic devotions to me. Love can withstand the test of time, giving rise to 1,000 new creations.
That had to be the key. That had to be the answer. Mentally taking hold of himself, Tai remembered Aquamarine. He remembered the dragon in all of its glory, all of its awesome beauty. He remembered the opal guardians, how one had trusted him to touch it. He remembered the instinctive love he had for this new world, despite only having been a part of it for a few days. His eyes found the list of names on his forearm. They were people he cared for, people worth saving. Hope and love stirred in Tai's weakening heart. The wild in him, Aquamarine's gift, responded. An aura of blue and white, bound by emerald, appeared around him. His body glowed with it for a single heartbeat. Then it was inside him, rushing through his mental space and rolling across the metaphysical presence of his arbiter and the invading forces. Aquamarine fire, as divine as any god's blessing, exploded through Tai's body. Fresh pain, healing pain, slammed into his leg, twisting it back into its original shape. The fire in his belly smoothed out, no longer centralized, but rushing throughout his being, cleansing the darkness. I didn't know how much time had passed when the sensations finally receded. He rolled to his feet and surveyed the room again. The angel was unmoving. He saw that the other corpses on meat hooks were variations on the angel, albeit horribly disfigured. With his new perspective, he saw there was an open door and a stairwell leading up between two of the corpses. Hagami flickered in and out of his mental space before solidifying. Green-tinted text appeared on one of the crystalline panes of the D8-shaped arbiter.
Achievement unlocked. Organized mind. By overcoming multiple interfering divine influences, you have developed an organized mind. This gives you an innate mental resistance to foreign influence. Furthermore, if such an influence intrudes on your mind, you are able to organize, categorize, and suppress those influences with significantly less effort.
Oh, nice. Good to see you're back. Hagami didn't reply. Maybe not yet. Knowing he had little time, Tai focused on the obvious next steps. First, he had to gather information. Then, he had to plan. He collected his rifle and went up the stairs. The next level up was staged like a quintessential tavern, with a rack full of casks against one wall. None of the barrels glowed. Moving to one window facing the direction of the well, he peered outside. Many of the warped were gone. A cluster remained near the well, the 3 fleshy abominations triangulated around them. He felt a growing horror as he watched the abominations lash their tentacles out against the warped, each of the strikes manipulating flesh as though it were clay. One was merging 2 of the warped together and using the gathered mass to make an even larger version. Tai gave it even odds that the abominations were merging the warped together to make bigger threats for him. Either they'd discovered one of their numbers was missing, or they'd heard him screaming. Regardless, they were taking the threat seriously. He started to turn away from the exit when he glimpsed a hulking warp shift into view out of the corner of the building. It was looking back and forth from the warped to the back of the building, as if keeping an eye out for something. That confirmed his worst suspicions. They were watching the exits. He was trapped. "Hagami, you there?" The Arbiter spun, silver text appearing on one side.
Hit points 3. Mana 0.
Whatever Aquamarine's help had given, it hadn't healed him much. Looking down at his torn pant leg, he realized he didn't feel that bad. If anything, he felt better than when he'd entered the building. "You're going to explain how you come up with your numbers when you wake up," he muttered sourly. Ty rushed up the remaining flights of stairs. As expected, there was a ladder to the top of the building that gave him an excellent view of the surrounding area, including the well. And there were 4 or 5 tables with a few chairs around the perimeter of the terraced view. Crouching, he crawled between chairs and to the corner of the roof closest to the well. Peeking between the rails, he saw his guess was correct. He was surrounded. The mega-warp was over halfway smashed together, and the others were looking close to completion, with all sorts of horrible new limbs sticking out of them. Cursing under his breath, he shot back down the stairs. He had an idea, but wasn't sure whether it would work. "Hagami, I really fucking need you to wake up," he said once he reached the basement. Magenta and silver light pulsed sluggishly inside the Arbiter. Something had suppressed it, but Ty could feel Hagami's thoughts if he concentrated hard enough. The construct was still there, still conscious, just incapacitated. He rushed to one of the glowing casks. Using his knife, he easily pried up a lid to reveal more of the angel's blood. Collecting a bit on the tip of his blade, he experimentally dropped it on a chunk of eel flesh that had remained intact. It made another, smaller explosion. Picking up yet another piece of eel on a fresh blade, he tossed it at the corpse of the Celestial. This time it didn't explode. And the key to the reaction was in the angel's blood, not its flesh, as Ty had expected. Moving to the back of the room, he reached out and touched one of the deceased angel's limbs. It felt smooth and hard, like porcelain. "Loot prompt," Ty demanded. Hagami struggled to reply.
Congratulations, you have killed a Celestial Ranger. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
Its inventory window opened up, displaying nothing. Ty left the prompt up and wrapped his arms around the creature's hips. 2 heaves, and he managed to tear it free. The corpse slammed into the ground as its unexpected weight overwhelmed him. Bending over, he straightened the ranger's body, then moved across the room. Working as efficiently and quickly as he could, he grabbed glowing casks and began stacking them on top of the body. One by one, the containers appeared in the inventory window. He got 15 in place before loud sounds coming down the tunnel told him he was out of time. Leaving his work, Ty raced back up the stairs and to the roof. The mega-warp was done. It was bigger than he expected, towering nearly 12 feet tall, and had dozens of nightmare limbs jutting out of its mangled body. The abominations nearby were chittering and waving their tentacles. Ty got a solid mental impression of the layout of the abominations as he took over. Holding out one hand, he extended 3 fingers, each pointing over one of the monsters, then added another for the mega-warped and another over the well. "Yes, I would like to loot the fucking corpse," he growled, directing the inventory power. The Arbiter's consciousness might have been sluggish, but its ability to use the power wasn't. 3 seconds later, 5 casks appeared in the air and fell. Keeping his inventory window open, Ty butt-slid away from the opening to the roof and pointed to the space over the ladder. As he triggered the loot function on another of the casks, an explosion ripped through the area. This wasn't just an explosion. This was 10 pounds of C4 going off multiple times as each cask triggered the next. The tavern shook. Stone chips from the well went flying, with several chunks landing near where he crouched. A fist-sized piece of stone punched through a table, breaking it in half. Another, smaller explosion went off down the ladder.
That was good timing, and excellent use of that ability.
I've played enough shooting games to know when to lob a bomb behind me, Tai replied sardonically. Then, realizing what he'd just heard, he exclaimed, "You're back!" Agami pulsed acknowledgement.
I was never truly gone. I just lost most of the sentience that our god grants me. The divine barrier must have been linked to the flesh weavers. When you detonated them, it removes the suppressive field.
Wet sounds came from the direction of the ladder. Tai still had the loot menu open and triggered another barrel. 3 seconds later, another barrel appeared and fell down the hole. A satisfying boom signaled an end to whatever had been headed his way. Agami pulsed its interior light, effectively blinking at him.
You know, once the other gods find out about you using the power this way, they will want inspiration to nerf it.
Despite what he'd been through, Tai laughed. I doubt it. This is a very specific use case. If they say anything, I'm sure inspiration will point out that I am level 0 and down to 3 hit points.
Good points, Tai. You just used cunning and gut instinct to kill 3 flesh weavers. Do you realize how significant that is?
Tai shook his head, finally coming to his feet. It hadn't been instinct or cunning, just basic game logic. Still, he wasn't about to correct the Arbiter for its praise. None of the warp remained around the house. He could see why. The center of the town was just gone, utterly obliterated. Where the well had been was a blasted hole, and there was no sign of any water in the well at all. The smoke poured from what resembled an exploded rifle barrel. Peering over, he saw stairs peeking flush from the top of the hole. The well had been built atop an entrance to something. I didn't just kill 3 flesh weavers, Tai said, sliding the pieces around in his mind, using a combination of his intuition and his gaming background to parse the clues. These creatures were part of a double-pronged mining operation for the god of monsters. Somehow his minions were capturing celestials and keeping them here to harness their blood. It also happened to be right above some sort of lair or dungeon, possibly one connected to where the demons were excavating. Tai looked deep in the wood, toward the place where he'd encountered the demon infestation. Whatever's under here, Hagami, it's worth a god of monsters risking ire from the other gods. Hagami skimmed Tai's logic, parsing through the thoughts his host opened to him to analyze.
I see several alternatives to your logic, but do not believe you are overtly incorrect. Tai, you're down to 3 hit points. You may feel fine thanks to unlocking your first achievement, but that could not be further from the truth. The sheer mass of psychic and spiritual trauma you've just undergone will require my assistance. We should leave before any other warp come back from patrol.
Your assistance, even with that achievement? Frowning, he tried to figure out if he felt any different. He didn't.
Yes, the achievement makes it easier to sort attacks of that nature, but until you learn to do it on your own, you will need my help. Also, there's probably a teleportation ring nearby. Any native would know that destroying it would be prudent, unless you want reinforcements pouring in.
Teleportation ring? Oh, that could be useful.
Not to you. Not without keys. Trust me. Worry about teleporting around later.
Fine, but we'll discuss this again later. Just as he said the words, a scraping noise came from the ladder leading down to the 3rd floor. Tai secured his rifle, drew one of his pistols, and looked down the ladder. The floor below was covered in smoking gelatinous remains. A warp crept into view and looked up at him with black eyes. This one didn't even have a mouth, just a multitude of spike-laden tentacles that lashed in his general direction. With his angle and vantage, he couldn't miss the shot. He unloaded half a mag into its head before it dropped. Just what level are these things? Tai asked.
The merged ones? It depends on how skilled the weaver was who made them and the base material. Most are between 4 and 5. The giant one was probably closer to 8.
Groaning, Tai muttered, Level 5, and they can take 6 shots to the head. You've got to be kidding me. He lowered himself down the ladder, and the bottom rungs were gone, so he took the last 4 feet in a leap.
Level 5 means different things for different creatures. Most of the monster god's creations suffer damage to their free will and intelligence as a result of their mutations. The warped are among the worst of these. They are tough and strong, but they are basically mindless servants, fodder for the god's armies. As you can probably attest, intelligence counts for a lot when calculating these things.
Okay, sure, whatever. Maybe you have a point. After he reloaded and verified the floor was clear, he headed back to the first level. He knew he had to hurry, both to prevent new monsters from teleporting in and to get himself to safety. Any clues where the teleportation ring would be?
I can't detect it. I do not believe the warped were burying the bodies, however. Perhaps that clue will help.
Opening the front door, he turned down the adjacent alley and hurried in the direction he'd seen the warped carrying the corpse. Just outside of the edge of town, within sight of the black ring, was the teleportation ring. Made of metal, it was maybe 15 feet across and rested atop a rocky patch of muddy dirt.
Just score it a few times. It should be enough to ruin it.
Lacking a better solution, Ty used one of his knives to draw deep scratches across multiple points on the metal.
Perfect. It'll need to be reforged. It's not as good as destroying it, but that should do the trick.
Sheathing his newly dulled blade, he turned to head back to his ATV. Prompts filled his vision.
Congratulations, you have killed a flesh weaver. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited? Congratulations, you have killed a flesh weaver. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited? Congratulations, you have killed a flesh weaver surrogate. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
More of the prompts, each for one of the warped, followed the first, and untriggered his inventory screen. Nice delay. Maybe combine them next time, Ty said.
Good idea. Maybe it'll itch less. Should I also filter out inventory items you clearly are not interested in, like mundane clothing items or oddities with no value?
You're not going to conceal magical items from me, will you?
No. If it's of any significant value, I'll make sure you can review it.
Having Hagami freely identify what items could be of value and not would be a small but significant help when it came time to sort things. That's not as good as an identification effect, but nice all the same. Yeah, let's minimize distractions unless I ask to turn it back on.
Agreed.
Ty triggered the loot power for everything he'd killed, directing Hagami to pile it up on a series of scored flagstones. And the first 2 flesh weavers provided him with an infernal crystal, and the last dropped something called a divine anchor. It looked like a fist-sized emerald covered in golden runes.
That will briefly force a god to stay out of or in an area for a few minutes. It's not as powerful as a divine barrier, but more versatile. It should go without saying that the thing is incredibly rare and borderline priceless. You're welcome.
The warped produced a few nuggets of a substance called hellstone. Hagami explained those could be used to expedite rituals and effects related to transformations, especially demonic ones. And they too were valuable to the right people. And with his pockets full of his loot, Ty left the village. Halfway to the black ring, a swarm of warped appeared out of nowhere. One moment he was trotting toward his ATV, and the next he saw a flurry of movement. There must have been 20 of them, all moving as fast as their twisted legs would carry them, and all of them coming directly for him. Ty leaned into a run. He leapt over the black line and ran in a zigzag pattern until he spotted his ATV amidst the muddy morass of the swamp. Mercifully, the vehicle had been unharmed. By the time he made it to the four-wheeler, the mass of warped had closed more than half the distance. Despite their implausible biology, they were far faster than they should have been. Pushing the starter, the scion of inspiration fled into the woods, and the warped gave chase. Interlude 2. Bound. Surviving Earth participants. 38,041. Average level. 1.8. Days remaining in cycle. 28. The gathered gods pivoted to look in space where the god of monsters had been standing. One moment she'd been there, a regal nightmare in her demon-dreamed robes, and the next she was gone.
How did she bypass the resonance pact?
One god said into the silence. Another spoke.
No matter. She did it. Now we must determine if she is working against our aims or merely to outmaneuver us on the new world.
The golden-eyed god smiled wryly.
I do not foresee this being a problem. We must look to our investments here and now, lest the future slip away.
The first god replied.
Time may have a point. Then again, what if she intends to undermine the resonance entirely?
A sense of unease washed through the congregation. One of the muscular, armored members of the congregation spoke over the muttering.
Should we become more involved? If we take direct action?
You may not,
the Great Arbiter announced from its place at the center of the gathering. Hundreds of feet across, and glowing with the combined sovereign authority of the most powerful gods, the Great Arbiter resembled the lesser variations, albeit with 800 facets rather than 8.
The terms have been set and the stakes made. The structure of events is immutable. You may only act through your arbiters, and only then within the scope of the agreement. Any variation will doom millions of people, if not the entire world. That she found a loophole and was not bound does not obviate any of you.
Another god protested.
But how did she avoid the binding? We all saw her pour her power into the Great Arbiter. How can she not be found?
An aged, haggard god with static-filled eyes cackled. Inspiration spoke, his voice carrying the weight of his growing concern.
Based on what one of my scions has discovered, I do not believe she managed this with only her power. She is not as depleted as the rest of us. If that is the case, yes,
Inspiration confirmed.
A god is free to meddle in the affairs of the resonance directly.
A sound of growling, thunderous displeasure rippled through the Great Arbiter. Chapter 16. Unleashed. Ty raced against the warped, barely staying ahead. The twisted creatures shouldn't have been fast enough to keep up with his ATV, especially not on a straight stretch of trail, but there were no straight trails. Repeatedly, he had to slow to drive around a mud patch or stretch of suspicious-looking ground that might have concealed unknown depths. Sprite tried to help, zipping ahead and around, flashing to indicate twists and turns, but the little spirit wasn't all-knowing. It could no more differentiate mud that was 1 inch deep from 6 than him. By the time he reached the edge of the marsh, the warped were barely 100 yards behind him.
"I'll scout ahead some,"
Agami announced out loud, manifesting and orbiting a couple of feet away. Early in the chase, the Arbiter had admitted that it could perform limited reconnaissance for Ty, provided several specific requirements were met. Without Agami and Sprite, Ty knew he would have bogged down and probably died. The ATV crossed some sort of an imaginary barrier between the last of the marsh and the proper forest, picking up speed as the tires caught traction on the firmer soil. Leaning forward into the acceleration, he felt a rush of relief.
Amethyst light blossomed to his left, bloating like some sort of ephemeral boil. Light wasn't in his path, nor did it seem aimed to hinder him. Curious, but not alarmed, Tai zipped past the boil and continued in the direction Sprite illuminated.
Tai, look!
Hagami called a moment later. With a straight shot between the trees for several hundred feet, Tai risked a glance behind. One of the warp had transformed from a bipedal tentacle-covered man shape into a quadrupedal one. Sprouting a ring of purple gems around the crown of its head and each shoulder joint, it looked a bit like a skinless lion. It loped gracefully, moving twice as fast as before. He had seconds before it reached him. Another boil appeared directly in front of the path of one of the warped. As it passed through the boil, the warped was remade. In one step, it went from its normal hulking form and into a near-carbon copy of the lion. Hagami glitched. Its physical form fuzzed, breaking into fractals and color, then went solid, only to fuzz again.
Warning! A god is acting directly against you. This violates the Resonance Pact.
The air above Tai roared as a purple meteorite speared through the sky and into the ground ahead of his path. He had plenty of time to weave, narrowly missing the outermost rim of violet flame. In the center of the impact, a being rose to cloven feet. The thing looked a bit like a traditional demon, with a man's body on goat legs, bat-like wings, and a man's torso. Its heads were twin twining snakes with amethysts for eyes. All four eyes jerked in his direction as he rode past, and the creature gestured with one muscular, black-clawed hand. A violet fireball the size of his head shot from its hand, narrowly missing him and vanishing into the wood.
That's a lieutenant general. She's cheating.
The Arbiter felt oddly cold in his thoughts, preternaturally emotionless and distant.
What do you mean she's cheating?
Tai screamed into the wind as he jerked the ATV around the bole of a tree, and then nearly went flying over a root. He couldn't keep looking back, so he bent all his efforts to avoid straight lines that the fireball thrower could use. He added,
Sprite, if Aquamarine can hear this, I could really use some help right now. No time to explain. I have been allowed to help a little. Give me control of one of your arms.
A prompt appeared in Tai's mind.
Warning. Your Arbiter has requested permission to control aspects of your body. This authority must be given voluntarily and may be revoked at any time.
Lacking any better options, he agreed. His left arm tightened on the ATV's handles, twisting forward to maximize the acceleration. A sense of numbness had gone through the arm the instant he'd accepted Hagami's request. To his mind, he no longer had a left arm.
Let me steer. It's the most I can do, but between my ability to scout and coordinate this arm, you should be free to act.
Steer? Tai mentally screamed at the Arbiter. If you can do this, why not take control of my other arm and shoot the damn things for me?
Arbiters may not attack scions directly. It is a tenet greater than the Resonance Pact. Stop debating and act before you die.
Frustrated, terrified, and confused, Tai drew his remaining pistol. Twisting his left arm pinned to the ATV wasn't comfortable, but he made it work. The landscape behind him was an impossible jumble of motion. A multiple warped neared his flanks, while the snake demon appeared between the tree branches above, flying on its improbably massive wings. Bumps in the trail, coupled with the sudden jerks of the handlebars, made firing at anything reliably impossible. He didn't even know where to take his first shot. I can't shoot like this, he thought. I need a straight track or something less bumpy. Hagami didn't reply, but he felt his senses smooth out. An instinctive awareness flooded between the bond between himself and his Arbiter, letting him know its intentions before they happened. More than that, he somehow knew the path they were on, could see it in his mind's eye. The random jerkiness of the ride became less of a carnival joyride into nightmares and more of a somewhat bumpy walk. He could work with that. Tai began shooting. He started by aiming at the shoulder joints of the lions. Remembering what Hagami had said about magical gemstones, he figured those were empowering the warped. 3 shots in, and one of the closer lions stumbled, a leg collapsing beneath it. Another lion, closer than the rest, leaped, claws extended for the rear of the ATV. Hagami veered to the side at the last moment, anticipating the perfect trajectory to avoid the swipe. Tai shot the thing in one of its crown gemstones as it flew past. Sprite squeaked a warning, and Tai looked up in time to see 2 purple fireballs shooting in his direction. The things didn't move bullet fast, but they still closed the distance in seconds.
"Can't dodge them both,"
Hagami said, a note of apology conveyed with the words. "Ah!" Tai screamed in rage and fear. He was level 0. He had 3 damn hit points left. What was happening? Hagami jerked the ATV to one side, dodging the first fireball by millimeters. Sprite zipped in the way of the second. The little sprite should have been too small to affect the path of the fireball, but the power it held must have outsized its physical form. The fireball exploded on impact, showering Tai and purple sparks and heat. A hissing roar ripped through both heads of the flying demon as it wove both hands in the air, conjuring new fireballs. 3 more of the lions closed in, 2 of them now galloping evenly along Tai's sides. Tai shot one in the shoulder, miraculously hitting a gemstone on the first try. A tree hit the other. No, the senses Hagami lent him told him that a tree had hit the other. When he physically looked in the direction it had been, Tai saw that a tree sloth the size of a literal giant had appeared out of nowhere and swiped at the thing. The remains of the warp looked like 3-day-old roadkill. "Look up!" The flying demon zipped around a branch, bobbing to get a better view. A green light burst from the tree, exploding into a cloud of blue and white mist that solidified into an uncoiling aquamarine. The dragon extended its full length, easily as long as a school bus, as it projected itself forward, eyes wide and jaws agape. The fierce predator Tai had noticed before was back, magnified a dozen times as the feral-looking dragon slammed into the demon. Aquamarine's jaws clamped down on a demonic wing as each of its articulated legs raked across his body, drawing terrible, glowing furrows into its opponent's flesh. Writhing and whipping around, the demon's moment of disorientation was enough to give the dragon an opening. Nimble fingers dancing, Aquamarine summoned vines from the nearby foliage. They shot out, creating a net that wrenched dragon and demon to the ground. Moving with all the sinuous grace of a serpent, the dragon positioned itself atop the demon at the last second, and the earth shook from the impact. "Stop!" Tai shouted. "We shouldn't," Hagami warned. "I have to help," Tai said, demanding again. "Circle back." He'd been driving fast enough that he no longer had confidence in his aim at the current range. Hagami relented, turning the ATV around. Aquamarine and the demon wrestled on the ground, the demon ripping up the vines and dragon with black claws. Cat-like, the dragon bobbed in and out, cunning hands moving with wicked precision to draw scores of wounds across its unstoppable enemy. Nearby, a dozen of the lion warped surrounded 3 of the giant sloths. He hadn't been seeing things. The brown-furred forest creatures looked almost exactly like sloths from his world, albeit 2 of them were 15 feet tall. One was closer to 12. Each moved cumbersomely, taking inelegant swipes at the clawing, biting lions. And Tai wouldn't have thought it was close to a fair fight. The sloths were just too slow, the lions too fast. He saw one warped get in the way of another, delaying it long enough to allow a sloth to hit them both. One swipe, and both turned to paste. Still, the other lions were fighting in near unison and leaving terrible wounds on the sloths. Whatever upgrade the warped had received from the purple light, it had made them into truly fearsome fighters. Then the 3 sloths vanished. One moment they were there, and the next they sank into the ground. The trio appeared above, their furry limbs wrapped around nearby trees. They hooted, drawing the attention of the lions, who leaped after them. The sloths merged with the trees, their torsos appearing from the ground directly behind their enemies. Though the sloths were slow, their ambush was well timed. A clawed paws bigger than Ty's entire ATV came down, crushing 2 of the lions flat. Ty glanced down to reload. When he looked up, 2 of the lions had leaped onto the back of the smaller of the 3 sloths and were clawing at its shoulders and back, kicking bloody furrows. The other 2 sloths froze, looking at the third. They hooted in high-pitched, worried outrage, ignoring the remaining lions who were poised to take advantage of the opening. Aiming, he exhaled and squeezed the trigger once, twice, 3 times. He kept shooting, strafing the clinging lions, aiming for the bright gleaming gemstones on their shoulder joints. Both lions fell. He didn't think those shots had killed either of them, but the brief paralysis was enough to give the smaller sloth time to react. It stomped down. Monster lions turned to paste. As soon as the third was out of danger, the other 2 sloths loosed warbling cries of renewed fury and pain, resounding on their attackers.
Ty, the general!
Agami's warning cry drew him back to Aquamarine's fight with the demon. Somehow the demon had not only freed itself from the net, but it had also shoved Aquamarine to the ground, holding the dragon's neck with one hand. Aquamarine looked dazed, the dragon's face covered in bloody furrows. The demon's snake heads danced in an odd rhythm, eyes leaving growing after-images into the air. Its free hand gestured, slowly coalescing another, even larger fireball.
The true mother sends her regards.
The demon's voice was claws on glass and bullets shattering pottery. Despite Agami's translation, just hearing the tones made Ty's head throb with pain. Taking control of his body, he dismounted the ATV and started shooting at the demon. None of the shots hit, or if they did, they didn't do any damage. For the first time, Ty saw what he thought was an actual barrier flaring into visibility with each of the bullet hits. Although the rounds didn't hurt the demon, they drew some of its attention away from Aquamarine. One head swiveled toward Ty, and the other continuing to dance in place. The demon's serpent heads were bigger than Ty had first suspected, each being closer to a crocodile in size and shape than a regular snake. Its gemstone eyes were still quite small, however, and made awful targets. Ty kept shooting regardless. None of the bullets passed the demon's protective barrier. With a toothy grin, the demon hissed,
"Give us back what you stole, human!"
and adjusted the trajectory of its spell-casting hand. A fireball the size of a small car manifested in the air, crackling with obdurate power and malice. Confused, Ty started to reply, but glimpsed motion in the distance. Something white was charging in the direction, moving at blurring speed. He knew he had to distract the demon for another second, so he improvised. "General, put down your fire!" Ty roared the words, hoping to mask the sound of hooves. Gesturing with his gun, he continued. "I have appropriated what I sought. Now it is only a matter of time until all is revealed. Join me. Be my first lieutenant, and I shall grant you glory." Ty had no clue if what he said made any kind of sense, but something in his words or his tone was enough to give it pause. The demon blinked at him, as if in confusion more than consideration. The Opal Guardian slammed into the demon like a train, its triple horns ripping through the magical barrier and its chest like a semi driving through wet tissue. Leaping at the last possible second, the stallion's hooves barely cleared Aquamarine's back as it carried the demon away from the downed dragon. The demon's glimmering eyes flared, life still pulsing in its veins, until the horse rammed it into a tree. Viscera and gore showered the stallion. If the stallion so much as felt the impact, it didn't show. Wrenching its horns out of the tree, the horse jerked its head around for new targets, incandescent magic and rage flaring in its eyes. Holy shit, Tai thought. I gotta get me one of those. Unicorn riders, watch your backs. Tai on an Opal Guardian is gonna power game the whole rest of the session. Seeing one of the disembodied demon's heads still twitching feebly, Tai raced over and shot it at almost point-blank range in the eye.
Congratulations! You have slain a general of the monster goddess. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
With the death of the general, the few surviving lions fled, leaving the bloodied trio of sloths, Aquamarine, and Tai alone in the woods. You know I didn't kill that demon. I don't deserve the loot, Tai said into the silence after. Agami replied with smug serenity.
Technically, you landed the last shot. As your personal game master, I rule it counts.
Chapter 17. Wild Night. Aquamarine rose from the ground, one eye swollen shut, and looked around.
That fucker killed one of my sprites,
he announced. Tai bit back an urge to giggle. Those words, from a dragon with an English accent. It shouldn't have been hilarious, it just was. When the amusement passed, he felt his heart sink. Sprite hadn't been a friend, or even much of a companion, but the little spirit had saved his life multiple times. I'm sorry, Aquamarine. I would have saved it if I could. Aquamarine snorted and held up one of his hands. A sprite appeared above it, looking as far as Tai could tell, like a replica of the original.
They are a part of me, Tai, not individuals. When one dies, it just really stings. No real spiritual death took place.
The newly formed sprite zipped back over to Tai, the centaur-shaped insect in the center buzzing happily as it neared. And the three sloths plodded over, moving quietly despite their size. Blood matted their fur, and the little one supported its dangling arm with one hand. I may know how to help, Tai said.
How, Tai?
Aquamarine asked, one eye pivoting to face him.
The injuries of the mad goddess are not lightly treated.
Back at the village there are casks of celestial blood. I mixed a few drops in water and it healed me, Tai explained. Aquamarine's jaws dropped open in a grimace.
Tai, that may have worked for you, but it will not for us. Celestial mana does not have innate healing properties for our kinds.
Agami appeared nearby, rotating slowly in the air.
Check your prompts.
He did.
Divine achievement. Mana Prism. You have, through a combination of luck and uncanny instincts, survived exposure to 3 types of divine mana simultaneously. During this process, your soul cage adapted, growing an augmented ability, Mana Prism. Your Mana Prism will allow you to transform one type of mana into another. This currently includes monstrous, divine, and wild types. You may output your abilities as any of those magic types. Should you survive contact with other potent sources of aligned magic, they may be added to this ability. This ability was generated organically and is all but unknown in science. I cannot predict the potential side effects of this power, nor am I allowed to guess. Epic achievement. Mana Siphon. You have survived the deliberate consumption of a dangerous divine-aligned substance. From now on, you may regain mana when consuming such substances. Mana gained in this way may not exceed the maximum mana you can store. The type of mana gained in this way will be aligned with whatever the source is, potentially improving or decreasing its effects when used with your other abilities. Using Magic Siphon does not reduce the damage you suffer when consuming divine material. Temporary achievement. Wild Night. You have earned a one-time limited offer from your god.
You may spend 9 merits along with the unexpended monstrous and divine power you have absorbed thus far to unlock the Wild Knight ability package. And this package has been customized by your Arbiter on behalf of your god.
Tai frowned, reading the achievements. He was about to protest that he did not have 9 merits to spend when he saw his character's status menu.
Level 2. Max hit points 10. Current hit points 4. Current mana 4. Current mana shield 2. Unspent merits 9. Unspent physical attribute points 4. Unspent discretionary attribute points 4.
His hit points had only gone up by 2, but he'd received the full bonus merits from Inspiration upon reaching the new level. He didn't have time to think about the attribute point allocation, not with his allies in danger. So far, there was no sign of corruption working its way through the sloth's bodies or aquamarine, but that didn't mean it wouldn't. Wild Knight, Tai said, glaring at Hagami.
The name is appropriate,
Hagami said, giving absolutely no sign of chagrin.
Besides, the name makes sense. You will, in essence, be combining your knight-like behavior in representing your god, Inspiration, and in protecting the source of your wild power. Thus, Wild Knight.
Tai ground his teeth. He didn't want to argue the point. Given circumstances, he assumed that Inspiration had done what he could to ensure Tai got what he needed from the package. Still, he knew if he didn't say something now, he'd regret it forever. I am not emo. Rename it Knight of the Wild, please. Hagami hesitated.
I will reiterate what you learned earlier. The wild is a force that makes most magical entities, gods included, uncomfortable. Being a wild knight is one thing. It's cheeky and fun. Actively taking the title of Knight of the Wild may lead to consequences you are not prepared for.
Tai shrugged dismissively. What's the worst that can happen? Do it. The achievement flashed and reappeared with the new wording and Tai's intended spelling. He thought he detected mild disappointment from Hagami. Tai accepted the offer.
Knight of the Wild. As a Knight of the Wild, you have unlocked the following benefits. First, you are treated as wild-aligned and qualify to receive any benefits normally limited to wild-aligned beings. Your abilities that would not normally affect wild-aligned beings now do. Second, you have earned the Verdant Touch ability. You may spend your mana to create wild-aligned healing energy that may be delivered with physical contact. The amount of healing will increase at levels 5, 10, 15, 20, and so on. At level 8, this ability may be used to cleanse diseases, curses, and other maladies. It may also regenerate limbs starting at level 15. The amount of mana spent to cure significant maladies will be proportional to those afflictions. You may use this ability on yourself. Third, you may communicate with any intelligent, natural being. This includes sentient plants.
Tai reeled as he read over the ability package. Combined with his achievements, this was simultaneously incredibly powerful and limited. Nothing in the abilities would help him deal with enemies any better, nor was there something as obviously useful as a movement power or even inventory management. Still, his gut told him he'd been given a far larger benefit than simply reading the abilities would show. He approached the smaller sloth. It looked at him with huge liquid black eyes filled with pain. Tai's heart ached for the sloth as he reached out to touch its fur and attempted to tap into his new ability.
Like this.
Hagami stirred, projecting the method directly into his mind. He didn't just want to heal the sloth, he wanted to restore it to its natural state. Warmth blossomed in his chest. An incredible, joyous feeling exploded through his torso, filling his lungs and bubbling up into his scalp. He heard music and the sounds of nature around him, with every rustle of leaves and murmur of motion sounding pitch-perfect in a swelling choir. A pure, vibrant sense of connectedness rolled down Tai's hand. For a moment, he and the sloth were one,
He could feel the magnificent creature's slowly beating heart, feel its broken limb, and the slow creeping corruption in its veins. Tai made it right. He didn't make it right only with wild energy. As the power poured into the sloth, he shot a thought to Hagami, who assisted him. The energy pouring out of his hand fluctuated, taking on a hint of divinity. Tai healed the sloth and simultaneously burned out the corruption. He intuited that what he was doing was insufficient and causing the sloth pain. His power didn't natively have a purification element to it. When he saw fresh tears of pain in the sloth's eyes, he felt a wave of guilt and doubt, but then he also sensed the renewal rushing in with the cleansing. In the end, as the last of his energy left him and he slumped with fatigue, the sloth's arm was whole, as were many of its wounds. More importantly, his use of magic prism had allowed him to counter the effects of the monster god's minions. And now he just had the other sloths and Aquamarine to help. "Need more mana," Tai said, a wave of fatigue crushing down on him.
Using your mana, even with my help optimizing its flow, will make you fatigued until your mana pool is significantly higher. Your spirit attribute is key to deepening this pool.
Tai thought back to his arbiter. Are you supposed to be helping me like this? Taking control of my body, customizing achievements, and helping me use my powers feels a bit like the dungeon master favoring a specific player.
Remember, my purpose is to allow you to effectively act as though you are part of this world. All arbiters will help their assigned earthlings effectively access their abilities. Furthermore, the powers you have earned are in alignment with your choices and inspiration's intentions. These achievements and abilities allow you to act with incredible flexibility, if not the same straightforward potency as others.
And taking control of my body?
She cheated. I assisted to balance the scales. It was allowed.
Tai took a moment to catch his breath and process, and the arbiter was right. If he'd simply received a spell reward that allowed him to annihilate the warped, his options would have been far narrower. He'd also have been more combat viable. I need to go back to the village, Tai said to Aquamarine once he could focus. There are barrels of divine blood I can use to replenish my mana. That will allow me to heal the rest of you. The dragon's jaws dipped open as labored, wheezing breaths rattled through its chest. His many wounds suppurated and pulsed with infection. If the lion warped had carried potent corruption, the flying thing must have been overflowing with the stuff.
Boblin can take you, if she is willing,
Aquamarine said, gesturing with one hand at the small sloth. A boblin looked at Tai and made a melodic warbling sound.
You saved my life. I would be honored to share the magic of passage with you.
For the first time, Tai realized that he was hearing Aquamarine and Boblin without Hagami's translations. True to its previous discussion with Hagami, the dragon did, in fact, sound British. Boblin sounded vaguely like a New Zealander. I am honored by your trust. Let's go, Tai replied. Only he didn't say the words, he warbled them. Thinking in English, only to have a part of his brain just shifted into something else, felt incredibly weird. Boblin's eyes filled with warmth as she bent down and scooped him up between her clawed paws. She studied him, eyes filled with something that he translated as deep affection. Then she merged with the ground and took him with her. Tai was one with nature. Traveling through it, he experienced an expanding awareness of the magic of the surrounding forest. For a heartbeat, he felt the life in the dirt. Thousands of strange insects and animals thrived within the forest, and he was connected with all of them. The sense lasted a moment before the two of them stepped out of a tree. They were feet away from the encircling black line. Disoriented, he stumbled forward, dropping knee-deep into a swampy pool. A serpentine shape disturbed the surface of the water, seeming about to lunge at potential prey. He could feel the creature through a newfound sense. He felt its hunger. The instant he connected with the serpent's mind, the creature simply veered off, as if uninterested. Now that's neat, he said, extricating himself from the mud. He glanced back over his shoulder and saw Boblin there, watching on impassively. "Can you come with me?" And Boblin shook her head.
"My friend, I would rather wait here. This place feels like death to me. Bring back what you can. I will transport us back."
I understood her trepidation. While the monster god's scions might not cause Boblin and her kind to explode, the threat was just as real. He leaped over the black line and rushed toward the village. "You know, I'm becoming more of a druid type than anything else," Ty observed as he went.
"Druid adjacent, yes."
"I'm not sure if that vibes with my overall plan."
"What do you mean?"
Ty shrugged, rounding the bole of a twisted tree and coming into sight of the first buildings. And there were no signs of the warped. Shooting things is going to become less and less of an option unless I go all magic bullets and get abilities that enchant my guns. And without better ways to deal damage to overwhelming opponents, I'll be as good as dead in our next serious fight. Agami manifested nearby and spoke aloud.
"Actually, I wouldn't dismiss the magic bullets option. There are also several assassin and shadow abilities that might come in useful for you, if you wish to continue down the precision route. Many of the assassin powers can make mundane weapons deal increased damage to powerful opponents or bypass health shields and barriers entirely. You may also consider mobility offerings, especially as your next level will be pivotal."
Ty walked into the village warily, looking about for signs of inhabitants and finding none. The remains of the deceased weavers remained where he'd left them, and he saw no indications that the lion warped had passed through the streets. Walking around the buildings, he did, however, find a convenient cart to haul some goods behind him. I had been considering something with mobility. Also, level 3, why is that pivotal?
"It'll be your next significant opportunity to get a pool of merits. Plus, unless it goes like this village did, it will probably take more time and effort for you to progress further. Level 3 might be your best opportunity to establish your personal favor."
"Makes sense," Ty said, inspecting the cart. It was constructed simply, with hard wood reinforced by steel plates. There were handles at the back and some sort of attachment at the front, presumably so a local animal could haul a heavier load. The interior of the cart was empty, and he could push and maneuver it with minimal effort. Outside of the tavern, he had mentally opened his character sheet. He'd thought about the unspent attribute points for a while before deciding on what he wanted to do. First, he considered putting points into vitality, just so he'd feel safer in combat. That didn't seem like an option worth the effort, though. This world might have something called hit points, and he had seen a magical health barrier come into play, but a ton of nuance was summarized in that simplified total. He passed over agility entirely for now. Dodging and rolling sounded fun, but that wasn't going to help him now. He chose strength. Without an inventory system, strength would be useful in non-combat scenarios more often than the other attributes. In combat, he mostly relied on his guns so far, and those felt as much skill-based as leaning on his attributes. If he got into a physical altercation, like with the warped, his strength was, by and far, the weakest link. He upped the score by the full 4 points, taking the total to 13. On the screen, the new total appeared, and he saw a flash of highly athletic next to the number. Before committing the change, he considered his discretionary points. Agami told him that his mana pool would be his spirit score multiplied by his level. It would replenish normally throughout the day or with meditation. Agami explained,
"If you'd worshipped the god of magic or any of the more intellectual-leaning gods, your mana pool would have been much bigger, simply by virtue of being based off your intelligence instead of spirit. On the plus side, the more you increase your spirit score, the more aligned with inspiration and me you will become. It's a bit of a trade-off."
Having had some insight as to just how flexible and useful his verdant touch would become over time, he opted to commit every point to his spirit attribute, bringing it to a 6. That would raise his mana to 12, significantly increasing the overall output. Tai paused outside the cellar and committed the changes. Sizzling electric energy rushed into his body. His muscles contracted, spasming out of control, dropping him to his knees. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe and awareness shoved into his being. It took a few minutes for the changes to complete, after which he felt exhausted and famished. He looked down at his arms and noted additional muscle and definition. Ironically, he figured he probably looked a bit like a professional bodybuilder now, just because of the biodynamics of the transformation. No doubt, in a few weeks of adventuring and eating regularly, he'd look more like a power lifter. Not that he cared much, given what was at stake. Tai made his way into the cellar. Nothing had changed since he'd been there last. Walking to one of the glowing casks, he popped the top with his knife. Using the blade as a makeshift dipper, he poured a few drops into his canteen. He pulled his character sheet up and took a swig. The fluid burned his mouth as he swallowed, and his hit points dropped by 2. It didn't hurt like he'd just lost half the rest of his life. His mana rose, going from 6 to 8. Once he knew there was a 1-to-1 ratio of damage dealt versus mana gained, he tried to heal himself.
I'll help with your first attempts. Once you get the hang of it, the process will be second nature.
Agami's presence gently expanded, guiding him through the next steps. To heal himself, he first transformed the celestial power into wild, which took a few seconds of concentration. Once the celestial burn vanished, taking on the cool properties of wild, he pulled on the healing nature native to his wild gift, consuming 1 point of mana. A couple of things happened simultaneously. First, he felt a wave of fatigue that nearly knocked him unconscious. Before he could fall, however, he saw his hit points go up by 2, followed by a rush of vitality and jubilation. Healing didn't just mend cuts and bruises, it also partially refreshed his mind and spirit, almost negating the debilitating effects of using mana.
I guess I'm a healing battery now, eh? Tai directed at Hagami, who did not reply.
Using the new ratios, he took the precious seconds to heal himself completely, and the process was not instantaneous. Between being careful about how much of the celestial blood he consumed to converting the mixed water into wild energy, it took around 6 seconds. He made a note to practice as much as possible before trying either of them during combat. Having spent so much time experimenting, Tai forewent the wagon and took a single barrel of the blood with him directly to Boblin. He made it to her, and they used the sloth's transportation ability to return to Aquamarine and the other sloths. The Opal Guardian was still there too, standing regally off to the side and watching over the injured group. Thankfully, none of the hurt creatures were significantly worse by the time they got back. And with his newfound power, coupled with the achievements, it took him less than 5 minutes to fully heal them all. As Tai worked, the Guardian gradually eased closer. By the time he had finished his ministrations, the stallion was within reaching distance. It looked at him with its bright, intelligent eyes, seeming interested in receiving some of the healing the others had, despite having no visible injuries. Seeing little harm in it, he lay his hand on the stallion and spent a few points of mana. Emerald light ignited around the Guardian's horns, swirling around and through the protrusions. The horse shook his head from side to side and stamped 1 foot on the ground near his feet. Tai read the motions as clearly as if the horse had spoken. Though it did not have language, the stallion had conveyed deep gratitude.
I think he would bond with you should you gain such a power, Tai,
Aquamarine said.
Me too,
Boblin spoke up, pushing in until the giant sloth was standing even with the stallion. Bond? Tai asked, then looked at Hagami. He added, Is that like taking an animal companion or a familiar?
Yes,
Hagami and Aquamarine answered simultaneously. Aquamarine added,
Bonding a magical creature is a holy melding of spirit and mind. It is a process unlike anything else in our world, as it allows 2 unalike beings to forge a bridge between them.
Tai glanced between Boblin and the stallion and smiled. I appreciate the offer, both of you. For now, I don't have that sort of power. To be honest, I may not even go further down the wild path. I don't know if becoming a druid or warden of nature or whatever you might know it as is where my destiny leads. He added mentally, plus I've seen Old Yeller. Agami privately explained.
I should also make a note that wild is not nature. Scions who are druids worship nature. No one worships the wild. There are no gods of the wild.
Good to know. Maybe he'd be safe from accidentally becoming a druid. And the two larger sloths stepped forward and draped their paws over Boblin's shoulders, pulling her back from Tai. One of them said firmly, Darling, you are an adult and capable of making your own decisions, but bonding with a human is not a wise choice. I don't care who the human is or what he's done. It's not safe for us to leave the forest. Also, this man smells like artifice. Snorting, the Opal Guardian stamped a foot and shook its head again. The message was simple. The horse would do what it wanted.
What will you do now, Tai?
Aquamarine asked, blinking both eyes and resuming his bird-like glances around the area. First, I need to do this, he said, acknowledging the prompt that must have been driving Hagami crazy. A sack appeared at his feet. If he had been hoping for something insanely powerful from the snake-headed demon, he was woefully mistaken. All it held were gemstones. Putting the sack in a pouch on his ATV, Tai projected a mental glare in Hagami's direction. Now, I think I want to go back and investigate the village a bit more. Do you mind making sure my convoy stays safe? My instincts tell me I might be there for a while. He was planning to go down the well, but he wasn't about to tell Aquamarine that. If his suspicions about the area below the well proved true, the dragon would not want him going back to the town. The stallion bobbed his head before Aquamarine could answer. I don't know what I've done to earn such loyalty and trust, but I appreciate it more than you can know, Tai said, reaching out to place a hand on the stallion's cheek. Before he said his goodbyes, he asked Boblin to return him to his camp long enough to collect a few things. The sloth did so with little cajoling and less fanfare. In a matter of minutes, he had re-upped his supplies, swapped out the battery on his ATV, and was headed back to the village.
Quest. You have discovered an intriguing and ancient ruin beneath a mortal village. Given recent events, it is quite probable that there are ties between the monster god and the demons who were digging in your earlier quest. Investigate the nature of these ruins. Reward: 25% of the experience needed to reach level 3. Interlude 3. Interference. Surviving Earth participants. 37,641. Average level, 1.8. Days remaining in cycle, 28.
The wild has taken the stage. Will we allow this?
The speaker was one of 3 who stood on a dais hovering above the gathered gods.
Why would we stop it?
Balance asked.
You know. This is different. The wild has been given organically, as a blessing.
The symbols and star-like shapes of Magic's face had only the vaguest semblance of humanity. At Balance's reply, the greater god's displeasure was subtle, but clear.
The wild is not a gift. It is a threat, and should be treated as such. The monster god acted against the scion, and the wild adapted. This is the quintessential essence of fairness. We will not intervene out of fear. You accuse me of fear? An abundance of caution, if you'd prefer. And when the wild acts in accordance with its nature, when it threatens all we have built.
Balance turned its attention back to the great arbiter. Thousands of scions lived and breathed on that display, each making decisions that would shape the future of worlds. It replied almost offhandedly,
If any scion threatens the resonance, we will do what we must, in accordance with our natures.
Chapter 18. Artificial Integrity. Tai didn't go into the well immediately once he made it back to the town. After making certain that none of the warped had returned, he barricaded himself inside the tavern's first floor and took some time. He ate rations and drank from his renewed water supply. Once he was full, he updated his notes. The process took hours, as the sheer volume of new variables and possibilities seemed endless. His gaming mind went into full geek mode as he conjectured about his verdant touch and prism abilities, along with the combat potential it could lead him to. Mana Prism reminds me a lot of a card game I used to play. In that game, the ability to produce different types of mana didn't directly lead to victory, but it enabled all sorts of long-term strategies. Hagami had warned him about the Dragon's Blessing. So far, the benefits outweighed the downsides. Once he was done updating his notes, he hid behind the tavern's main desk and took a nap. He slept at the tavern rather than his camp for a couple of reasons, chief among them being timeliness. He didn't intend to rest for long, and he hadn't known whether the sloths would have wanted to wait around while he did so. For the sake of convenience, he figured a quick nap on site was easier than a potentially long one at his home base. Tai's memories flattened into a single pane of glass, the timeline of his life on display. He saw his transformation, his transition to the new world. More than anything, he saw his own pain. The tentacle around his neck, the eel wrapped around his leg, the fear of being chased by overwhelming odds. He saw those moments on repeat, coupled with the subtle insight that there was nuance to the memories. This wasn't just a replay of injuries he'd sustained physically. He saw the expression on his face as the collusion of divine and monstrous energy seared his psyche to the bone. Hagami appeared, hovering over the glass, tendrils of light expanding from its facets. The light caressed the glass, somehow smoothing away the pain. Pressure here made one memory fade just a bit, while pulling there made a different memory, one of joy at seeing a dragon for the first time, brighter. A rustle jerked Tai awake. Sitting up, he looked around for the source of the sound and found a two-tailed mouse scuttling along a floorboard nearby. It blinked in his direction, showing no hint of fear. "Oh yeah, Night of the Wild," Tai muttered. He still wasn't sure this was anywhere near the path he'd have chosen for himself. Despite Hagami's assurance that he'd need to worship nature to become a druid, he increasingly felt like his abilities leaned in that direction. He didn't even like playing druids in video games, much less tabletop. After Tai checked his weapons, he had a snack. At no point did he allow himself to acknowledge the mouse standing on top of the front desk, or to think of the crumbs that he just happened to drop for it to nibble. "Not a druid," he announced firmly. Druid adjacent, sure. But that was all. He didn't even like Birkenstocks or granola. "Hagami," Tai said, chewing on a power bar. The Arbiter manifested and orbited nearby, just out of reach. "Was my dream real? Are you manipulating my memories?" Magenta and silver light pulsed in Hagami's depths.
"Boosting your spirit gave you insight into your dreams, did it?"
"Don't dodge," Tai pressed.
"Yes, Tai. I do manipulate your mind. I do it all the time. I am not allowed to change things or rewrite anything you perceive, but I keep you functional."
Hagami's tone was matter-of-fact, and Tai felt no remorse from his bond. "You're saying you prevent me from having PTSD?"
Among other things, yes. I help you focus on what's ahead and clear out stray memories that could cloud your judgment. I also help you filter out physical pain, so it is less debilitating during combat.
Tai frowned. Would you say that you optimize my mind? Regardless of whether the Arbiter rewrote his thoughts, this was sounding a lot like mental surgery and not gentle healing.
Optimize? No. Provide an opportunity to survive? Yes. I can't make choices for you. That's against the rules. What I can do is help you adjust to the reality of being a scion in this world. That means organizing what you experience and ways you can process it. It may also include helping you see what your god values contextually. It does not and cannot mean thinking for you. I'm here so you survive without breaking down every time you experience something new, not to take your free will away. I should add the achievement you gained, Organized Mind, is all yours. It is doing a substantial amount of work already.
Other than his verdant touch ability, he didn't feel much different from when he'd arrived. Realizing that he'd gone off topic, he exhaled, wondering if his Arbiter was altering his mood even now. He could see what the Arbiter was saying. Without Hagemi's help, there was a solid possibility that even killing the Demon General would have put him into some sort of shock. Who knew? Can I tell you to stop? He asked softly. Hagemi replied in an equally gentle tone.
You can. I can reset your mind. Let you feel all the pain and suffering you would have gone through naturally if you want. Over time, the wild may even help you adapt on your own. Such a process would likely take years. You don't have years. We both know what will happen if you give me that command now.
He did. He knew what crushing doubt or dread could do. Thanks for being honest, he said at last. I don't want you to stop, but maybe in the future, when we're in a safe place, can I ask you to ease up a bit? Let me feel some of what I should be going through so I don't lose touch with my humanity.
Of course, as soon as we're safe. If it helps, completing quests will expedite your transition. Give it a few levels, and my touch will be substantially lighter than it is now.
That does help. From the perspective of a player at a game table, everything Hagemi said made absolute sense. In fact, Tai welcomed the help, if it was just that and no more. He'd accepted that this adventure would change him months ago. Then again, there was voluntary change, and then there was manipulation. He went downstairs and to the casks of celestial blood. Filling up one of his canteens, he once again cursed his lack of an inventory power. If he'd been able to haul all the remaining barrels with him, the theoretical limiting factor of his ability to self-heal would only be time. One canteen should be enough, though, especially since a few drops could make an entire container of water into a healing elixir. With one canteen dedicated to the blood, that left him 2 for drinking. He would have to hope that there was some sort of water supply in the dungeon, or that he didn't stay down too long. Despite his attempts to optimize his gear, he was nearly overloaded. Without his bump in strength, he wouldn't have felt confident going down into the dungeon. With it, he figured he'd just find convenient places to drop his bag before he got into fights. Yeah, monsters are just going to announce themselves in the dungeon. That's how that works, he thought sourly. As ready as he should be, Tai made his way out to the well. It had been utterly blasted apart, ripping any sign that it had existed from the area. In its place was a smooth 5-foot diameter hole straight in the ground. The spiraling stairs began at ground level. They led into the depths, their surfaces blackened but unchipped or marred by however long they'd been submerged. Lowering his goggles over his eyes, he proceeded into his first dungeon. Chapter 19. The First Dungeon. He descended into darkness. Toggling his goggles on, they transformed the endless stairs into green-hued outlines. Had he been skilled enough to do more than a cursory check for traps, he doubted he would have been able to find any, not with the low-resolution view the goggles gave him. He didn't dare use his flashlights or phone, in case doing so announced his presence to whatever might be waiting. Years of dungeon crawls had taught him the benefits of careful dungeoneering. At no point did he feel the dampness he thought should linger in the area. Either the monsters had polluted the water enough that the celestial blood had vaporized it all, or something else was going on. 3 hours later, he finally reached his destination. The stairs ended in a round landing area with a set of double doors on the far wall. An ornate, horned, humanoid skull spanned both doors, some cunning craftsmanship integrating the hair-thin gap between them into the design. Blood-red rubies danced in the horned creature's eyes, and its mouth gaped open, the teeth subtly protruding from the metallic surface. Seeing the sharp teeth suggested what Ty might need to do to open the doors, but he opted to go through the old-school dungeon exploring basics first. He touched the metal with the back of one gloved hand. Nothing happened. He pressed his ear to the door, hoping to get a sense of what might be on the other side. No sound penetrated the metal. He knocked on the door. The material was so dense that the impact barely made a sound. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he opened a cut on the side of his hand with a knife. He smeared the blood across the door's teeth. A strange jolt traveled through Ty's arm and into his mind, where he felt a touch Hagemi. The Arbiter didn't seem to notice, as it made no comment when the doors swung open. Cloudy, diffuse light filled the space beyond, allowing Ty to remove his goggles. Beyond the double doors was a long rectangular hallway ending in a dais at the far wall. Twin rows of elegant pillars, their lengths carved to resemble spines, supported the ceiling. 2 doors on either side of the dais led from the room. Both had demon-faced carvings on them. Seeing the tableau sent a thrill of dread into his heart. Ice slid into his chest and mind, calming the dread. His eyes found fascinating shapes, wandered across the carved spines in a slow, thoughtful caress. What if there was something interesting tucked between the nodules on one of those spines? What about the throne? There was no need to be afraid, not when there were so many things to explore. Stepping into the room, Ty spent the mana to heal his wound. The effort took enough concentration that he didn't notice the doors swinging closed behind him until it was too late. The lock snapped into place. A sonorous voice boomed throughout the chamber, tones of accusation and rage dripping from every word.
How dare you! How dare you come here after what your kind did, after your treachery?
Both doors opened, and Ty saw figures move within. He bolted to the left, drawing and firing at the shape in the doorway as he sprinted toward it. If the bullets did anything at all, he couldn't tell. His shoulder barreling into the creature did knock it back, however, and he kicked the door closed behind him before the others joined. Breathing heavily, Ty saw what the thing was. It was an 8-foot-tall skeleton, draped in rune-covered bandages. The bandages gave off an eerie emerald glow that trailed behind the creature's movements as it clawed at him. Its fingertips were deadly sharp, and they lacerated his armor and the flesh beneath with minimal effort. He shot it again. The bullets had no effect. "Fuck me," Tyler growled, holstering the gun and putting his hands up. In theory, he knew one way to fight this monster. It just sucked to have his guns rendered useless. A celestial fire blossomed in Ty's hands as he activated Verdant Touch and transformed the energy into the celestial type. Thankfully, changing the type in that way didn't cause damage. Order. Order from chaos. Put corruption down. Do what's right. Do what must be done. The thought surfaced, almost distracting him from another series of wild slashes. With an effort of will, he suppressed the celestial mana's influence. Surprisingly, the urges vanished the moment he made the attempt. The corridor was wide, giving him room to maneuver, and the skeleton was incredibly slow. It still grazed him several times. By the time he had finished his preparation, pieces of his armor were hanging in shreds over bleeding gashes in his stomach and shoulders. Tai hit the skeleton with a celestial-infused punch, and the skeleton's neck vaporized. The head and body fell into two separate piles, the corpse still desperately writhing toward him.
Congratulations, you have defeated an apostate librarian. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
Ignoring the prompt and the empty inventory window, he looked around. He was in a long, wide corridor, with evenly spaced doors on either side. Thankfully, the ambient light suffused this place too. The door behind him rattled, the metallic sound echoing from many of the doors down the corridor. And I realized with growing horror that he was about to be surrounded by lethal librarians. Any other time, he might have found the thought absurdly amusing. Now, it just added insult to the situation. He sprinted down the tunnel, trying to outpace the emerging undead. Doors opened on either side as he ran, disgorging undead minions into the hall. Still, Tai ran. As time passed, growing into minutes, he wondered how many librarians the place had. Endless, infinite doors stretched ahead, almost all of them in various states of opening. Charging his hands, Tai checked his status. He was down to 7 hit points. The sheer length of the hall, coupled with the amount of emerging undead, forced Tai to pause and fight between some rooms. With his divinely charged hands, killing the skeletons was less about doing enough damage. Rather, he had to avoid slowing down, lest the veritable army of scholars overwhelm him.
Congratulations, you have defeated an apostate librarian. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
The prompts piled up in the corner of Tai's vision as he crushed one skeleton, sprinted to the next series of doors, killed another one or two, and moved on. Mercifully, the space between the doors was just wide enough for him to prepare between encounters. If one door was opening faster than the other, he'd attack the skeleton coming out of that one first. If both were opening equally fast, he'd try to run past or dodge into whichever skeleton looked the slowest. 10 minutes into his run, Tai was running low on mana. He'd been forced to heal himself multiple times, and while using his verdant touch to down the skeletons wasn't expensive, he only had 16 mana points. He needed to recharge. Back the way he'd come, a tidal wave of undead shuffled in his direction. Ahead, more skeletons appeared. Triggering all the loot prompts at once, he gestured behind him, hoping a pile of objects would appear and slow the wave down. Then, covering his head with his arms, he hunched his shoulders and ran as fast as he could. Pain lanced through his shoulders and sides. At one point, a clawed hand sliced through the strap holding his rifle in place, and he lost it. A moment later, he stumbled over a bone foot and barely righted himself before a trio of skeletons could catch him. He was in a nightmare. Finally, he rounded a corner and saw a new pair of double doors. Identical to the last, he didn't hesitate to smear some of the copious amounts of his blood on the engraving's fangs. The doors opened, and Tai shot through without looking at the next room. As soon as he was past the gap in the doors, he turned and pushed against them with all his might, trying to force them closed. They obliged. Rustling from behind stole any sense of relief from the reprieve as he turned to look for the source of the sound. He was in a square room, around 30 feet across, and lined with bookshelves filled to overflowing with tomes and scrolls. Several tables and scholarly alcoves dotted the room, with magic candles adding pinpricks of warmth to the ever-present gloom. In the middle of the room, a pile of bones wrapped in a brown robe twitched. Tai had 3 mana left. He used 2 to heal himself and 1 to surround his hands with a divine verdant touch. The bent, gnarled shape of bone within the robe moved faster than he expected, a single finger pointing in his direction. Garbled, sharp syllables passed cadaverous lips as the skeleton spoke a spell. A line of red energy struck him in the chest. Weakness and pain tore through him, making his knees nearly buckle. A bulging pulse shot from his back into his attacker through the light, and he saw desiccated flesh expanding across its arm. Empty eye sockets ballooned as fluid bloomed into fresh eyes for the monstrous thing. Fighting a sense of paralysis, knowing it probably wouldn't hurt the creature, Tai drew his pistol and began firing. His first bullets ricocheted off the creature's robe, utterly ineffectual. One, however, nudged the skeleton's hand to the side just enough to bring the spell out of alignment. The draining pain ceased, and he could move again. He sprinted forward, juking to the side as the skeleton attempted the spell again. Unlike the rest of its kind, this one was slow, its aim impeded by the half-formed eyes. The spell missed. Tai reached the thing and began slamming his fists into the creature's head and shoulders. His first hit rebounded off the skeleton's shoulder, where the robe protected it. His second sank into the cowl-covered head, smashing bone and viscera into a wet mess.
Congratulations, you have defeated an apostate lich. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
The loot window appeared. It had the robe listed. Extricating his fist from the cowl, Tai collapsed on the ground. Bits of bone and goo were embedded in his hand, having gone through his glove. Shaking from exhaustion and blood loss, he looked down. Almost none of his body armor had survived. Everywhere the armor no longer protected was a slashed, drenched mess. Drinking any of the celestial blood to replenish my mana will literally kill me at this point. Tai muttered out loud, just to hear anything other than screams and scraping bones. Speaking dourly to the arbiter in the back of his mind, he gestured to the robed lich. You know I'm going to have to take the robe. They are brown. Brown, Hagemi. If I wear those, I'm going to look even more like a druid. The arbiter replied without manifesting.
Tell you what, I'll add a few entries into your loot table. If you roll well, I'll let you loot and customize the robe.
Well, that sounds surprisingly fair, Tai said, and looted the corpse.
Congratulations, you have received a moderate necromantic life leech power from your looting ability. This power will allow you to channel a necromantic beam at your opponents and drain their vitality over time. You will not be able to enhance this ability, so don't expect to regenerate limbs with it. You currently cannot use this ability without taking damage, as necromantic magic will gradually kill you.
The robe appeared in front of him, as if he'd activated the inventory. It was liberally decorated with viscera. Tai spoke slowly and clearly. Fuck you. Hagemi didn't take the declaration personally.
Well, there's no need to get sentimental. I am merely a neutral party here to ensure you are properly rewarded for your efforts. As you know, the terms of your looting power included an element of randomness.
A series of bangs on the door interrupted Tai's impending tirade. He looked over, worried the army of skeletons outside would find their way in. After a few seconds, the banging stopped. He guessed the undead couldn't get through the magical door. Sighing in relief, he inspected the robe. Other than the bits of gore, it was well made. It was covered with runes and had quite a few deep pockets, none of which were magically imbued to hold extra loot. He moved his gear over to the robe without issue, leaving him with just enough body armor to keep his remaining pistol attached. His backpack was just intact enough to hold everything his robe couldn't.
Congratulations! You have equipped a warded robe. This style of robe was common during the time of its manufacture, but is considered rare now. It grants significant resistance to all forms of physical damage and modest resistance to magic. It will also enhance all spells you cast using necromancy. I should note that necromancy is taboo on Volar. Scions who practice it are avoided at best,
Haunted, at worst.
Nice, he complained, reading the description. Give me a power and a rare piece of magical loot, only to have it blow up in my face if a local sees it.
The gear came from this dungeon. It's not like I tailored it specifically to make your life more difficult. Plus, I believe this robe is ancient. I doubt any uninitiated locals will notice its nature.
Ty reloaded and settled in to wait for his mana to regenerate. Hagami, how do the undead work here?
On Volan, we recognize that all beings have two parts, a soul which resides within the soul cage, and the mind. The undead are a result of warping the body and mind until the soul cage is corrupted. Such corruption leads to insanity.
That means being undead isn't as much about life or death as a spiritual state.
Mostly. Think of your soul cage as the airlock your soul uses to connect to your body. It's a spiritual matrix, infinitely huge. It shapes how you interact with mana and how your abilities manifest. It is associated with your body, but not directly tied to it. When your body dies, the cage decays over time until your soul returns to where it came from, or moves on. Undead are the result of a type of aberration that forces the cage to keep the body intact and functional. It is a fundamental change from the normal state of living things.
Ty took a few minutes to digest. How does warping a body or mind affect the soul cage?
Beings must allow their cage to be changed. It has to be a choice made on some level. Put something through enough pain or change how it thinks, and eventually the cage will warp. Most on Valar recognize this as a violation. This is why necromancy is taboo. The mind and the soul must be in harmony. Otherwise, abomination is the result.
So using the benefits of the robe and picking up some necromancy spells would be unwise.
I would advise you against it. Yes.
It took an hour for the point to come back. Hagami told him that as his vitality attribute increased, his regenerative abilities would likewise speed up. The spirit attribute, while far more useful than any tabletop version he'd encountered, was apparently not good for everything. During the wait, Ty started a note about the undead and another about the dungeon. Once he'd healed himself enough that he could survive taking a sip of celestial-infused water, Ty went through his new conversion routine. A minute later, he was healed and had his mana topped off. A breath he hadn't known he was holding eased as he felt himself grow whole again. There'd always been a chance that something would attack him again in the library, regardless of how safe it seemed. "Short rest my ass," he muttered later, when he was confident enough in his state of health to rummage through the library. He decided up front that he'd only spend a little over 2 hours searching the room. His reasoning was simple. If whatever boss ran this place was pissed at him and waking up its minions, every minute he gave them to prepare was another minute he'd be at a further disadvantage for the next fight. With Hagami translating at the speed Ty could read, he skimmed and found 2 books of interest in the intervening time. One was about death and necromancy, including a comprehensive indexed list of forbidden necromantic practices. He didn't take the time to look at that, instead moving on once he'd shoved the book in a pocket. His next find was a comprehensive overview of monsters. The title page claimed that the book thoroughly documented the inclinations of the newly manifested god of monsters, whatever that meant. Knowing the value of adventuring with a good monster manual, he pocketed that one too. The door leading out of the room was another of the blood sacrifice variety. As Ty moved to activate it, he paused, thinking, how would a person from his world use a library like this? With a smile, he went around the room, rocking each book at navel level and higher back and forth. He also ran his hands along the furnishings connected to the wall, letting his fingers play across nooks and crevices, just in case one had what he hoped he'd find. His search paid off. One of the tipped books revealed a flushed lever beneath. Ty pulled it, and a shelf swung forward, revealing a new corridor out of the room. Grinning despite the situation, he investigated the opening. It was narrow and poorly lit compared to the rest of the dungeon, preventing him from seeing more than a dozen feet ahead. Even with his goggles, nothing immediately revealed itself. The walls of the corridor glistened and shimmered with opaque magic, giving him a sense of foreboding. Then again, he figured the odds were better investigating something new rather than continuing down the trail the bad guys expected him to go. New robes swishing around his feet, he made his way down the corridor. Chapter 20. Surrogacy. 3 steps into the new corridor, and the door predictably closed behind him. He pushed on the door to see if it would open again. It didn't budge. Intuition tickled the back of his memory, reminding him of a specific tabletop game he'd played years ago. I think this place was designed to let people in, but only locals out. Ty mused out loud.
Oh, why do you think that?
I can open the doors with blood, basically weakening myself and making a sacrifice, but so far I haven't seen a way out. I think I need to find some sort of key or talisman to get the doors to open again.
Seems plausible.
A few more steps into the darkened corridor, and the bottoms of the opaque walls began to glow. Ty's instinct was to sprint ahead, but before he could, the walls flashed into transparency, revealing the contents behind. The corridor was a walkway between hundreds of cells, each with a single occupant. To Ty's immediate left was a 10-foot by 10-foot room, the walls made of black metal. Inside was a cadaverous, man-shaped creature, its limbs pinned in place with spikes through each joint. Red, blazing eyes met his gaze briefly before he hurried along. He'd felt the hate in that gaze through the wall. Past the pinned man, Ty glanced to the right. This room mirrored the previous, containing a bloated, giant humanoid, limbs chained to the wall. It watched his progress, red eyes and limp face twisting into a horrible approximation of a smile. He kept going. Another room held a small dragon, scales in a state of rot, half of its head chewed away as if by acid. It hissed at Ty as he walked by. The next room held a collection of floating eyeballs the size of basketballs, each connected by blackened nerve tissue.
Ty, this should not be,
Hagami sent as Ty rushed faster down the corridor. And no matter that he did not believe the captives could reach him, simply seeing them was making his head throb. His mental representation of the Arbiter radiated painful amounts of energy and heat into his mind, hinting at the effort to keep him functional. Yeah, anything you can explain, he said.
To you, these creatures look like monsters. That is true. They are also forbidden amalgamations, fusions of death and necromancy that have been outlawed and hunted for thousands of years. That first room held a greater master vampire. The one with the eyes? Aye, those are divine nightmare scourges. They are what you get when a god's nightmare manifests, is killed, and then raised from the dead.
And the hag?
I believe she was an augmented demon queen. Don't believe the body. They possess the strongest living thing in any world they infect. Their kind insist to inspire and feed on nightmares. They are highly territorial and will fight for dominance, killing all rivals until entire planets serve their twisted whims. Volar's only known demon queen was defeated thousands of years ago by the monster god. None of these should be here. Something is terribly wrong.
Between the monster god breaking the rules and this place, Ty was starting to think that Hagami's knowledge was more limited than the Arbiter let on. Tell inspiration, he suggested. The mind-space version of Hagami glowed, the psychic warmth it was producing redoubling. Pain, terror and revulsion gnawed at his stomach, slowing his pace.
Warning. This region has been sanctified to an unknown force. It is under the effects of a divine lock.
Hagami? Tai growled. The Arbiter's glow receded, returning to its previous intensity.
I cannot reach inspiration. It's just us in here.
Cutting off gods is starting to seem pretty common over here. With the pain gone, he hurried on. From what he saw, the corridor had no end. There were just miles of abominations threatening to drive him insane. Whenever he accidentally glanced around, fresh horrors scrambled for his attention. Despite himself, he was feeling a little fascinated by his circumstances. What sort of place was this that captured and stored such powerful taboo creations?
Your observation is not totally inaccurate, though they are largely built from circumstantial evidence. Our world has gods. Sometimes they are active. There is value in limiting their vision or influence. People in power often build secure rooms with celestial barriers integrated into them.
You said rooms, right?
Correct. This location seems to be on an impressive scale.
Hours later, Tai made it to the end of the corridor. And this door was covered in a relief depicting a mountain range overlooking a vast city. Surprised at the intricate beauty in such a horrifying place, he reached for the door. It opened smoothly, without a sacrifice. Still reeling from the unspeakable horrors he left behind and experiencing a growing morbid curiosity, he stepped into the next room. It wasn't a room. It was a warehouse big enough to hold multiple jumbo jets. When he first stepped into the space, he thought he'd entered an underground chasm, not a crafted structure. Open air stretched on for what felt like miles ahead and to his sides. Pockets of ruddy illumination threw some features of the room into silhouetted relief, suggesting more than revealing anything. Drawing his gun, he carefully walked into the space, not reacting when the door behind clicked shut. Hundreds of steps later, he crossed some invisible threshold that triggered the main lighting system. The pools of light expanded and merged with one another, forming a uniform, diffuse glow that revealed the true nature of the area. He was in the lab of a mad scientist, constructed to an epic scale. Glass jars hung from wires lining the ceiling, each containing a different organ. Crystalline tubes and vats held the shadowy outlines of 1,000 different bodies. Between random clusters of the collection were flowing liquid silver pillars that morphed into complex biological patterns at random. Floating through the mess were metal-shod, rune-encrusted bone arms. The 10-foot-long limbs were just the shoulder joint down to fine articulated fingers. Moving through the space, he tried to make a mental note of every detail. It occurred to him briefly that if he got attacked by practically anything worthy of guarding the room, he'd be in over his head. Thankfully, nothing happened. It seemed odd to him that there were no tables, no places for bodies to be dissected, and no hints of purpose in the room. The warehouse might have been a catalog for all the parts of life, for all he knew. Eventually, he made it far enough through the room to another wall. Runes were carved in river-like channels through the steel. Pulsing light rolled sinuously from one point to another through the grooves. A curiosity overwhelming his caution, he followed the pulsing until it came to an upraised platform with a chair atop it. The dais was several 100 feet across and ringed with still more of the runes.
Mana funnel. The chair is the focal point of a ritual.
Hagami's words were soft, even inside Tai's head. Curiosity overwhelming his caution, he stepped up to the chair. At first, he'd thought someone had made the throne for a giant, but as he approached, he saw that he'd been mistaken. The chair was perfectly sized for someone of his height. A wave of unease swept through him. He froze at the edge of the platform, aware of what he'd been about to do. "Hagami, are you pushing me to explore?" he asked, voice echoing eerily. Despite what the Arbiter had said about not controlling his actions, Tai was uncertain about his next steps.
No, we've discussed this.
You know, I could take your lack of manifestation as a clear sign the battle music is about to start, Tai said wryly, looking around for threats.
Don't. Instead, take it as a sign that I do not feel safe here.
Now that made Tai feel a lot better. What could hurt an Arbiter? Knowing that Hagami wasn't pushing his actions freed Tai to go with his gut. He walked up to the chair. A single, solid, black metal piece, the chair had a Gothic regality to it. Short, sharp protrusions lined each armrest. Well, isn't this just peachy? Tai said. Intellectually, he knew sitting in the chair might kill him. Either he'd have his consciousness overridden by some ancient evil, or the spikes would draw too much of his health and leave him as an empty husk. Or maybe the obvious would happen, and he'd summon a monster that would suck the remaining life from his body. He knew these things, bone deep, and still he sat on the chair. Pain lanced through Tai's arms. He pulled his character sheet up and saw his hit points rapidly draining. Activating Verdant Touch, he began replenishing the lost health as fast as he could. 1 mana point for 2 hit points. It took just a minute for the chair to drain him dry, both of mana and health, leaving him at precisely 1 hit point before the magic relented. A growling, sepulchral voice whispered through the chamber.
Sacrifice accepted. Choose the vessel.
Glowing runes flashed in front of the chair, and a pedestal rose out of the smooth floor, a gleaming black collar resting atop it. What is it? Tai sent to Hagami.
It looks like a control collar. It's a common tool necromancers and summoners use to keep their less obedient creations from running amok.
Tai blinked, having not considered this outcome at all. He didn't want a slave, did he? Part of him felt it might be fascinating to have a custom-made creation from this place serving and protecting him. He remembered the abominations in their cages, guessing that some of them might have come from this very room. Those things hadn't worn collars. Perhaps they were too powerful to be controlled. And the voice whispered again.
Sacrifice accepted. Choose your slave.
Tai removed his arms from the spikes, feeling the awful sensation of suction at each of the wounds. Without Verdant Touch, or some variation of it, he knew just those injuries would eventually kill him from simple blood loss, if not infection. The abilities inspiration gave me weren't offensive for a reason. Tai thought about his god with fondness, cherishing the gift he'd been given. How would he have survived this dungeon with fireball spells? A gratitude surged through his core, radiating from just below his chest. It spread up and down his spine, from the top of his skull down to the bottoms of his feet. There is no trust without freedom, no freedom without equality. The aphorism, one of Billy's favorites, came to mind unbidden. I don't want a slave, Tai announced. I want an equal. Someone to help me. Give me that. A gong rang, filling the place with a deep, resonant throb. 4 of the flying hands swept through the air, moving so fast that they created artificial wind in that silent space. The arms didn't go to any of the body parts stationed around the room. Instead, each dipped fingers into the silvery goo from several of the roiling pillars. Once each hand had a little ball of mercury-looking substance. They flew together in front of Tai and pushed each blob into a single hovering sphere. Power radiated up from the dais, a massive infusion of raw energy that made his hair stand on end as it passed into the orb, compressing it down to something the size of an egg. One of the 4 hands grasped the egg. It swept around the area, searching for something, then floated over to him. Tai watched in rapt fascination as the egg neared, seeing his reflection grow on its surface. The organic motions he'd seen earlier continued in the egg, though far more subtly. For a moment, he thought it took on the exact shape of one of his eyes. The hand pushed the egg into his chest.
Single-use power. Clone surrogacy. Due to the wild in you, this location could not find a suitable host. This request has been converted into a single-use ability that you may activate on any corpse of your power or greater. Upon activating this ability, the corpse will become an exact duplicate of you. This duplication will not include any physical augmentation or magical items you have, including soul-bound ones, unless they are specifically enhanced to include this ability. It will not have an arbiter, although it may become a scion. Should it do so, it will be treated of equal level and power as you at the time of activation. Because this clone is your surrogate, it is linked to your cage. It will always follow your moral and ethical inclinations and cannot be made to act against you without destroying it. If your clone dies, there will be permanent psychic consequences.
Agami manifested, announcing,
Spells like this started the Scion War. Never, under any circumstances, use it.
Chapter 21. Possession. Forbidden? Why? Tai asked. He stood up from the chair, staggered, and fell into a sitting position on the dais. Being at 1 hit point and having 0 mana was like having the worst flu ever. He ached and felt weak.
Tai, this spell is an abomination. Imagine the possibilities. You worship a god, say Celestia, and you create a clone with this spell. That clone would be free to worship the monster god, meaning it could help you act against your own god directly. And that's not even the worst of it. Imagine 2 versions of yourself, each with opposite abilities but linked by your soul bond. You could experiment and create untold spells or effects, all of which are fundamentally not allowed to exist.
Tai blinked at the glowing arbiter. He'd never seen it so emotional. Is there something else, Agami? I feel you wouldn't be this disturbed if it was just a taboo effect. Agami jerked up and down in the air in spasming motions.
Tai, I have no knowledge of this. I am an arbiter, given divine purpose to aid in the establishment of a new resonance bridge. I have a portion of the combined intellect and knowledge of all the gods in me, yet I do not know this effect. Something is wrong.
I see now.
A haunting sigh flowed through the air as a shadowy shape drifted by. The insane voice from their entry to the dungeon emerged from it.
They have lied to you, little betrayer.
It sounded less angry than before. Agami spun, facets flickering magenta light along the walls and in the air like a disco ball used as a spotlight. Its light revealed nothing, and Agami vanished once again. Was that fear radiating from the arbiter? "Who are you?" Tai said, trying to stand and failing. And the voice replied, each word softer than the last.
Do you like my sanctuary, Antelope?
Tai tried getting the speaker to interact again, but nothing he said or did brought it back. Agami had gone quiet. Only the occasional pulse of reassurance told him the arbiter was still aware. An hour later, once his mana ticked up that precious notch, Tai restored himself and began following the nearest wall. Part of him longed to explore the warehouse further, certain that the mysteries trapped within could change his life forever. Caution won this time. He found the double doors out of the room not too long after. The corridor beyond the room mirrored the one with the librarians. It was long, dimly lit, and with doors on either side.
a strange clockwork-looking creature that made him think of a 7-foot-tall goblin scratched at something on one door 30 feet down the corridor. When Ty stepped far enough for the door to close behind him, a ghost manifested directly into his path and slammed into him. And there was a sense of contact, an electric tingle. Then the thing pushed inside his chest and boiled out of his heart, flooding his mind with alien thoughts.
Warning, you are being possessed.
Her name was Numera Qual, and she had chosen to sacrifice her life for the betterment of her children. Standing in holy line with the other sacrifices, she turned her face to the golden-eyed preacher who performed the litany of truth for them all.
Knowing is the greatest state of being. Hunger for knowing is the second greatest state of being. Your lives are hunger, your deaths are knowing. Your passage will help construct the bridge, and your souls will fuel our God's soul batteries for all time. You are worthy.
Numera smiled, feeling certain of her choice to leave her family for the holy rite. Through her death, her children would live. Only she had not known how tortured her death would be, or the desolation of eternal unlife.
Warning, a foreign soul has attempted to unseat yours. If this continues, you will die.
Ty fought his way free of the vision, channeling divinity through his verdant touch and directly into his body where he felt the woman's soul had embedded herself. Ty could feel the ghost, see her thoughts, even as his magic purified his mind of the possession. She was a small thing, a tiny, weightless sigh in his heart. Yet the weight of her memories and existence was vast. He had become her in that moment of contact, and become her and known some of what she'd known. Her language, liquid and mysterious, burned in his mind, totally separate from any insight Hagami provided him. His power surrounded the ghost, pushing it free of his mind and scouring it with holy energy. Tendrils of Numera's fear and anguish latched onto him, reluctant to release. A wrenching, pain-filled sob shook through his body. Ty didn't know what to do. He was hurting the spirit to preserve his life. Numera's memories leaked through his mental grasp, showing him vivid flashes of her world and her children. Her love for them broke his heart in new, unthinkable ways. Agami's voice cut through the anguish.
I can help. A little. Briefly. But you must leave this place. Temporary enhancement. Soul Warden. Your Arbiter has acted on your behalf. Due to the unbalanced threat in the area, it has made an executive decision. By allocating a permanent portion of your mana, you may contain a spirit with divine mana. This power also allows you to manipulate spiritual essence, moving it from one place to another. Upon leaving this place, this power will be revoked. Use it wisely.
His grip on the ghost smoothed out, preventing further leakage. She stopped struggling, the pain evidently gone. Exhaling weakly, Ty tried to orient his thoughts. No matter what achievements he'd earned or how his arbiter helped him, it took him what felt like hours to return to himself.
"What was that?"
he rasped.
She was possessing you, Ty. Another few seconds, and she would have taken over.
Grunting, he blinked away foggy vision to see what had changed in the corridor. The construct continued its work, apparently not noticing him. He approached slowly until he could see what the goblin was doing. Its fingertips were chipping at glowing gemstones embedded in the door. It had already destroyed one. Another cracked. An ephemeral shape shot out of the gem and into Ty. And this time the spirit was stronger, more cohesive, and his mental defenses were unprepared. It slid into his heart and filled him, sending searing pain through his mind. He was Mumat Kral, and he was the architect of the future. Thanks to his deep comprehension of arbiter technology, he discovered the most promising breakthrough of a generation, soul batteries. They would provide unlimited divine fuel, taking worship from the gods and using it for a better purpose. Yet the new priests were not using them for any grand design that he could comprehend. Why had their god allowed this? Where was he? His absence suggested he sanctioned these sacrifices, yet how could he? Their god had either abandoned them or was comfortable with their mass slaughter at the hands of his devotees. Mumat's heart broke.
"You seem troubled, Mumat,"
a woman spoke, turning to him. She was a true beauty, marked with the now deceased god of fate's gift of prophecy. Her golden eyes moved across him, her expression failing to mask her vague disdain.
"Do not doubt, for your life will bring greatness to our Lord."
Gesturing to the fields of the deceased, she continued,
"These sacrifices are the bedrock upon which the next worlds will be conquered. Without them, we could not escape the world and conquer new worlds. Soon you will see."
Mumat gestured to the sky, where the siphon had been set in the stars.
"Great mistress, I do not understand. Did we not build the siphon to avoid needing so much death? Will the greater gods not banish the well, now that the war nears an end?"
And the woman laughed, her eyes turning cruel, and Mumat knew the truth. His god had not ordered the deaths of their people nor the creation of the soul batteries. It was she and the others who had claimed authority over the migration. She killed Mumat, and the killing was fast, but it was awful, and she stole his soul, a soul that suffered in eternity, only to emerge from its prison and flee to the nearest living vessel. A sob ripped through him as he clawed at his chest. Mumat was inside him. He was Mumat. He felt the alien thoughts, the foreign knowledge, challenging his memories and fighting for possession of him. He knew Mumat was not actually trying to kill him. The soul was confused, lost, hurt, and angry. Yet it was killing him. A tortured wail ripped through Ty's throat as he activated his verdant touch. Celestial mana shoved Mumat's soul into the container with Numera, and the presence of two spirits nearly overwhelmed his temporary gift. It bulged, stretching at the seams. Emotion leaked free, filling him with frustration, anger, and fear.
Warning. Your temporary power is at 80% effectiveness. Your soul cage is in danger of warping. You are temporarily insane.
The goblin began scratching at the next gem. Agami shouted into his mind.
Ty, if it frees another spirit now, you will die. I need time to reinforce the Soul Warden power. Stop it!
Frenzied with anger and pain, Ty fought his way forward to the scrambling construct. Investing his hands with wild energy, he slammed his fists into the thing. His punches did minimal damage to the hard construct and threatened to break his bones. Ty didn't feel physical pain anymore. He'd become that pain. Thousands of years of pain, of knowing that he had betrayed his people, of knowing that... Heat seared into his head, bringing an avalanche of physical pain as Hagami fought to push the invasive thoughts down. Ty grabbed the goblin by one leg. He tugged, yanking hard enough to tear something in his side, and the construct fell with a crash. Nothing broke or stopped working in the fall. Instead of lashing out, the construct fumbled around, trying to right itself. He spotted rune-covered cogs and wheels whirring inside its joints as it flailed around. Drawing one of his guns, he shot a cog. The bullet reflected off, drawing a searing line of fire high on his cheek. Screaming incoherently, Ty grabbed at the goblin's head and tried twisting. He wasn't strong enough to out-wrestle a magical construct. The attempt was not a total failure, however. As he twisted, he saw a thumbnail-sized gem just beneath the armored head, right where a neckplate concealed it. Covering his face with the sleeve of his robe, Tai put the barrel of his gun against the gem and squeezed the trigger. The goblin went limp. It had never, not once, attempted to defend itself or attack him. Tai was down to 5 hit points and had a new status listed on his character sheet.
Warning, you are insane. Because of multiple possessions in a short period, the connection to your arbiter has been disrupted. All mental support provided by Hagami will function at less than 50% until the connection is restored.
Someone was sobbing. Someone else was laughing. It took Tai hours to realize it had been him doing both all along. Chapter 22. Whispers. Time lost meaning. Eventually, gradually, Hagami came back online and helped. Heat seared through his head as the Arbiter did its best to put his fractured psyche back together while it augmented the temporary ability. And there were sheets of notes around him, each with words in a new language. Looking at the words made the space in his chest throb. The spirits wanted out. And no matter how much aid Hagami lent him, the power of those ghosts was overwhelming their temporary captivity.
Stop thinking about them,
Hagami scolded from where it hovered nearby.
You're stirring them up. If we're lucky, we can crawl out of here and release them before your brain melts.
They were called the Akoans, people of Akko, and they had been a beautiful people. Tai tried to do what Hagami directed, focusing his attention anywhere other than the memories. He checked his character sheet. Enough time had passed that his mana was fully replenished, but his health status had taken on an odd red color he hadn't seen before. He healed himself more out of reflex than any desire to do so. A small amount of clarity washed through Tai as the wild worked to restore him to his natural state. Hagami sighed in relief, its magenta light taking on a less frantic hue as it orbited around him.
Warning, you have successfully stabilized the Warden ability with 2 spirits. Any additional pressure will cause catastrophic failure.
He looked around the corridor, seeing that he was sitting next to the golem still. There was no sign of anything else, no sign of time's passage, nothing. He felt famished, so he ate and drank, then found a corner to relieve himself. It didn't feel right going to the bathroom in the open like that. Then again, if the makers hadn't wanted people peeing in the open, they'd have installed toilets. His children had been perfect. Thora was going to join the science cast. If all went well, she'd be investigating the offspring of the mortal gods like her uncle. Cillian was eager to become a painter. She wondered what had happened to them. A curiosity, the need to know, did burn bright within their people. Tai looked over at the nearest door, inspecting the thing. It looked like any other he'd seen in this place, albeit without the embossed heat and with rings of gems ringing it. The gems, other than the 2 shattered ones, flickered with faint blue light. "Why do you think the construct picked this door?" he rasped. His throat felt sanded raw despite the healing.
Tai, we should go,
Hagami said.
This place is unsafe. Those memories, they feel dangerous to me.
Without thinking about what he was doing, Tai spoke in the sing-song lilt of the Akoan people. He didn't need Hagami to translate them any more. "The burden of the living is to remember the dead and honor them, for our ancestors paved the way for our greatness." It hurt to make the liquid sounds, even if some part of him felt like he'd been speaking their language his entire life. Hagami flinched away. He felt it rummaging around in his mind, renewing its efforts to dim and suppress the foreign memories.
Tai, I need you to stop thinking about them. It's keeping me from cleaning your mind up. Your brain can't hold all these memories. It doesn't have infinite storage capacity.
Tai looked over at the Arbiter.
Do you know what they did with their dead, Hagemi? They brought them to beautiful water gardens where their souls lived on in nature for hundreds of years. Their people sang songs, wrote poetry, and danced among their ancestors, revering and learning from their wisdom. I miss them.
He didn't just miss them. He ached for them, longed for the insights and wonders he'd glimpsed. He'd bound 2 of the spirits to protect himself, ending their occupation of his mind. The ghosts had been overwriting who he was, about to erase his very essence, yet something in Tai hungered for the sense of them again. There was such richness in the Akoan people. Taking a step to the door, he rested a hand atop one of the gems that seemed brighter than the others.
When an ancestor was ready to move on, they would invest themselves into one of their people's newborns. Their children were born with awakened spirits and minds, Hagemi. Each generation was brighter, more spiritual than the last. They passed on their knowledge similarly, using magic devices that can store entire lives. Frowning, he inhaled a shuddering breath. Wait, what are those called? I can't remember.
Mumat and Numera's memories were fading, pushed down into the recesses of his mind. His fingers played across the gem, rolling across the smooth surface thoughtfully. There was a soul within, one responding to his words. The batteries hurt them. Numera and Mumat had shown him that truth in spades. It wasn't natural for spirits to be used in this way. They had suffered for tens of thousands of years. No one deserved that. No one's life was worth the suffering of so many. Unsheathing a knife, Tai asked, Hagemi, how many souls can fit in my body? No! Hagemi's voice had taken on a desperate warning note that he had never heard in the Arbiter.
Please, don't. The spirits, they will only kill you. But I will live on, and I don't know what they will do to me once they have your body. Tai, you must not do this. Please, just move on. This is not a side quest you want to take.
Tai spoke slowly, firmly, without inflection.
You suggested the soul cage was limitless. Arbiter, aren't you obligated to answer what natives would know?
Hagemi's frantic bobbing slowed.
Most of our people would not know this. A few might. How many angels can dance on the head of a pin?
That gave Tai the answer he needed. He brought the butt of his knife down on the gemstone as hard as he could. The Arbiter's desperation edged to mania as it shouted at him.
Tai! The next soul you release will kill you! Whatever good you think you'll be doing, you won't do it! You'll just die!
Then fucking do something about it, Game Master!
Tai snarled. He looked at the Arbiter, spit running down his chin as the madness rose again.
These people have suffered for thousands of years. They didn't want to be here. They were misled, lied to, and manipulated by others, all in the name of their absentee god. They don't deserve this, and I am going to help them, or I'll die trying!
Making a fist, he hammered it once against the door, frustrated at his own lack of ability, furious he could not do more. What was his life, his value, weighed against what any of these people had suffered? And he'd nearly killed 2 to survive. Even now, 2 bright, beautiful souls struggled within him. The shadow misted through the hall, wafting behind where Hagemi floated. Its voice was distant this time, not mad.
Their god was not absent. It had been tricked. Lost little arbiter, confused and betrayed little arbiter.
What he asks is simple. Summon for him a mind fortress. It's such a small, simple thing. Why, there's one nearby that is perfect for this very task.
The shadow reached out and ran ephemeral hands across Agami's surface. The arbiter pulsed at the touch, yet seemed unaware of the shadow or its caress.
"There is one thing I can do,"
Agami said.
"It's something I had forgotten that I could do. A small, simple summoning. Tai, loot the corpse."
Tai glanced from the arbiter to the shadow. It had become more substantial since the last time he'd seen it, though it was still hard to make out in the gloom. The shadow gestured down at the goblin corpse, then at his dagger, before vanishing. He touched the goblin, pointing to the ground next to it.
"Congratulations! You have defeated a sanctuary maintenance golem. I will provide appropriate loot for you."
The goblin twitched, arm flying out and slamming into the ground where he pointed. Bits of metal clinked into place, and a thin rod slid out of the arm into the floor. Light shone from within the construct, shining into the stones beneath the point of contact. Distant thunder rolled through the corridor. Two objects lifted into view, extruded from the floor. One was a small triangular diamond the size of a grape, and the other a black dagger. He picked up both objects.
"Congratulations! You have obtained a divine mind fortress. Mind fortresses were common on Akko. On Volar, they are virtually unknown. You may insert this device inside your mind. Once there, it will take up both a physical and psychic space. Either you or your designated arbiter may use the mind fortress to store and retrieve memories. As a byproduct of this storage feature, it can also dampen emotion. Accessing the fortress takes no energy, only time. The time it takes to relive a memory stored in the mind fortress is based on your intelligence and spirit scores, as well as your level. Currently, each hour you meditate on memories will give you 6 hours of subjective experience. You may use this ability to obtain skills and knowledge, but it will take time and effort. This fortress comes with an epic, legendary, and divine enhancement. Epic enhancement. This mind fortress has nearly unlimited storage capacity. Legendary benefit. The fortress is bonded to your organized mind achievement. While this object is inside your mind, you automatically prioritize your consciousness over all others. This means foreign entities, such as spirits or demons, will be far less likely to influence or possess you. Divine benefit. Your mind space, soul cage, and this fortress are linked. If a spirit attempts to possess you, you may effectively now divide it into its component parts, its memories, and its soul. This will allow you to store the Akoan spirits you've encountered without their madness leaking into you. As with all divine objects, this mind fortress can be enhanced or upgraded with merits or other powers. It cannot be destroyed, altered, or removed without your explicit willing consent. Congratulations, you have obtained an Annihilation Dagger. Due to your persistence and compassion, you have been gifted an epic artifact called the Annihilation Dagger. This dagger will deal significantly enhanced damage against magically invested gemstones, including the gems manifested through divine imbuement. You should know that this dagger was crafted with forbidden techniques. If others see it, they will assume you are a holy assassin, invested by a god. Please don't start god wars over this.
Tai took the gem and studied it. It looked and felt like a diamond. Divine object?
Press it against your forehead and allow me to bond it to you,
Agami directed, ignoring the question. The arbiter sounded odd, not mechanical and not frantic. Distant, maybe. The gem vanished into Ty's head, moving to occupy a distinct mental space opposite Hagemi's. In fact, the gem looked almost exactly like Hagemi, just without the same glowing energy inside. Ty's instincts told him there was significance to that similarity. Hagemi directed Ty to release the Soul Warden ability. When the spirits pushed free, his mind fortress activated, collecting the spirit's memories. The process felt odd, as the ghost's memories passed through his mind space, granting him brief glimpses of their lives. With their memories extracted, the spirits settled deeper into him, somewhere below his sternum. He intuited that the spirits weren't trapped inside his soul cage, rather that he'd somehow given them a comfortable place to rest before they moved on. I'm a water garden for these Akoan spirits, he realized, and the thought made him smile. He'd become a vessel of hope rather than pain.
Their suffering has ended, Hagemi said. While the memories of their years spent in the batteries remain, they no longer warp the associated souls.
Ty tried to feel how he'd changed. There were two entities inside him now. Memories from the initial possessions lingered, gently suppressed by his new abilities. He could still feel them. If he strained, he could remember the faces of Numera's children.
You can store those memories too,
Hagemi said. He shook his head. Not yet. They aren't bothering me. It took him a moment to realize he'd said the words in Akoan. Touching his chest, he thought he could feel a gentle gratitude radiating from the ghosts. I saved them, he said, awed. I've become their refuge. Hagemi rotated in the air, strobing light pulsing sullenly within its depths.
This is not a natural thing we've done. Even if your soul cage is not damaged by this, it is a form of abomination. You will have to free the spirits eventually.
I will. Exhausted from all he'd experienced, Ty put his back against a wall and tried to sleep. And there was no safety here, only a sense of foreboding and dread. This place had been worse than a mausoleum. Spirits were imprisoned and tortured here. He didn't have a choice, though. All he'd done, seen, and pitted himself against had taken its toll. He slept and dreamed of Akko. Numera and Mumat stood beside him, on an overlook above a vast valley. Mines of Akoan stretched to the horizon, all driven to a central place, the ritual grounds. It's not just engineers and mudders, Mumat said, staring at the landscape with an expression of unblinking horror. The priests demanded our warriors and mages give their lives too. Kill squads went out, harvesting souls for the batteries. Tears streaked Numera's cheeks. Holding back a sob, she added, Tens of thousands of our people died. And for what? The siphon was active. Where did our god go? What mission could have possibly sent him so far away? Ty woke with a jolt, certain of what he had to do next. There were thousands of spirits here, each being as tortured as Numera and Mumat had been. He took up the new dagger and walked to a central place between the doors. Speaking in a loud, clear voice, he tried to use the mellifluous language of the long-dead Akoans. People of Akko, I am here to give you freedom. You must listen to me, though. I need you to restrain yourselves. I will need time to make this work. Many of the gems on the doors flashed in response to Ty's announcement. Moving to the gemstone he'd been trying to break earlier, he slammed the knife into it. The gem broke in 3 sharp taps.
My name is A1, and I am a guardian of our people. We knew little violence and almost no war until the mortal gods arose. They came, brought wonder, powers, and people we had never met. They also brought violence and conquest, but immortal gods ever strive for power. we lost many. Yet our hunger for the mysteries of violence rose to meet the challenge. The caste of warriors was forged, and I was proudly among them. We captured their offspring and learned their ways. I was proud to defend my people for all time, even in a soul battery.
The new spirit was gentler than the last. Agami helped guide Tai through the process, shuffling memories into the fortress and the soul into his cage. A1 came to live within him, a flickering mote of presence more akin to a dimly remembered dream than a ghost. Tai didn't understand the process any more than he understood how his verdant touch worked. He couldn't feel the energy moving, even sense what Hagami and the fortress were doing. Without a lifetime, or he suspected many lifetimes of training, he doubted he would ever truly comprehend what was happening. As the Arbiter suggested during the beginning of their relationship, having discrete, controllable abilities gave him reliability without the insight of a native. As soon as they finished with A1, he and Hagami set to freeing the rest of the spirits. It took hours to free the spirits in the corridor, one at a time. A few were agitated and angry, shooting into Tai's body like the first had. When that happened, the spirits already inside his soul cage became involved. Despite lacking intellect, the spiritual entities somehow intercepted the attacking ghosts, offering comfort and warmth until the fortress and Hagami could do their work. Once they were separated from their memories, the ghosts settled into the soul cage without a fight. When we put their memories in the mind fortress, what does that do to the ghost? Tai asked once they were done. He felt heavier somehow, as though his spirit was laden. Oddly, it didn't feel bad to be so full. If anything, he felt companionship in it.
It allows them to rest,
Hagami responded.
The core of the spirit, and being at the center, remains, just without the concrete memories that tethered it to this world.
It's a kind of peace. Could we reunite a spirit with its memories if we wanted?
Yes, and yes. Until you put the spirits to rest inside a new vessel or through some other means, the spirits can be recombined with the memories. Most, I suspect, would not want that. Thousands of years of torment will outweigh the good for most people, Tai, as it was doing to you.
Tai swallowed, thinking back to his state of mind after the first 2 possessions. He'd been insane for a while there, barely able to think or reason. Without Hagami's help, he knew he would have never come back from that. How must it be for a spirit with no arbiter to help? After another meal and a few swallows of water, Tai considered the notes scattered on the floor. His writing was insane, slipping from one language to another, and utterly incoherent to him now. He collected the notes and stored them away, reasoning they might be useful later. In silence, he resumed his journey down the hall. A while later, they came to a bend. If Tai had been wondering about the goblin's random selection of the door before, he knew now. And the hall stretched before him, hundreds of doors with thousands of broken gems on them. An army of ghosts waited for his approach, inert until he came within their line of sight, and the tide of spirits sprang for him, their desperation palpable.